Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another day, another edition here of the RSL Revival StarCraft League Season 3 Playoffs Day number 2 co-stream. Again, we were live yesterday with Day 1, and if you remember, we were live a little bit late. Originally, this was scheduled to begin 2 hours from now, yesterday, but they have been actually running these events and have started to run these events a little bit earlier, 2.5 hours earlier than usual. We were unaware of their schedule change, so we did miss out on the first half of yesterday's broadcast, so I do apologize for that. But now we're here, we are live, bam, as we dive into our first series, PvP between Zaun and Classic. As a reminder as well, this is a lower bracket match, exclamation mark, be in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves, and we are jumping on in to our custom map pool. You can see here, game 1 is going to be in Winter Madness, game 2 on Magnetic North, game 3 Evil Heart, followed by Tokamak and Mothership. So again, they have some TLMC maps, and they also incorporate some other older maps as well from the previous season. But here we go, we're jumping right on in. Let's go. Vamonos, papi.
And even though Classic is spawning in the top left is the blue Protoss, you might be thinking, oh, well, this is surely a winner's bracket matchup. Classic's playing in it. The two-time reigning RSL champion. No, this is actually.
And in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the the South Green Protoss way. We have the red Protoss for Team Vitality. It is Zaun. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the other South Green Protoss for Virtus Pro. It is Classic. Here we go, and if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat, as it is Gamba time. Best of luck, baby, best of luck, as we are jumping into our initial best of. Here we go. Now when it comes to our PvP here, we already did feature quite a number of them yesterday. We had Maxpax versus Trigger yesterday. We also had herO versus Zaun. Unfortunately, we missed out on herO versus Zaun, so we weren't able to quite get a glimpse of how that PvP did transpire. The casters did kind of briefly mention as like passing by, that had mentioned how it was a bit of a more one-sided series, but we'll see how they do pan out here and now. We shall see. But again, the players are going to be facing off here. When it comes to our initial matchups tonight, we do have this PvP, followed by Shin versus Trigger, herO versus Reynor, and Maru versus Maxpax. Oh boy, so they're going to be keeping the upper bracket matches for later in the broadcast. Very, very high-profile matches are ahead of us, of course. Again, this is the RSL. This is a tournament that is organized by Taisesen State and by their team over in South Korea, with Gemini, with Sturgeon, with Ziggy as well. They've been running this all year for the most part. This is the 3rd season of the year, and it's leading into an offline finals next month in December. Now, my biggest criticism here of the RSL has just been how compact the broadcasts have been. Even previous season and the season before that as well, it's been very, very, very compact. And even here, it's 2 weeks. 2 weeks of RSL. Very little time in between matches. Very little time for the players to prepare. But regardless, we're jumping in here. Jumping into our series. First things first, we do have standard openers. 2 gate openers out of both players. Classic going for his tech first. Going for Stargate.
And a Stalker for both sides.
Yeah, real quick, Stargate coming in here from Classic. Zaun, he's just going straight into the expand, I think. He is queuing up 1 sentry for now. Still floating at 150 gas, so he could throw down a Stargate if he wanted to, but seems like he's just going to go for the expansion first.
Yeah, looks that way. So obviously Classic will have these Stargate units out quicker. But this pylon actually finished. Okay, delay that Nexus. Well, there isn't a Nexus coming, so sorry, it's not coming before then. So
so far we do have Zaun with a slightly better economy with a faster Nexus. Meanwhile, Classic did prioritize the faster Stargate for economic damage. With this, he's going to be opening up with the Oracle, zooming across the map, and as you can see, so far Zaun has failed to scout. But remember, Zaun did open sentry. I believe he opened double, if not triple sentry, so he should have hallucinations to get across the map to confirm what's going on. Meanwhile, Classic does get into the main base, but is going to be dealt with.
But I'm not sure any probes went down. It might have been just 1 picked up there by Classic, as the Adept didn't get too much done in the main base. Yeah, just 1 probe killed in total for the Adept. And Classic, notably, did not get the scout off on the Twilight Council, so still a little bit in the dark about the tech of the opponent. Zaun's going to allow this one to finish. Those probes,
gets one
of them getting taken down right now. The rest will be secure by that shield
Does it get 2?
There in the low ground, but this Adept is pesky.
That's so funny, the probe like darting in and out of the shield battery
Gets
range.
away.
Okay, the Adept actually lives. That's kind of shocking. But this is a little bit of a win for Zaun having his tech still hidden at this point. Obviously,
now, what I was going to say is that up until this point in Classic, sorry, Zaun has failed to scout Classic. Up until now, we can see Classic deviate and rotate around away from his main path. So let's go. Does make his way towards the natural. Zaun, for the most part, is keeping up and shouldn't take too many losses.
Position to deny the Oracle, though. Getting already 3 workers for nothing. That's a nice little pick off there.
I think Zaun might have misread the movement pattern on that Oracle a little bit, because when he scouted it, it was going straight on a beeline towards the main.
Yeah, as we mentioned, Classic, he actually rerouted his main attack path.
And it just did not quite pan out because Classic, he pivoted, he went down into the natural expansion.
I think saying that Zaun misread is maybe a bit of a... I would phrase it the opposite way, where it was Classic that rerouted, right? And was able to catch Zaun with his pants down. Meanwhile, diving into the natural. Once again, 6 probes going down. Very nice. Does he get away? Oh no! He lose one! Oh, he gets away.
Lives.
Oh my god.
Doubles back in for another one.
Oh, missed it a couple times, but he does get it. That gives Classic a 7 worker lead now. And when you're both doing the same thing, which is going Blink Stalkers, having a big worker lead like this can be absolutely huge.
Very well played right there.
I would say in the mirror matchup, this is massive here. So we have a massive worker lead for Classic, is up by 7 probes. With this, he has the superior economy, building up into a 3rd base, and now the pressure's on Zaun to recover and come back in some way. Whether it's Adept harass, whether it's a Blink Stalker movement, and also counterattacks, there's pressure on here on Zaun to do something. If he doesn't, he'll fall behind, or he has fallen behind, he will stay behind.
Like Stasis Trap, and that can be used both aggressively and defensively if you're able to catch your opponent out of position.
Yeah, for sure. If you blink your whole army into a stasis ward, that can be like a game-ending move. Obviously, the Protoss are very, very careful about that kind of thing at this level. But, you know, sometimes you're careful for like 3 or 4 times, and then the 5th time you do an aggressive blink, and there just happens to be one more stasis ward there, and you get caught, something like that. Something to look out for. We do see a Forge coming down from both players, as well as a 3rd base. So they're going to be macroing up here, and we may have a good old macro game for our first PvP state.
Yeah, looks like it, although Classic is getting a little...
In a sense, like we're building up into the mid-game, that is true, but Classic does have a big edge coming into this, and Classic has a big power spike as a result. You can see Classic moving out, he's setting up his stasis traps here outside of the bases, as you can see. Zaun, he's going to have to try to muster up the defense here. He has potential with force fields potentially, but outside of that, he has less stalkers, he has a smaller army. He will have the defender's advantage with reinforcements, that is true, but he has no shield battery at the 3rd.
He does have the Guardian shield.
It's still in the way.
There's no shield batteries here to help out with the fight right now.
Just not finishing.
Classic is not going to commit though, just sees if he can pick anything off and plays it safe. Going to kind of maneuver around the map here, getting all this map control right now.
Yeah, in Classic, he does retreat. He does have I believe, a reinforcing pylon on the left-hand side, but he's not really warping in. He's only poking. He's only poking in. He's teching up as we speak. We'll see if he's working towards charge and working towards Archon production, or committing with purely Blink Stalker, as Classic hasn't warped in any Stalkers in quite some time.
Keeping 3 back at home in the natural. He's throwing down a pylon to try and get some more vision. Classic, with his revelation, we'll see those stalkers, so he might pivot on into the main base or just throw down some more stasis traps.
Because I'd love to see the production tab right now. There we go. So we have confirmation. Yes, he was taking up this entire time. So charge, Temple Archives, Gateway Explosion, 4th base. Classic just taking up and looking to get further ahead. Zaun is trying to catch up with his own tech as well, but I believe he has no Temple Archives for the time being, just working on charge and Immortals, or the Robo.
One in charge, finishing up for both players here, as well as the Robo. And some
who's casting?
So once he gets these cannons,
it's light, but he's light. If you're asking about who we co-streaming with, I believe that's going to be Gemini and Sturgeon, I believe.
Classic, I think he doesn't know that there's a 4th base coming in for Zaun just yet. But that could be a point.
Ooh, okay, this is a really big gamble here from Zaun. As you can see, he has a Bay on the way. So Zaun is behind, right? Zaun is behind. We emphasized that already. He's down in economy, down in army, down in tech. How do you catch up in that fact? Well, we were talking about harassing, but instead he's going to be skipping tech and rushing into disruptors. Disruptors, high risk, high reward, but with some well-placed Novas, he can actually take a better fight with those disruptors. So it's a big gamble here. We'll see if we can get away with it.
Zaun can finally commit everything into the front because of those cannons in the natural, the main base, and the 3rd.
Ooh, stasis goes up.
It catches 7 stalkers.
That is a huge amount of your army tied up there. I'm actually surprised Classic doesn't try and use this moment to be a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah.
I mean, he was waiting for this next.
I mean, he has no prism. There we go. So they were talking about like, oh, why isn't he pushing? And he was waiting for his war prism, waiting for reinforcements. Now he can be active. Now he can be aggressive. The first disruptor is in production, and Classic has to break down before the disruptors pop out. Nice stasis traps.
Oh, these are
very
aggressively
nice.
placed stasis traps. There isn't detection here for Zound, so he's gonna have to blink stalkers into the main base to try
Base
and
one.
stop it. Couple
Base two.
stalkers still do get caught, so 3 in total being disabled right now.
Oh, the
War Prism
prism!
is gonna
Oh my
evac, but it
god.
still gets taken out. Nonetheless, there are a lot more zealots streaming in here for
GG.
Classic, and really a resounding victory. He's going to be taking game number 1. That was such a confidence-inspiring fight there in game 1. I mean, he is
interesting. GG, well played. Again, as we mentioned, Zound was behind. He was trying to rush into disruptors, and as you saw, the disruptor was on the way. The disruptor was in production, and it barely did not pop out. The game ended just before disruptors hit the field. That was the big Hail Mary play there for Zound. Really nice positioning for Classic to be able to dive into the natural, set up those stasis traps at the natural base as well at the entrance to slow down, to deter any kind of engagement, and to give Classic a better fight. GG. Really impressive play there by Classic. But winding it back, all of this came down to the harass, right? It all came down to the harass. It all came down to how much damage was dealt early on because the Oracles, the Oracle harass and the, I was going to say the Adept harass, not really, just mainly the Oracle harass. The Oracles were excellent there for Classic. They gave him that lead and they led into this kind of game state. It also forced Zound to make the decisions that he did, to take the risks that he did because he was in a rough position. And GG, well played. With that, Classic takes a lead. Now we're jumping into game number 2.
He was thinking about the 3rd and the 4th base as the point of contention, especially after that stasis trap caught 7 stalkers.
Right, yeah.
Classic just kind of pulled the rug out from under him, going headfirst into the natural expansion, not even just skipping the main juicy bases.
Yeah, really well played by Classic. I think if those 7 workers don't go down, I think this game looks completely different.
Yeah.
Because Classic was able to get his 3rd and 4th.
So they got there in the end, and again, they're emphasizing the worker damage. Like, that's really what it came down to, is the worker damage. That's often the case when it comes to mirror matchups. I say often, not all the times. TVT is a little bit different because TVT is very positional based, and you can be down 20-30 supply and still outposition your opponent with your tanks and still take a better fight. So TVT is its own kind of like beast. But when it comes to ZVZ and PvP, I mean, especially PvP, like these early leads, they can just snowball out of control.
I'm excited to go there.
Here we go. Game 2 is going to be Magnetic North.
We didn't really get a chance to see Evil Heart too much in the group stages because, you know, best of 3s, players get a lot of vetoes, but as the series go, it's a best of 5s and best of 7s. Suddenly that map pool gets a little bit more crazy, Sturgeon.
Yeah, you got to let in something that you potentially don't want, right? You can't veto every single map that you don't like. And we do see some really aggressive games on that, so I'm looking forward to that. I think yesterday, who was it? Reynor played against, was it Classic, I think? And he did like an Adept all-in on this map. The rush distance is just so short, so those do hit super hard. I think right now, we have a mouse issue for Classic, so we're just...
So discussing the maps a little bit here. Up next is Magnetic North. We've casted plenty of times on that map. It is a more aggressive map. A more aggressive map does have a high yield gas base in the corner as well, has a more accessible 3rd, and has a more accessible area in between the natural and 3rd base. So we often do see a lot of all-ins, but in a mirror matchup, it's a little bit different here. We'll see if anyone does go for a proxy. We'll see if Classic feels the need to go for a proxy. He's known for these cheeses. He's known for these all-ins in the PvP matchup, so this would be a decent map for him to really embrace that. I say that there is a ramp coming into the natural, so my apologies. There's a ramp coming into the natural on Magnetic North, so I would say it is more defensive. It is safer early on in the game, so we might see some economic openers, and we could even head towards Phoenix Wars. There's potential. For now, they're going over the bracket itself. As we mentioned before, we're currently in the losers bracket. Hold on, we can maybe zoom in. There we go. Okay, we'll figure that out. But yeah, we do have the bracket currently here. As you can see, we have herO versus Reynor, Maru versus Max in the upper bracket. Those matches will be played on later tonight. For now, we're focusing on the lower bracket. We have Zound versus Classic, and of course, Shin versus Trigger. We're here to determine who's going to be the first eliminated from the playoffs, as it looks like we're jumping into our game. Huh.
We have Classic as the blue Protoss in the top right, and Zound as the red Protoss in the bottom left.
Yeah, Magnetic North. I think this might be the first time that I'm ever casting on this map.
Really?
I'm quite sure that we've had a couple games played so far here on Magnetic North in the RSL, but I certainly haven't been casting them as Magnetic North. One of the new maps in the pool, also a new map that has this high ground natural expansion. There's 3 tiers. If you think about the
it's good that he just brought it up. It is important in PvP to have this high ground expansion.
Below that we go down to tier 0, and so having this kind of high ground expansion in PvP matters a lot because it means that you can do the wall that both players are doing right now, where you secure the natural expansion as opposed to the main base ramp.
Yeah, absolutely. So that means that expand builds become, a lot more prevalent. Down here, just asking Classic if he has any lag, and Classic says doesn't feel like there's any lag right now. Just keep you guys updated. But
oh,
yeah,
yo, shout out to Sturgeon with the translations. Okay. Yo, if you can translate, can we interview? That's also one of the big criticisms we have for RSL is that, hey, they're putting together this event. They're in Korea as well. They speak Korean. It would be nice to have winners interviews for these matches. So a bit of it feels bad, man. Maybe for season 4, maybe. Smudge, might be smudge. Hopefully for the offline event at least, they're able to have some interviews. But regardless, we're getting to our PvP. Echoing what they said, it is very important to take note of the fact that there is a ramp coming into the natural, leads for more economic openers, can sometimes lead into Phoenix Wars as well. As you can see here, Zaun having a really hard time expanding though.
That's actually, it doesn't seem like a huge difference. Okay, Nexus
it is
core
huge.
or core Nexus, but like you get to make probes quicker, you get your next Chrono online quicker. It all starts to add up. These things can make a difference as as the game goes on. We'll have to see how that plays out, but small, minute little victory here for Classic, I would say.
Wow, and Zaun's not going for the expansion.
He says minute victory. I would say it's a big victory here even. And Zaun is committing here to the shield battery rush.
They're only going to be completing with about half energy. They do start with less, so they're not going to have quite the same amount of punch.
See, Classic is focusing down that pylon.
And every shield battery that you see going down, so far there's only these 2 right now by the 7X core that doesn't have the energy bar. Those are Classic shield batteries. It's very hard to tell
What
in a situation like this.
Dude, the colors are so similar. I don't know what's going on right now.
The Zell gets caught. Okay. Kills one. Just barely. Big win there for Zaun.
Did not finish in time to save Classic's Zealot. So instead, Zaun right now with his Zealot and a probe able to get some damage done on these structures. But these are high HP structures. The pylon that is
God, there's
right
what 6 shield batteries on the way for Zaun? Jesus.
So instead he's going to be going for the gateway here on the north side. Stargate is getting started here for Classic as even more shield batteries are coming in. A lot of these are Zaun's. A couple of them are Classics. Keep in mind, Classic also does have energy recharge available. And with these
this is Zaun has 5, I believe Classic has 4.
There's no shield battery coverage.
No, yeah, that is 6 for Zaun. Jesus.
It's all by the core.
Yeah, that one Adept almost actually died there. Sorry, my Zerg brain just exploded.
No, it's okay. You're going to be fine, Sturgeon. It's the dark side of PvP.
Is this a cannon rush in PvP? Is this what it... Yeah, you can't make cannons, so you do this. Again, we do see the Stargate coming down on the back of this. This is insane right now. Classic looks like he's hanging in there somehow, though. These Adepts haven't gone down.
Yeah, Classic using the shade to kind of... Oh, for a second I thought he was clogging up the entrance, but still it is fully walled in with these 2 pylons right now. Zaun is getting to work on Classic's pylon.
Oh, that is Narcissus pylon! Oh no! The pylon!
Oh, he's healing it with a shield battery, though.
Yeah,
those shield batteries.
That's the only pylon for Classic. That's a slip up on him. Okay, just not finishing more. Thank God.
Is that really just the first Oracle coming in right now? If it is, that is woefully late. I think it really is. Oh, this is a chaotic game number 2. Even more structures getting warped in. I think another pylon here for Classic to try and power the 7X core and the gateway there on the low ground. On the bottom side, I should say. And finally, Zaun has broken in. It is 4 Adepts and a Zealot.
Yeah, he makes it through.
Adepts,
that's what he needed. So the thing here, once Adepts make it through, now they can go for economic damage. They're going for the probes. You can see 4 or 5 probes going down. The Oracle has arrived, but we can shade into the main base mineral line, and Classic is vulnerable in that mineral line.
Yeah, it's very tempting to shade into the main there, but then you're unprotected, right? You don't have your shield batteries, so the Oracle
True, shield batteries. He can just go for the pylons.
If you ever clean this up as Classic, you're on 2 Nexus, right?
He's just draining the energy on the Oracle.
There's an Oracle in the main base of Classic right now.
Yeah, that's going to be game.
Just went down, so a lot more probes
that's so much damage. 12 probes.
The Adepts also made it all the way into the main base. Phoenix did finish in time for Classic to clean that up, but 12 workers going down. It is now 27 probes for Zaun to 18 for Classic, and behind it, Zaun is now going for an expansion, and he's getting even more probes.
This is insane. 15 already. He's almost double the worker count is Zaun. The Oracle will go down eventually here, but it doesn't matter. They did their job. These Adepts still running around in the natural. Not sure how many shield batteries are remaining here. He's trying to pick off any of Classics that he can. But I think this has gone amazingly well for Zound so far.
Yeah, Classic is in a very...
Yeah, once the Adepts broke through the wall, that was game, essentially. Because that meant, okay, now you can't stop the Adepts from actually dealing economic damage. And this is critical damage. Critical damage at this point. 2 more Adepts getting into main base. Again, winding it back, we didn't really get to discuss it because everything was happening, but this is a common response here to a low ground expansion. We've seen this kind of play. We've seen Shield Battery versus Shield Battery between Classic and MaxPax, MaxPax and herO. Amongst all the top Protoss players, this is something that can occur. And again, Zound in the end was able to just excel, was able to break through. We had a really chaotic response at a Classic, a really chaotic and really inefficient response. Again, he was stuck with only 1 pylon powering everything, so he had to scramble for more pylons. The SimCity was working against him. He couldn't stop additional shield batteries.
Nothing to play with. When he spots these Phoenix, he's probably gonna call GG because that is a lot of workers right now in Zound's natural expansion.
Yeah, with defense advantage Zound, he wins the fight.
The Oracle's gonna get cleaned up. Zound even micro
takes control of this guy.
Injured Phoenix will keep it alive. And man, props to Classic for not tapping out. I would have been gone. I would be like, all right, go next game, but he's going to play it through. Still, though, the writing, it just feels like it's on the wall. And I don't mean to be anti-hype here, but especially in a Phoenix versus Phoenix war where it is so much about the eco.
Right.
It's just
stated the player thing. You see it a lot in Home Story Cup where I mean it is clear that Zound, he should win this game, but like you call it and then the player doesn't leave and it's like, oh. Did the player thing.
Canceled Warpgate on the core to get money for the Stargate units. That is a possibility here for Classic. We'll see once it finally gets powered back up.
Yeah.
But from here, Zound, he has 2 Stargates going into mass Phoenix production. He's getting a 3rd base as well. Zound still has a better economy, better production, and there shouldn't really be a way for Classic to recover in this game. Now, Classic just went for a Twilight Council, so Twilight Council in towards either Blink or into DTs. There it is. It's going to be a Dark Shrine. This is a massive Hail Mary play. Technically, this could work. Technically.
He won't be able to warp it in. Does he realize that he doesn't have warp gate? I don't think he knows yet. He hasn't even started it.
It's been a chaotic game.
Oh my god, that's
Classic right now is
funny.
playing Brood War, okay? This is like SC Evo.
The thing is with the Phoenix, you often just can fly around the whole base and see exactly what's happening, right? When you have the Phoenix lead. Man, so there's a high chance he gets scouted. He's even going for a fleet beacon here, so there's no way he can ever lose the Phoenix War. But
I really want this Dark Shrine to go unscouted and just to watch Classic's face when he has to start start training a DT in these gateways, because I haven't seen him build a gateway unit in quite a while. It's just been these Phoenix. He's kind of trying to make Phoenix, I think, is a red herring right now for Zound, where he's like, oh, look at me, I'm still going into Phoenix production. No way do I have
more gates on the way. So Classic, he's just, especially because the early game has been so chaotic, he just hasn't noticed that he didn't research warp gate, right? So no warp gates.
Because the Dark Shrine's about to be done. He's banking the gas. He's got the minerals. Dark Shrine maybe 5 seconds away from completion.
So he's down. He's pylon blocking, making sure there's no expansion.
Invested on the ground. He's pylon blocking
Here they come.
potential third base locations.
He's making 2 of them out of the gateway.
There's not even a reaction from Classic. Like, I was expecting a look of surprise, but no, he's just training the DTs.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing.
Blink. Now it's DT Blink before Warpgate.
DT Blink. This game just got insane. All part of the plan, says Classic. That's exactly what I wanted to do. He's adding so many gates right now. Can he even afford to make stuff out of all of them? There's 4 DTs making it at a time right now.
That's so many.
Jeez, that's so many
finally
Phoenixes.
Now adding Warp Gate in.
This is a ludicrous amount of Phoenix.
I mean,
they're getting trained 3 at a time. If you see how fast that Stalker got taken out, Surgeon? It almost got one shot by those Phoenix. That was crazy.
Oh, these Phoenix.
Nice counter attack by Classic. He's going to get a lot of damage done. Forces the recall.
Oh, this is so smart. He harasses as the DTs.
But Zound, he's got oracles on the way for detection.
Don't see them as they come out, right?
No.
That's an ambitious recall. I guess a couple of Phoenix will survive there for Classic.
I think he doesn't care about the Phoenix anymore. I think it's all about the DTs now, right? Like, if these can hit with no detection.
There's a full wall.
Now they're hitting the walls, so Classic, Zound does know, excuse me. The question is, can he get his detection in time? 1 Oracle is out in time, so we'll have a revelation for these. It would be nice if he could split
there's
them up.
revelation.
Oh, not going to happen, though.
No, and Zound caught wind of this very early. He started the Oracles before he even spotted the DT tech. He was thinking, okay, what is the one thing I can lose to in this situations? I guess it's DTs.
Right.
I'll proactively make a couple of Oracles. And now it's just a slaughter of probes here.
Yeah, there's nothing to contend these Phoenixes whatsoever. Going for the Forge so you can make cannons for just reliable detection, right? These DTs are getting in the mineral line here, going to start to pick off a few probes.
They're doing what they can.
The Oracle and Phoenix combo will clean up that one. I mean, Classic is Omega dead, let's just say it. But like,
hey, I said that 4 minutes ago, and he hasn't tapped out. He's taking the third base now. The DT's cleared it up. It looks like one of my co-op builds where I warp in the 2 DTs is.
Yo, we got Void Rays on the way.
Name in the co-op. Anyway, the one that has a DT warp in. That's how you clear the expansion, man. You got to kill those rocks pretty quickly, right? And that's basically what Classic is doing right now here on Mid North. He uses the DTs.
Yo, Tempest on the
so
way.
He can even build this Nexus.
Estes out.
Triple Tempest right now.
Yeah, this is, man. This is a wild game. It is 30 probes to 57.
Yeah.
Classic has no right being in this game right now, but he isn't
whatsoever.
tapping out. And hey, there actually is a problem for Zound to deal with right now. Phoenix, they cannot lift up Archon, so.
Yeah. Too thick.
Yeah, that's true. When the Tempest come out, he'll be able to
Gets
deal
an
with them.
Archon. That's where you get the
Right
Void
now,
Ray.
they're actually doing quite a bit of damage here. I mean,
It's 48 supply to 115, but Classic is still making Zound work for it. This is like mental warfare right now that Classic is doing to Zound, because Zound knows that this game is basically over. He's killing Archons with Tempest. Finally, GG is called. But you know what? In a best of 5 series, I really respect this coming in from Classic. He might have basically been dead 5 or 6 minutes ago, but he goes for these plays where it's like, well, the one thing, it's a 1% chance, but I'll go for it.
Yeah.
I'll go for these DTs.
Yeah, as we mentioned, like, despite him being in a really rough position, there were, like, opportunities to win the game. If, for example, there were no Oracles on the way, if Zound was if he had failed to scout that there were DTs, then technically they can wreak havoc, deal economic damage, force mistakes out of Zound. Like, there are ways to recover in that game, but GG. GG well played. With that, we're now tied up 1-1, and we're going all the way to game number 3, and we'll see who will take a lead in this series. We're tied up at the moment, and we're about to load into Evil Heart. Now, Evil Heart, I believe, is a map that was also in the TLMC 21 map pool. Is a very small map, shorter rush distance by ground. Aggression is favored on Evil Heart, but in the mirror matchup in PvP, that doesn't really mean as much just because of the warping mechanic. So it can be a large map, a small map. Aggression is still going to be viable there. So we'll see how our players do open up. Likewise, I'm less familiar with Evil Heart, so I don't know if there's a ramp coming into the natural. If there isn't, then of course that's also going to be a factor as well when it comes to how much damage you can deal, what you can get done. We'll see. We shall see.
All sorts of privileges such as replay packs, voting rights onto the maps. You get discounts on Tasteless TV merch. You can also vote for players to come in every season. It goes without saying that RSL Revival.
Otherwise, it looks like they're going to be cutting to a break. They usually, if they do tie up 1-1, I think after the first 2 games they go for a break mid-series. So we'll be back soon. Be back soon here with the rest of the series, with the rest of Zound versus Classic.
Whatever you can do, we appreciate it. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, this best of 5 is going to continue.
welcome back everyone, welcome back to another, to the RSL Revival Soccer League Season 3 2025 Playoffs Day number 2 co-stream. Again, shout out to State and Sturgeon for covering the main stream. We are here to co-stream. The way this works is it's almost like a react stream, think of it that way. We have permission to react stream to the casters themselves and to the events transpiring before us. Let's go. Let us go. Women's series are tied up 1-1 between Zan and Classic, and we're jumping into game number 3. Game 3 is going to be on Evil Heart. That's the most exciting thing here, is that they're going to be featuring a map that is otherwise unique to RSL, right? So Evil Heart did not make it through the TLMC voting process, did not make it into the ladder, but is still being incorporated here by the RSL. So it's really cool to see that they're using some newer, otherwise unseen maps in other tournaments. Downside is they're still using some of the older maps as well, like Tokamak, like Persephone. So it's a bit of a give and take. Bit of a give and take. Regardless, our players are getting ready here for us. And again, so far we're tied up 1-1. Zan was able to tie things up with a very cheeky game in game 2 by going for the shield battery rush. But that was only because of the high ground expand. Yo, Classic, are we sipping on some bourbon? What's going on? Did you see that? Oh my god, Classic, calm down. Jeez, I don't think I've seen that before. But Classic, he just sipped from a whiskey glass. Okay, Pappy. Okay, he likes it neat, Pappy. He likes it neat. Yo, just taking that edge off. Now we know Classic. He's a classy guy, Pappy. He's a classy guy. Let's go. Jesus. It looks a little bit too clear for whiskey. It was a bit of a clearer shade of brown. I did notice. Where's the Maynard emote? But here we go. We're jumping in.
Tasteless carrying the torch.
As spawning in the left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss for Team Vitality. It is Zan.
Going into game number 3 now between Classic and Zan, all tied up.
In this upright, Classic.
Evil Heart here for game number 3 too. Actually, I got so caught up congratulating Tasteless, I forgot that Evil Heart's going to be the map. This is a really fun one.
Aptly named as well though. This map is evil. This is where all the evil builds come out. The dirtiest.
So very quickly, it looks like there's no ramp coming into the natural, but the rush distance by ground is very short.
You want to go for something like a 1-gate expand, you could be punished pretty hard. I mean, obviously some players will still try it, you know, but we'll have to see what they want to do here. I'm very excited to see what both players go for. We have a probe scout from Zan. Nothing on the side of Classic right now.
No scout coming in from Classic, but that's not too surprising given that he didn't go for an early probe scout in game number 1. He just scouted after the second gateway, the same way that he's doing now. And this is the scout timing you go for if you're not afraid of your opponent going for a very fast expansion. You just want to greed a little bit in terms of mining.
Yeah, absolutely. 2-gates coming down from both players. I think that's not surprising, like you said. Like 1-gate expand here can be pretty risky, pretty difficult to hold. We've got the cores coming down, double gas on both sides. Once those cores come finish up, we'll start to see the tech.
Yeah, as I'm mentioning, just typical 2-gate openers. 2-gate openers all around. We're here to find out the first units of choice, so it's going to be either double Stalker, double Adept, Stalker Sentry, Sentry Expand. We're going to have a different kind of combination here, depending on how aggressive or how defensive our players want to be. Likewise, we could even go for tech before expanding as well.
The RSL on Evil Heart have been very aggressive games.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just kind of staring at the minimap, waiting for a probe from one side to go out there and try and proxy a building somewhere. Okay, we have the first deviation here. We have Adept Stalker coming out for Zan and just double Stalker on the side of Classic right now.
I think I like the double Stalker a little bit more here just because it's the better fighting composition. And in a map where the rush distance is short as this one, I think that you really just want to have army power being a top priority here in the early game. Now, the depth 4 is down. It will give him a little.
As State is saying, double Stalker is going to win in a head-on fight. So double Stalker is the more aggressive start, as Classic can rally across the map and can even make another parry. There it is. We have a 3rd and 4th Stalker on the way. So Classic is rallying and delaying his expansion in favor of extra Stalkers. So hyper aggression out of Classic.
Stalker can kind of sometimes stop the Adept even getting to that ramp, right? And right now we do see Classic pushing down back, but the Adept's gone around. Is that the Adept down on the bottom right? Yeah, it has gone around, so okay, that's nice. That doesn't get pushed into the main.
No shield battery here, though, getting started on the low ground for Zan. There, barely gets that block off in time, so the Adept is not going to get into the main base. And Zan gets all he wants to build.
Yeah, nice reaction out of Classic. It does fully wall off back at home. He's rallying more Stalkers across the map. As you can see, the pylon's taking a couple of hits here on the low ground, and Zan is trying to hold on. He has a shield battery that's on the way.
Cross map, and he's going for a Twilight Council.
Wow, interesting. Going for double sentry as well. This could be a lot of pressure here being applied to Zaun. He does want to get down his ramp at some point, probably when the shield battery
And you can see Zaun, he can't engage without the shield battery.
Pylon, that's for sure.
Oh, the pylon!
Pylon already very low. Classic just going to confirm the kill, and that does supply block Zaun, and of course that shield battery also not going to be powered here, so...
And again, as a reminder, this is more aggressive than usual because of the rush distance, right? It takes us... Oh, nice, very nice force fields.
Will allow him to equalize the damage a little bit. Both sides losing one stalker. Zaun also is getting set up for proxy here on the top left
Dark
side.
Shrine?
Yeah, indeed. He's getting his own Twilight Council, but it's so much later than Classic. He's already started Blink right now. He has the higher Blink count. When that finishes, his micro potential is going to be insane.
Yeah, and I wonder if this is going to be a proxy Dark Shrine coming in.
There's a high chance of it
down.
being
To me, it's the
TTs.
only thing that makes sense there in the top left with probe up. Twilight Council should be finishing in just a moment. It's going to be Blink first.
Okay.
Could be both.
That may come down later. I mean, doing it with Warp Gate this game is going to be nice for Zaun. Classic didn't have
Loose
that.
Nation scouts the research.
Kind of funny. But right now the problem is the stalking.
Oh, he gets in. Oh, no.
Going to start going to work on these probes. They're pulled off the line. Nice force field traps on there, but already 3 going down. If you get 1 or 2 more, I think we'd be very happy with this.
Yeah.
Yeah, 4 probes in total going down from those 2 adepts.
So very nice damage done by Classic. He does cripple the economy. It's going to be a gateway, not a Dark Shrine. So Zaun, he is going to be hiding an extra gateway, and I believe building up to a 4-gate setup while Classic expands. Oh.
But just marginally. I think the bigger tell is going to be, or I should say the bigger deal of this gateway is the fact that Classic might be a little bit confused about how much production Zaun actually has. Usually in PvP, when you take a third base, you do it on the back of 2 gateways with constant production. You walk a very fine line, and you try to adjust based on what your opponent is doing.
Yeah, we're going for a 2-base all in.
In this case, Classic, if he goes for another scout in the main base of Zaun, he's only going to see those 2 gateways. He doesn't know about the 3rd proxied. And just a couple more stalkers here for Zaun. If Blink is done on both sides, could prove to be the difference.
So Zaun can proxy a 4th gateway and go for a 2-base 4-gate all-in. Blink is almost done. The 3rd gateway is now complete, and there it is. There's a 4th gateway. So 2-base 4-gate setup here to Zaun. Let's go.
Until Classic's 3rd base.
Now Classic, he doesn't see the extra gateways, but he does see the lack of 3rd.
So once the Immortals come online,
So Classic, he has an idea that something's wrong.
He's actually making another gateway even closer, kind of leapfrogging his way to that 3rd base.
Every gateway has been proxied, and Zaun also started that assimilator there in the vision of the Phoenix. So
did I say 4-gate? Jesus, getting up to, what, 6?
None of the production here for Zaun has been revealed except for the 2 gateways in the main base. We have 4 proxied gateways on the map right now coming in for Zaun in total. Is Classic just trying to figure out exactly what's going on? He's adding in more production of his own. He's actually cut probes because he knows his opponent's not going for a 3rd base.
Yeah, he sees there's no 3rd. He knows there's probably an all-in or at least a big timing coming right now.
Yeah, the Immortal production is going to be huge here for Classic.
The shield battery, that's what you
he needs more shield batteries.
Probe in now. Okay, we'll have to see if he can get away with that. Once the Immortal out, that's going to be a big help. But this time it's going to hit before
second
that
shield battery's on the way.
I think.
And there's a lot more stalkers here for Zaun. Guardian Shield on both sides. Shield Battery doing some work there on the back line for Classic. And I love the force field positioning too. Just trying to minimize the amount of arc these units can get.
The concave.
Not firing on both
the Immortal has arrived, and Classic is holding.
Also joining the fray.
He's holding on.
Stalker counts are equal enough that it'll be hard to focus fire down that Immortal. Zaun, he's
Oh
still
my
gonna
god.
go for it. Actually linking
dives in.
aggressively on top, but that means these Stalkers with Blink on cooldown are kind of sitting ducks here for the Stalkers of Classic.
A quack.
I say that, but it just seems like there might not be enough army for Classic to make it work.
Yeah, I think Zaun might be doing it here. He's super close. He's got
there's
so
another
many,
shield battery. There's another Immortal on the way.
Might just die and suddenly turn this
It's close.
tide of this battle in an instant.
It's going to be close.
Tank some shots. Another Immortal though with the 3 shield batteries. This Immortal could be absolutely key in this defense.
Triggers the shields.
Yeah, and the target fire from Classic was really good too. He wasn't just A-moving the Stalkers and blinking back. He was also sectioning off a couple of Stalkers and focus firing the red
he's in.
there on the back
He wants the Immortal.
Blinks in again. He's going for the one
gets 2
shot on the
Stalkers
first.
Gets the Immortal as
then
well.
He goes for the Immortal. These lower HP Stalkers, even with the smaller Stalker count that Zaun has, he can one-shot them.
Oh, nice wing control by Classic. Yeah, he's holding.
He's like making progress, but then more units warp in from both sides. It's hard to call right now.
Another Immortal arrives. There's not enough to focus on the Immortal.
Blinking on them and killing them, but then another one comes in just
nice
before
control
he can
by
kind of
Zaun.
snowball the fight in his favor.
Yeah, and now there's 5 shield batteries just constantly.
And remember, the longer this game goes on, the better it is for Classic. Classic, he's been upper base and up for full expansion the entire time.
Going for a 3rd base. The best that he was trying.
Yeah, he just had to take the edge off, Pappy. It's crazy.
Potential of Zaun doubling down on this push. He's adding in 2 more shield batteries. But Zaun, he's already pivoting and trying to get some harassment done. Blinks the natural expansion, takes 3 probes down, and then blinks out. He will lose 1 Stalker.
Yeah, Classic still sitting.
Nice
with,
cancellation.
Well, actually,
Doesn't need them.
Workers is dead even right now.
At this point, he's held. Like, he's held, he's ahead. Classic breaks out, finds one of the proxies, finds both proxies even.
He actually knows about, and that's going to take a lot of production away from Zound.
Yeah, that's huge actually. If Classic goes all the way up in the top left, because that's 3 proxied gateways in the top left corner of the map. That is so much of Zound's production. The majority of his production is outside the main base, and now Classic sees this. I know that he only threw 1 Zealot over there to begin with, but I think now that you see 3 gateways, like, wait, this is actually a very valuable location. That's 550 minerals.
Right. If you pick all that off, suddenly the production of Zound is like cut in half. He's starting to make gateways at home. I think he kind of expects this to go down. He's going to make the choice to try and save it, though. So this could be a big point of contention here.
Yeah, Classic surprisingly just standing on 3 Zealots. I really thought that he might move with more of the army just because taking 3 gateways offline.
Yeah, sounds out of position.
Very big deal in this early
Classic,
stage.
he's trying to catch the army.
You might be worried about getting counterattacked though. Like if you go all the way to the top left of the map and then Zound runs in the natural.
He finds him. He gets him.
Fight here. These
Zound has to get the hell out of here.
Onto the army. Okay, Guardian
nice snipe of the prism.
He picks off the warp prism, and the Zealots getting on top of this army. But
prism goes down. The immortals are exposed.
Force field does get that one immortal. Decides to back off and deals with a little harassment as well.
Yeah, some Zealots getting into the natural expansion from Zound, but Zound.
So overall, better pickups here by Zound. Gets the immortal, gets the warp prism. We have more proxy gateways finishing up. Zound is still behind, but he's slowly catching back up.
Might be targeting Classic's
He's getting there.
Just because the third is so heavily fortified now with shield batteries. And Classic, he's going for a 4th base, but Zound has no intention of this game going very much longer. He did buy some time to reorganize his army, to add in a lot of charge zealots as the mix, but now it's time to push back in, and he's going for the 3rd base. He's going right into the heart of the defense here.
Yeah, all the shield batteries still here. I'm not sure about this point of attack. Maybe the natural could be better.
The zealots are doing nothing.
True. Actually stuck behind the pylon and a
very nice force fields.
Weren't able to do anything for a long time there, State.
It didn't get a lot done. The force field's also creating a really big choke point, plus those shield batteries. So those sentries getting a lot of value here for Zound, but the healing from the shield batteries bought so much time there for Classic. Another blink coming in on the right side. Will be able to isolate that rallying immortal, but the gateway count here for Zound, it is really starting to thin out. The gateway unit count, I should say. And with 3 more gateways offline as well, you can see him floating a little bit of money. GG is called. And that's the kind of game that Evil Heart gives you in a PvP.
Yeah, I like it from Zound. I mean, that's the map to do that kind of play on, right? It didn't work out, unfortunately, but it makes sense on paper to be aggressive on this map. Pretty insane that he proxied so much of his production there, State.
Well, as a reminder, like winding it back, because they're talking about like the strength of a 2-base all in here, but remember, Zound was behind. Remember, Zound, he had lost a bunch of workers, he had lost momentum early on due to the Stalker aggression of Classic. Classic was ahead, Classic was getting further ahead with the 3rd base, so Zound was being cheeky, but the problem is, going for a 2-base 6-gate all-in, it does take quite late, because you have to wait for so many gateways to finish up, and even though Classic didn't scout the proxies, because he just kept checking the main base over and over again, and because it was so obvious as well, I mean, he was able to prepare in time, right? He just kept checking, no 3rd expansion, no extra tech, no extra gateways. Clearly something was across the map, something was off, and Classic was able to prepare just in time, right? Getting to his immortals, they popped out just in time, the shield barriers finishing up as well. So very clutch hold, very impressive hold there by Classic, and Zound, unfortunately, again, like he, for the most part, was kind of sniffed out when it came to what tech he was going for. So GG all played. With that, we'll see where our players do take us. And also, it was really cool to see Classic go for a 4 Stalker opener just because of the shorter map. Also makes a lot of sense. Like, he was able to gain that momentum early on as a result. But now we're jumping into Tokamak, a larger map. Well, the largest map in the map. Well, true.
Red Pronos in the top right.
Yeah, absolutely. Very interesting game, number 3 there on Evil Heart. I'm expecting to see something a little bit more kind of standard here. I think both these guys, none of these guys have gone like 1-base proxies, right? We did see the crazy shield battery rush. Curious if we'll see any kind of 2-gate proxy on this map. I think there's a lot of places to hide stuff, but neither player looking like they want to play like that in this series so far.
So,
the proxy gates, I mean, like, you know, hidden tech.
When it comes to 1-base all-ins and proxy robo and proxy gateway, Classic is known for it, and Classic is very fond of it specifically on Tokamak. As Sturgeon just said, there are a lot of locations for proxy on Tokamak because it's so big, because it's so large. So there's a high chance that would occur, but we'll see. We'll keep an eye on Classic to see if he does commit to anything across the map. Otherwise, we could see a more quote-unquote like calm early game.
Out of normal gateways without warp game. Like, I still can't get over that. I've never seen that before.
Zound is scouting top left.
Except in like some really bad ladder games.
Yeah. Blink DT.
Does Zan get a pylon? That's a prime location for a Stargate.
This might be one of the only times in StarCraft 2 professional esports history.
The probe gets in position.
Yeah, indeed. Okay, we do see a probe now going out to the top left of the map here.
And we're looking for a pylon.
That will be one to keep an eye on. There's
Yeah, eyes are on Zan. That should be a proxy Stargate. Oh, I mean, it could be a fake as well.
Look at these guys. Sneaky, sneaky probes. Both
Pick on
of
the
them making a
pylons.
pylon up here. Oh my god.
Watch them both proxy tech and the probes just run into each other straight away.
So Zan's position is for a Stargate. Classic can commit into a robo. What does he scout?
Well, the funny thing is, it's all the way down the top left corner. It might be a little bit of a race for the gateway units to get on.
Cyber goes
Get
done.
over here. Okay, well, Cybernetic score is finishing in
What's
just
it going to be
a
for
second.
Classic? Robo one base all in.
Robo here for Classic.
And Stargate from Zan.
Stargate for
All
Zan.
right. Oh, the probes are. Is it gonna happen? It's gonna happen. But
Do
take
they
it out,
notice?
They just immediately find each
Do
other.
they notice?
That's so funny.
Do they
Now
check?
you know.
Yeah.
Now both
Oh,
of them know.
Zan
They're
is
gonna
smiling.
find it for sure, I would imagine. As long as he
Oh,
goes
man.
close enough.
Yeah,
he
finds
has
the
to look for
robo.
it. I'm
Okay.
actually surprised that Classic did not finish scouting that.
Oh.
Classic didn't check.
Classic doesn't find it though, right?
Oh.
That's a little bit interesting. He is going to throw it on the pylon. Maybe now he's going to start looking. It does
Yeah,
make
Classic
sense
didn't
that
scout because he wanted to throw down the pylon to keep everything powered. But Zan has the information, right? Zan, he knows it's a one base all in. Classic, he does not know. He's not fully aware of what Zan is up to. As I mentioned, there's a reason why we brought up at the start of this game how Classic, he's known for proxy robo and one base all ins. And Classic, it looks like he will find the
Yeah,
Stargate.
as long as you find it in time, it's okay. Okay, you will get that confirmation. Even sees that it's an oracle coming out. That is good to know. And what will be the response here?
Could be a shield battery coming in here. To the main base. Stalker is going to be defending right there. And I'm imagining that the Immortal is just going to immediately run down to that Stargate and try and get
So when it comes to how these two proxies work against each other, I would say that this is going to be in favor of Classic. Classic is going to be the aggressor. He's forced to keep some supply back at home to defend against the Oracle, that is true, but after this defense, then he can focus on the aggression. Oh, was he more... Ah, it's stuck!
I mean, you sometimes want it anyway, right? But that is, very painful. They're rallied behind the gateway
Oh, no,
behind
he's
the
trapped.
robo, sorry, somehow.
Look, it happens to all of us. It even happens to Classic. We've all been there.
We all feel a bit better now. If it even happens to Classic.
I certainly do. I certainly do. Even the RSL back-to-back champion,
The two-time.
the two-time, rallies his Immortals into a cage of his own making.
Okay, we'll be able to finally take out this pylon now. That's a nice pick-off, at least.
Now you can see that Zan is going for his own robo for his own Immortal production to survive the all-in.
Looking at the wall in there for Zan, he actually completely walled himself in with his shield battery. So he's fully committing, I think, to the one-base play here. He's going for the row himself here in the main.
So he's going to ferry himself out with the War Prism. We'll make an Immortal first.
They both walled themselves in.
this is
real
such a
Kronos
funny
in
series,
PvP.
man.
I want to send this into Hearthstone in terms of like guess the MMR.
I mean, walling yourself in makes a lot of sense. Like, just because it denies any kind of adept shades.
Or it's like Silver League.
I actually really want to see what Hearthstone's guess would be, because we had the Immortal get caught in the cage, both players walling themselves into their main base by 4 minutes. Oh, I'm so curious. Somebody please do that. I want to find out.
Nice force field.
Okay,
Gets
that
one.
Stalker trap there. The shield actually tries to save it, but the Immortal DPS will take it out.
Like the walling was intentional. Like, I don't...
Force fields go down on both sides. This army from Classic is trying to get in, going to take out another gateway here.
Yeah, already able to take down a lot of infrastructure, plus that one Stalker, as the robot is not quite fast enough to come online here for Zan. He is going for a Warp Prism of his own, start microing.
Yeah.
So if I try to break his way through, there's that one Immortal for Zan.
You don't have a Warp Prism in this kind of mirror battle.
Yeah, you're able to save your units, reposition.
God, the force fields have been
pick them up
crazy.
Over the force field just gives you so much maneuver.
Now to 3 Immortals.
As a Protoss player, finally his Warp Prism is online, so he can start juggling his units. 3 units being warped in right now. Maybe a moment of weakness. He tried to get that Immortal.
It's low on HP, but I think with 3 Immortals here for Classic and the second Immortal for Zan, maybe halfway done. It's a bit of a tricky position. Still, it's tough to push up this ramp, isn't it?
Yeah, the force field's doing work for now. You may eventually run out of force fields. I mean, you do have energy recharge, of course. We'll have to see if that is the case. One Sentry may go down here right away. Nice pick off there. But the Army of Classic gets up the ramp finally. Going to start taking out the units of Zan here. So much for the blue Protoss.
And there's barely anything here for Zan. I mean, Zan, he does have a second Immortal himself, but now there's another Immortal coming in. Oh, no! Oh, who is it? Wait, is it us? No! It's us. Okay, our internet should be stabilizing. Should be.
right now.
There we go.
So many immortals here for Classic.
Yeah,
Now takes his hand off the
GG.
keyboard. GG is called, and Classic is going to survive this elimination match in the lower bracket. The reigning champion is not yet out. For Zound, his RSL Season 3 story ends here.
GG, well played. A little bit unfortunate that we did have some latency issues at the very end of the game, so I do apologize. But GG, Classic, he will take the series. Again, Classic did have the advantage. We were trying to emphasize that earlier. When you go for Proxy Stargate versus Proxy Robo, the Proxy Robo player has the advantage. The reasoning for this, I don't think we get to explain it. But it's because the Stargate that you invested in early on isn't at home, so you can't actually reinforce, right? It got depowered. Otherwise, the defending player would have access to a Phoenix, to a Void Ray, to help defend, to help zone away the Warp Prism, and to maintain air control, to get into those Immortals themselves. That's how we've seen a player like MaxSpec, for example, maintain a defense while opening up Stargate. So with it being proxied, it means that you're behind, right? You're behind tech-wise, you invest into a building, you invest into tech that doesn't pay for itself, that doesn't manage to achieve anything, and doesn't help you in surviving the all-in that's coming your way. I technically did get an Oracle. The Oracle got a stasis off. It caught 2 probes, true, but that's really not much, and GG. GG, well played. With that, congratulations. Classic advances on Zound. He is out of the tournament. He's knocked out, and we are getting ready for our next series. It's going to be another best of 5 between Shin and Trigger, a ZVP. Let's go. Let us go. So we're going to be jumping into that second series. Remember, there's 4 series tonight in total, 4 best of 5s, and this will be our second best of 5 of the broadcast. Let's go. Let us go. We're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have that Zerg versus Protoss matchup, so we'll see you soon after the break. See you soon, Pappy. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the RSL 2025 Revival StarCraft League Season 3 Playoffs Day number 2. We just wrapped up with our PvP with Down versus Classic, and they once again have sort of he's going to be jumping on as a guest commentator for the Zerg matchups. I do appreciate it. He does have a lot of knowledge. He's very analytical as well, and he does add a lot to the overall broadcast. So I do appreciate that they do bring on. I will say that he's a little bit soft-spoken, and I do hope that they can bump up on the mic. I know that he's much lower when it comes to the other casters, so hopefully they can adjust that when it comes to their overall production side of things. But here we go, we're jumping into our best of 5. Vitas are done. Game 1 is going to be Magnetic North, followed by Maganatha, Winter Madness, Tokamak, and Celestial Enclave. Ooh, that's a lot of big maps, a lot of large maps. Aside from Game 1, I would say that Maganatha, Winter Madness, Tokamak, and Celestial Enclave are all massive maps in their own right. A lot of them are very defensive as well, especially the Center 3. So I'm curious to see how Shin is going to approach Trigger. I would expect him to want to avoid some of these larger and more defensive maps, but we'll get there. Up first, we have Magnetic North. We do expect to see an all-in. Magnetic North all-ins are favored. I'm referring to 3-base all-ins. 3-base all-ins are very standard on Magnetic North, so we're leading towards Shin embracing a more aggressive style on that map. We'll see if Trigger can survive that aggression. Trigger, I will say that he will excel in the mid game, in the mid to late game. I do think that he has a lot of potential on some of the other more defensive maps to build up to that point, but here on Magnetic North, things can get chaotic, and it's going to be up to Trigger to embrace that chaos as well. It's not going to be easy. Best of luck. Best of luck, man. Best of luck.
Whereas Shin, we all know, he loves to get aggressive himself. The Hydraling Bane patch is a blessing for this guy because he wants to bring the fight to you any way he can. As game number 1 is loading in, we have Trigger, the blue Protoss, spawning here in the top right. Shin, the red Zerg in the bottom left. To start this best of 5. Again, an elimination match in the lower bracket of RSL.
Shin Fueva Gaming, Trigger for Basilisk was going to be settling in. And again, welcome one and all once again to Magnetic North. As I mentioned before, Magnetic North does have a very open 3rd base, has a very open 4th base, and has an open area in between the 3rd and natural. So we've seen a lot of German taxis. A lot of Ling Bane Hydra all-ins, a lot of Ling Hydra all-ins, a lot of lair tech play from the Zerg.
The game right now here for Protoss, and so it's no surprise that he really wants to lean heavily on that strength because you can get a lot of value. You know, MaxPax is another one of these Protoss players who you watch him play and you sometimes forget which year it is. It kind of looks like herO back when he was revolutionizing PvZ with his Oracle Blinkstalker play. Yeah, MaxPax, he's definitely got the mechanics to still make that work. Trigger's another one of those players who absolutely can play that style still.
Yeah, and the style is so good because you can be so reactive. You can play it in so many different ways. You can play it very transitional. You can play it very aggressive. So like you have a lot of options, and it also is very safe, right? Having Blink Stalkers and Shield Batteries and Oracles when you're getting hit by something like a Ravager roll-in or something like that, it's very, very good tools to have, right?
Oh, absolutely. By the way, what do you think about this map here, Magnetic North?
It's very interesting with the rich gas bases in the middle, whereas usually when you have bases like this, they're either like very forward like they are here, or they're like somewhere in the back somewhere, right?
Yeah.
But on this map, they're so far forward, and it's so exposed, right? Because you're expanding on the other side from the minerals, and the minerals are exposed to the opponent's side. So I'm not sure if these guys are gonna actually go for this. There's always some potential for some like weird, you know, like 3rd hatch on the rich gas base and go for like a Ravager.
So I will say that when it comes to the high yield gases, if you remember, because we've casted a lot on this map, there used to be a more aggressive 3rd base which allowed for high yield gases that were often taken, and we actually casted Shin beat herO in this map with an all-in fueled by the high yield gas geyser, but that was removed. That was removed from the map, so there was an update made to the map. The creator felt like it was a little bit too powerful, a little bit too strong, and they did move the high yield gas base to the corner expansion instead. So as a result, we have seen less of those kind of plays and those kind of all-ins, but we still see all-ins regardless, just not emphasizing on the high yield gas geyser base. He was talking about the more exposed expansion in the center, but again, it's more exposed. We don't see players take it.
So far, everything looking very standard. Trigger going for the 2 adept into the target opener. We see the 3rd queen before 3rd hatch for Shin, which has kind of become the new standard in this matchup, where it just allows you to have that 3rd queen out a little bit faster, which more safety versus the oracles. Also, like your follow-up timings, the 3rd or the 4th and the 5th queen are a little bit more timely when it comes to dealing with the oracle follow-ups and so on. It's just a very, very solid opener.
A couple of Lings got in the natural expansion here of Trigger, so some mining time lost, but with the second adept finishing up, he should be able to clean this up. I like the Ling split here from Shin, just trying to get as much damage done as he possibly can. Caused some problems over there on Shin's side. Is our wonderful observer Mapu pointing out the income advantage that Shin earned for himself for at least a couple of seconds there.
Yeah, you gotta take what you can get, right? So yeah, nothing out of the ordinary yet. Everything looks super, super standard. First Orco is about to come out. So we'll expect Trigger to just secure the third here and then try to head across the map to actually see if he can find some drone kills here and there.
Yeah, the big moment of deviation that we're waiting for is whether or not Trigger gets early tech. For now, he's going Stargate into a third. We're waiting to see the Twilight Council timing from Trigger. We're expecting Shin to just drone up until 3 bases. We'll see if Shin throws down a safety Roach Warrant or not, or if he goes for an early Eva Chamber or not. So right now, we're just waiting for tech choices from 2 players.
Usually it's Twilight Council and a Forge as a follow-up for this, but since we've had the patch and then the hotfix, which nerfed Storm a little bit more after the patch because honestly it was very overtuned in the initial reworking. We've had some Protoss players lean more heavily into Colossus-based timings. We've had some players go into Mothership really quickly instead of Storm, and then you get players like MaxPax who just kind of do the tried and true Storm openings a bunch still regardless. But I wonder what the choice will be here from Trigger. I haven't seen too many of his PVZs lately. Although on Shin's side of things, he might not even give Trigger very much of an option because he's adding in the Roach Warren, a couple more gas geysers, the lair is getting started. He might be pretty aggro early.
Yeah, this Roach Warren was a little bit puzzling for me because he's got a full scout, right, and he's on the third base timing and everything. And it's quite an early Roach Warren for this kind of game.
Yeah.
And the lair coming as well. I'm wondering if maybe this can be something like a Roach Queen all-in when he brings the Dropper Lord maybe potentially.
Yeah,
or
yeah.
it could just be
Like we did mention that German taxes are very common on Magnetic North. Trigger is going for a standard build, going into a Twilight Council and a Forge for +1 and Blink. So standard play at a Trigger. From Shin, our eyes are on him to see if he starts up Overlord speed. The Evo Chamber tells us that most likely Shin is building up towards a longer and later game.
Coming in here for Trigger as he's adding gateways number 3, 4, and 5 right now. They're on the production tab. Is he going to stop there and then tech up more, or will he just continue to add on the gateways? For now, it looks like he's continuing to add on the gateways. Another gets thrown down, so 6 full gateways of production up for him.
Yeah, a little bit different from what we've seen from Classic yesterday, where Classic really liked to go like the same opener, but then just go into the much faster Templar Archives, get towards Storms a lot quicker. He's still getting the Templar Archives here, but with this number of gateways, I expect him to at least warp in a couple of Stalkers. Or he could just up to, save them. But usually if they do that, they would like to have the Templar Archives a little bit quicker, so just to have the Storm timing coming in a little bit faster.
Yeah, for sure. Especially with how powerful Ling Hydra Bane compositions have been so far.
So behind this Shin, he is investing into Roach speed, so he's going into Roach Hydra, +1 ranges on the way. He is getting a 4th base. For now, just for Lava. We'll see if Shin does drone up his 4th, or if he commits on 3 expansions.
5 and 6 coming in now for Trigger, so that Templar Archives will be flush with gas in a moment. Storm probably going to be starting very early. I don't think we're going to see a lot of Archon play here early on for Trigger, as this Templar Archives is late enough as it is, and yeah, it's going to be Storm straight away.
Yeah, this Hydra's already coming in line for Shin, which is very nice, obviously. Like when you're playing versus a Blink to Storm composition, you don't really want to go Roaches unless you're planning on doing something very aggressive. In this case, he's just going straight into the Hydras. We'll see if he opts to just go for like a Hydra Roach timing here, or if he's actually gonna start droning again. So far, he's just making Hydras on 6 to 7 drones. So it kind of looks like he wants to hit like a Roach Hydra +1 timing here potentially.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards what sort of is saying here. Because of the earlier Roach Warren, because it's making Roaches period, it does look like Shin wants to be aggressive, right? Otherwise, you do want to skip Roaches. Roaches that don't really scale too well into a longer game. Otherwise, we could be seeing Shin taking gases and going for a Hive and taking up into Lurkers. But because I'm not seeing any of that, it should just be one big push here from Shin. And you can already see the supply disparity. To be fair, that is inflated supply because of the Roaches, but this is going to hit quite hard in favor of Shin.
They take a little bit longer to build, and then you make the cheaper, quicker Roaches to just make your timing line up a bit more smooth, right? And then maybe he'll make some links as he actually starts moving out. But I highly expect him to just try to attack here, because you can't really just sit here and let Trigger build up a high Templar count and Immortals coming online eventually and so on, right? You kind of need to hit the timing here. So the initial wave will be very important, because the initial storms will be very limited, right? It will be maybe 3, 4, 5 storms, and if you can...
Also, just realized that our overlays were covering the player cams. My apologies. My apologies.
Well, it's actually a lot of Templar. I think he's been energy recharging them too. Yeah. They are quite loaded here. Trigger and Shin meeting themselves in the the middle of the map right now. Already 2 storms.
2
going
storms so
down,
far. I believe that was
Shin
6
is
High
gonna be
Templar in
sectioning
total.
off a lot of roaches and lings to go for the 4th base. I think this is likely going to guarantee a cancel here as the shield.
Yeah, Trigger's out of position. 4th base going to go down.
Trigger's just going to try and hold on here on 3 bases. Shin, he is not stopping. He wants more than the 4th base. He's queuing up 12 more roaches, starting +2 range attack as well.
Yeah, he still needs to get more down here, right? Like the Trigger's army is still very, very strong if you give it time to get more energy, get more Templars.
And we spoke earlier how open this 3rd base is. You can see he's on the low ground. He's knocking down those rocks to increase the surface area, to increase the concave for Shin.
His army isn't going to get very much better.
We're going to need a lot of storms.
Rallying across the map, but that's basically it. So
That's
he
a
wants to
first.
get as much damage done right here and right now. But this angle is pretty good for the storms.
It's going to be 3 storms.
This
is what? Oh, that was the final storm.
Yeah, very good spread from Shin here.
That's all he had
The initial
left.
Storm's not super effective, and Shin is still maxed out.
That's all he had.
Trigger is slowly dropping in supply, but more importantly, having way less Templar energy.
Yeah.
And he's in the last couple of storms.
Okay, so 1 left.
Yeah, looks like we have
There's the
about
energy
3 storms
overcharge.
left right here for Trigger. Energy recharge is going to be in the cards here in just a moment. Ooh, blink forward to isolate a couple of those Hydras there on the right side. The shield battery now out of energy.
Shin has done it.
Immortals on the front line absorbing the brunt of the damage, although one of them looks like it's getting very low.
Again, Shinny baited out the storms, and the map itself just works against Trigger. We do have more rattling in. That's the final High Templar morphing into Archons.
And it seems like just barely Protoss is going to survive. That's an ambitious blink forward, though.
Oh.
Yeah, he wants to catch any stagger units before the reinforcements actually can catch
Okay.
up. Does manage to catch a couple of...
Trigger is holding on, but is he overextending?
More time here to actually get storms online. He is chasing though quite far out.
Yeah, he is going to lose the Immortal, or I say that, it got protected by the vision blockers there for just a moment, but still very efficient trade for Trigger.
Okay.
Yeah. Just blinking back the injured Stalkers, dodging some of those projectiles, and it seems like he really wants to usher Shin back to his side of the map as he secures the 4th base.
Yeah, with Trigger running into storms, I thought that was it. I thought that was the moment that Shin would break the 3rd, but no, Trigger, he barely had enough Stalkers, had the Immortal as well.
And Trigger is just happier to buy time with his targets, right? As long as he doesn't lose too many. Keeping Shin back and just getting more time, getting more cannons, batteries, Immortals, High Templars, all very good things for Trigger here.
Yeah, and Shigger, I don't know why I keep combining the names of players these past couple of days, but Shin,
It happens,
Shin, what I
it
meant
happens.
to say, he is going for Hydralisks right now. He's building a little bit more of an expensive composition. The first wave was very roach heavy. We had a ton of roaches added into the mix. This time it's mostly Hydras and Lings that are going to be streaming across the map, but I feel like the initial push coming in from Shin was the one that was likely going to get the most damage done, although he is going to force a recall here on this 4th.
Yeah, like usually when you go for these sort of timings, the first initial push is always the strongest one, right? Because Protoss more upgrades comes in, they get more energy on their units.
Oh, the High Templar. Does he catch him? Oh, he gets 3. Maybe? Yeah, we go. There we go.
These Templar, though, those storms not getting too much damage done, and the Archon will get cleaned up very quickly there by Shin. There isn't a lot of splash damage left here in the army of Trigger. 5 more Templar getting warped in. I think some of these have enough energy. This might be 3 or 4 storms in total.
It looks like 3 storms.
Yeah, I feel like Trigger needs to be a little bit careful.
There's 1.
Like the last timing is probably dangerous for him. Like as long as he has Templar energy.
There's 2. There's 3. Oh, a little bit Trigger happy.
1 or 2 storms left right now, though, borrowing an energy recharge, and that's a very good one.
That gets caught out. Does pull away in time.
After that, a lot of Protoss units actually taking damage as now Shin actually focus firing down the Templar. There's only 1 high Templar remaining with 75 energy, so there's 1 more storm here for Trigger, but the Protoss army, it's really starting to dwindle in supply. The 4th base got canceled.
Trigger,
again,
can he hold on?
Off screen by this squadron of roaches and hydras. And Trigger, it looked like he was getting very close to stabilizing, but Shin just toppled him.
Yeah, it feels like Trigger was a little bit unsure of how all in actually Shin was, right? Being out on the map this much. That being said, though, he's still trading very decent here in the last couple of skirmishes here with the Stalkers.
Yeah.
There's still a chance for him to stabilize here and survive. Shin supply is not that out of control yet.
Yeah, Shin supply isn't great. Army-wise, it doesn't look bad here for Trigger, but the concerning thing is the fact that the main base and soon the natural expansion are going to be mining out for Protoss, whereas he hasn't been able to secure the 4th base just yet, and he has to replenish the Templar count as well. He's probably warping in a lot of Zealots as a result of that. It's very gas intensive. He's actually giving up on the Triangle expansion, instead going to be expanding down towards the 4 o'clock position, and Shin is just immediately
he just
on
can't
top of it.
expand. Like Trigger, he just cannot get a 4th base. I mean, again, we mentioned how open the 4th and the 3rd are on this map.
Near the 4th base.
He just can't expand.
Another attack now coming in. Ling's kind of running all the way here on the backside, trying to find an angle into the natural expansion.
Well,
they are able to get in.
They get in.
Good news for Trigger is that he's already oversaturated on these 3 bases, so losing probes isn't going to hurt that much. But still, this is just another problem for him to deal with.
Yeah, I think Trigger just wants to take like a short, just like breather and just get some more energy on your Templars, and then actually just try
He's
to
got
secure
3
the
Templar,
board,
he's gonna have 2
very
Storms.
slowly. He's just been a little bit too eager to take these fights.
There's a first, there's a second, only 2 Storms.
Been very eager to take these fights as the Lings are still running amok in the main base. Fourth base once more going down. I think it's the 4th or the 5th time that he is trying to build that.
And again, it's been impressive that Trigger survived this long in this game, and to the point where he almost recovered. Like, it was a really impressive defense here from Trigger, surviving a lot longer than we assumed he would, but he's still being broken. Like, it's still so many losses here for Trigger.
It is falling very quickly. The Immortals go down, the Templar go down. We have to now rely on Zealots warping in, but there isn't energy on the shield battery to keep them standing. Another Immortal's going to come through, but the Hydras with +2 weapons. Their DPS is just so high. GG is called. And Shen kind of played the style that we were expecting him to. He was very aggressive, he was very in your face, and Trigger, while it looked like he had some really good moments, wasn't able to secure a 4th base.
Yeah, it was the kind of game you would expect in coming into this with these 2 players, right? They're both Trigger playing the kind of standard Oracle Stalker game, and Shin going for his mid-game timings. And it looked pretty good for Trigger initially, like with the first couple of holds. But then he got a little bit too eager to get back on the map. It's the kind of thing, I think, for the Protoss player where you don't really know, like, is he actually droning behind this? Is he getting Infestation Pit? Do I need to actually make sure that the creep doesn't get out of control? These kind of things, right? But Shin was actually just, like, doing the same thing from start to finish there, right? Like, he never let off the gas pedal. And Trigger actually getting caught out a little bit on the map. He had at some point, like, 6 High Templars getting caught a little bit far away from his army. And those kind of things can definitely snowball, even after a good initial hold, right?
Yeah, he just wasn't able to muster enough army to secure that 4th base, and in the moments where it seemed like he did, Shin was still able to find some angles just by sectioning off a couple of roaches.
So, yeah, I just have to echo what sort of said 100%, as we were kind of mentioning. Trigger, his initial hold was very impressive, was very strong, actually. Like, it was crazy to see Trigger just survive the initial wave, but as sort of said, Trigger, he was overeager. He moved out too much, moved out too quickly, and he got caught down the map with his Stalkers and with his High Templar as well. There were a couple of moments here where all Trigger had to do was defend. All he had to do was just stay at home, defend, turtle up, but he was a little bit too eager to be active on the map. He got punished for it because Shin continued to be going all in. As sort of said, Trigger didn't know if Shin was droning or not, if he was teching or not. We saw that he wasn't, Trigger wasn't aware, and he got punished for it. GG.
Any chance of Trigger trying to secure a 4th base is now game 2 is loading up. We're going into Shin versus Trigger. Map number 2.
Like, Stay was trying to emphasize that, like, oh, it's because he didn't have enough army to secure a 4th. Well, he didn't have the army because he was being overly aggressive, right? Like this.
Do we have a proxy hatchery coming in here for Shin?
So winding it back.
Kind of looks like it, right? Or a hatch block, or maybe a hidden base. I would expect this is more of a hatch block in the.
Yeah, there's no hidden base here.
He's looking at the gold base.
He's
actually.
People actually take this?
No, he's avoiding the scout. He's avoiding the probe scout. Just avoiding the probe scout, going across the map and going in for the hatch block.
Although I feel like the scout right after the pylon is falling a little bit. It's falling a little bit out of style. Still, Shin is just gonna be going for the delayed hatch block here, the natural expansion. And I want to pick your brain a little bit on this one because I've discussed this with Tasteless and some other casters before. What do you think the optimal response is for Protoss? Because I asked Scarlet before, and she said probes are for minings. You're not supposed to pull probes. Apparently, Trigger agrees with his Canadian brethren.
I agree as well with that.
Really? Because I feel like anytime I see Classic or really almost any
They
of the
typically pull like 7 probes.
players like Classic and herO deal against this, they pull 7 or 8 probes almost straight away.
Yeah, I think you're like when you see the probes coming as a Zerg player, you're already kind of happy because you're already forcing a big reaction. Whereas if you just ignore it, you get maybe a second gateway, you get some Zealots out, and then you clear this, and instead of like getting the fast Nexus, you get a slightly faster Stargate. And then you're able to, once you've actually cleared this out with your gateway units, you can actually put on a lot of counter pressure and actually severely delay the Zerg's 3rd bases instead. So the game kind of becomes very weird, but I think this is the more solid response, whereas I think the probe response has some potential traps as well versus certain like all-in follow-ups that can come in. And this is obviously like something where if you have a player who's practiced this a lot, they will know all the different divergent paths that can happen after this. But most of the time when a macro Zerg like Shin does this, it's just going to be the simple hatch blocks into a transitionally into a normal gamer. He just wants to make the game a little bit uncomfortable for Trigger.
Yeah, and I suppose with this
So I do appreciate that sort of he went into the explanation as to the different responses that you can have in the pros and cons. As he mentioned, this is going to be the 2-gate response, and after dealing with this initial hatchery, it means that Trigger has potential to counterattack and deal damage. As he mentioned, we do have the pylon block, 2 Zealots, 2 Adepts, we do have 2 more Adepts behind this as well, and Trigger can move out to deny mining, to delay the 3rd base, and to even catch the Queen. So there's going to be a lot of potential for Trigger. It's important to note though that that is potential. He's also going to be forcing Lings out of Shin as well. True. He'll be forcing a response.
Trigger will be able to re-expand fairly soon, and in the meantime he can put all this pressure on, he can get this target down, and I think Trigger's actually going to end up in a pretty good position here as long as he doesn't lose any units to a Zerglings around or something like that.
Cancels his cybernetics core at the last possible moment, and now the 2 Zealots and the 2 Adepts are going to try and get pressure done at the natural expansion, because this is the 1 hatchery which is not yet finished here for Shin. More Lings are in production. Zergling speed, it looks like maybe 30 seconds away right now on the production tab, although Shin is going to be morphing in 3 Lings with a larva down in the natural expansion. Was wondering if he's going to use those.
So I wonder if Trigger realizes this.
He recalls one.
Yeah.
Oh, both Zealots actually. All right, so he does. But this means that there isn't going to be a lot of pressure here on the front lines. And so
Predictions open. Did I not open predictions? Oh.
Really not getting their money's worth. It actually makes me wonder whether.
Oh no, sorry, my apologies.
But
yes, my apologies, didn't open predictions. So it's Gamba time even in the chat.
Right now was trying to get up at the 3rd base.
You can predict.
Maybe Trigger would have been able to put some more pressure on it, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so at this point you're just going to be happy as Trigger to be able to force a lot of Zerglings, right? I did like the decision to recall the Zealots over the Adepts, because you still want to keep the Adepts out on the map and potentially try to find whatever pick-off you can. But obviously with speed coming in here, you're not going to find much here at the full up, so you have to see what the Oracle can get down now.
I'm actually surprised that Trigger is such a substantial income advantage with the natural expansion being this delayed. It's a very funky early game.
Yeah, with the double gas mining and the 3rd being the natural base for Shin, there's like a bit of a hiccup here in the economy for Shin early on.
Ooh, what's it called? The Watchtower, the Zellnaga Watchtower, excuse me.
Yeah.
Not actually being controlled right now by Shin, so he does not see the Oracle coming in now to the main base. There is a Spore Crawler in position, but with no
Spore is ready.
Trigger might just take the damage.
So he gets 2 drones.
Wondering if he would go for 3 drones instead. Is going to play it safe, confirm 2 kills, and then a retreat out of there.
Yeah, 2 drone is like usually, like if there's a Spore ready, like your 2 drone is usually the most you can expect. Of course, there not being no Queen there, he maybe could have gotten 3 with some slight better micro, but that's already good enough for Trigger here, I think.
Yeah. All right, more Adepts.
And you can see the force that Trigger has now. He's got, what, 5 Adepts, 2 Zealots. He'll still be expanding, but he can apply a lot more pressure here in the mid-game.
He might actually just be able to move across the map with the Zealots and the Adepts and get some more pressure done.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, at the very least, he'll be able
to he
overextends.
overextends.
Big deal here. Because I was going to say, like, moving across the map here with everything, and with the 3rd Oracle, potentially force a lot of units from Shin. Like, you need a very healthy amount of links to actually deal with this, with the Oracles supporting them. But losing the Oracle, obviously, is all of DPS gone from this potential push.
Activating the beam, getting 1 more Zergling, and then retreating out is Trigger. So he's taking that 3rd base. Still no follow-up tech coming in just yet from our Canadian Protoss player. Likely going to be seeing a Twilight Council and a Forge in just a moment. Yep, there's both of them.
Right on cue.
Trigger making me
Standard
look smart.
follow-up.
I always appreciate it.
Early Evo Chamber at a Shin means +1 melee, Interling Hydra.
Adepts to at least, try to do something. Because you don't just want to sit there with your Adepts, right, transitioning to the mid-game. Once you have your Stalkers out and everything, they don't really add that much value to your army anymore. So definitely better to try to get some value out of them here early on. But again, would have been amazing if you had a 3rd Oracle with this, because then you could actually potentially threaten the Queens even.
Yeah, Shin wouldn't be injecting during that whole time, because I feel like it'd be all hands on deck, pulling the Queens to control this junction between the natural and the 3rd base. And the 4th base coming down could be a potential target. Shin is proactively moving down a couple of Queens just in case those Oracles activate, and he is going to get a really nice catch on these Adepts. They aren't going to trade terribly here versus the Zerglings, but you want to get a better trade than that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but he does have the blink coming in. He's getting 1 more gas here as well, 2 more gateways. So we should be going into some blink stalkers here. I don't really expect him to be able to do too much because of how this early game is played out. It's kind of like the timing's a little bit off, right? I don't really expect the blink stalkers to actually be able to find that much value unless you really, really commit. But I feel like at this point we're more likely just going to see the same thing we saw last game with the shield battery coming in, probably just Templar Archives coming down, and you're going into Storm.
Yeah, and Shin's actually cutting probes, or drones I should say, significantly earlier.
Yeah, that's a littling bane actually. Jesus.
This time at 57 workers, he's entering the 4th base. He wants to
committing
shut
quite
down
hard.
The 3rd base of Trigger, not the 4th. And it's going to be a big Ling and Baneling timing attack. Looks like this will be done right, or it's actually going to commence right before.
Yeah, we'll see if we can break through. One shield battery, Bailey's rolling in. No sentries. Oh my god.
How many units Trigger has on the board?
Doesn't get in.
I like it. This is going to be pretty good. Oracles are coming back in time. It's actually a little bit of a mess. He is able to get some of these drones.
Yeah, the Bailey connections were lackluster. He didn't get in.
I thought that was going to go way
Trigger
better
holds.
for Trigger.
Yeah, he had a really good...
For Shin, excuse me.
Yeah, there was a really good like unit positioning in the third base there, right? Where the Lings
Bailey's didn't connect.
Sorry, after the Baileys were gone. So that's actually ended up being quite good for Trigger initially.
Oh no. Yeah, maybe a little bit of overconfidence coming in from Trigger. He might have thought that was just the one wave and there wouldn't be a follow-up, but Shin was getting locked and loaded for another one. He's still sitting at 50-something drones, so he hasn't been doing anything except building army. And this is a much more vulnerable-looking third base. The Oracles are lower on energy.
Oof.
The shield battery now is under threat. The probes have to evacuate once more.
It gets us around this time, kind of.
Service area on the gateway units.
Yeah, with the +1, the Lings are getting a lot better trade than they normally would have in these situations, right? And it's still making even more Lings here, just flooding across the map. Hydrogen coming in behind now, because eventually we will have to deal with these Oracles. Trigger even making a third Oracle behind us to deal with all this.
Yeah, but the two Oracles that he's got are very low on energy, and energy recharge was used already here on the Nexus. So
Lings is still flooding across the map. The Oracles are running out of energy. He's going for the expansion. Can he kill the Nexus? Can he kill the... not
He's not
quite.
going to stick it. Instead, as soon as the next Oracle comes through, he's just going to be piecing out for a little bit. 4 more Banelings now morphing in.
He's not stopping.
If the third base alive here is Trigger, we can still definitely stabilize with Templar Archives, but the third going down would be a massive, massive blow.
Bailey's for the first time they actually get in.
Shin to let off the gas pedal, but he is not.
Oh no, he's going for it.
Really
oh my god.
Especially with that +1 melee.
Yeah, he's done it.
The third base is likely going to fall. Another recharge comes
It was
through.
such a long all in here. Such a long all in for Shin.
You're getting so much damage done. The Stalkers, many deeply in the red and the orange, are going to blink back into this choke point, but it is a 3-base Shin who is 4-base, excuse me, who is starting to drone again against a 2-link span.
BRB, hold on.
Yeah, he also has the Hydrogen up now, so eventually, like once he's done droning, he's going to go back into making Hydras as well, which will negate the usefulness of the Oracles in these situations, right? But I think the big thing here is obviously like losing the Oracle earlier on kind of led to this situation where he didn't really have enough Oracle energy to properly deal with this, and he also kind of missed the initial Baning morph, which is a big deal when you're dealing with this. The first wave looked pretty good, but then, like you mentioned, the Oracle energy just ran out, right? And then once the Oracle energy is gone and there's +1 Lings versus Blink Stalkers, that's a very hard situation to deal with for Trigger here.
Yeah, actually, I thought the very first engagement was going to go much better there for Shin, but Trigger was able to make some magic happen with the unit positioning there at the third base. And now it's just so many Lings here. We do have, I think, oh, there isn't an Archon. Oh, there is. It's in the natural expansion, though. It's finally coming in. It won't have the shield battery, and there isn't Storm available, so that critical splash damage here for Trigger, he's blinking to try and survive it, to try and mitigate the the surround that the Lings had, but it's a little bit too late.
Yeah, I think he's Chin trying to slow Trigger down a little bit more while he's setting up his Hydra transition here. You don't want to use
so running it back again, Shin went for a Ling Bane all-in with +1 melee. He cut workers at 57, and it came down to the third base. If Trigger was able to defend and save the third base, then Trigger can recover and actually play a game out of this. Unfortunately, he lost the third. He lost the mineral line as well. Shin, he barely broke through. Imagine a world where Trigger didn't lose his first Oracle. Remember that? Remember Trigger, he lost his first Oracle early on. And with that Oracle dying, that meant one less Oracle to defend. That meant a bit of a difficult defense at the third base, or a much more difficult defense at the third base. Everything could have changed with one extra Oracle, with that much more NGs to defend. Alas, Shin, he broke the third base just barely, and with that, Shin has a massive lead, getting a fourth, getting a fifth base, going for a Doom drop into the main. He's crazy, Pappy, he's crazy.
After that last push, and now Shin, he's getting ready. He's posturing outside of the third base once more here, morphing in even more Banelings.
Yeah, he does have cannons and batteries coming in for Trigger here, so he's setting up to actually deal with this, but Shin realizes there's almost no defense here in between the natural and the third, right? So he's moving around to hit from this angle instead.
Wonder how many storms we're going to have available.
These are two Hydras.
Because Shin is coming in on
massive Doom drop into the main.
Drop in the main base, and then a push here between the natural and the third. And I love the decision also to only drop half of the Lings there in the main. He's going to now go into the natural expansion with a ton more of them, but thinking a little bit wiser of it.
Baits Trigger.
Instead of just getting the damage done he can in the main.
He baits him down, goes back in, having fun with the Trouble Lords.
For a beautiful arc between the natural and the third. We have 3 separate forces here for Zerg.
Okay, we got 3 High Templar. Sorry, we got 6. Jesus.
Maybe a dozen Lings in total. Banelings not really finding.
Oh, he gets a Templar.
They do get one very high energy Templar. So
and now there's no storms. No storms
left. 0 storm.
Going to be completely uncontested here, and they're just
gets in.
Line, and that's going to be too much damage for Trigger to handle, I think.
I mean, this army is so
Bane's actually going
right
for the Stalkers.
He set up this Hydra Link
But is enough.
timing beautifully, and that is going to be Shin taking a 2-0 lead over Trigger in this best of 5 in very convincing fashion. 2 really aggressive games. Game number 1 going for what, like 66, 67 drones, about 3 base saturation. Roach Hydra. And then a very wonky start to game number 2. We had the hatch block in the natural expansion, and then we had a Cybernetics core built to the natural Obserg to try and block the hatchery over there. And the Adepts and Zealots, they really didn't get very much damage done. We had a big attack third base on what, 55? 56 drones?
57.
And then the follow-up punch was just, oh man, it was massive.
Yeah, absolutely. The initial like hash block and everything, they kind of like transitioned eventually into like a somewhat even normal game.
Yeah.
But then I think just like the Trigger not being quite ready for this Ling Bane attack, and obviously losing the Oracle was a big deal there, right?
Big deal.
And then after that, Shin just got a massive lead after the...
I'm glad sort of got there. As we were trying to emphasize ourselves, again, I'm almost 100% certain if Trigger didn't lose that first Oracle, he defends so much cleanly. Oh, he has a much cleaner defense at his third base, and then he holds, he defends, he snowballs out of control from there. It all came down to that all-in at the third, and again, for Trigger to lose that first Oracle was huge. You saw how much damage the Oracles were doing defensively for Trigger. Like, they were going to town on the Ling Bane, and with one extra Oracle, that is so much more energy to work with. That is so many more dead Lings, so many more dead Banelings, and it would have been a stronger defense there. But alas, Trigger did lose that at the beginning of the game. That was game. That was game then and there. GG, well played with that Shin. He barely broke that that third base. That's why I'm pushing against what State said. How it was how, like, you know, we've had like a clean series so far by Shin. Not at all. Like, that was a close defense for Trigger where he barely didn't have enough. It took a long time for the Ling Bane to eventually break the third base. I think it took like 3 waves of Ling Bane to break the third. GG, well played. Likewise, it was actually quite similar with game number 1, where initially Trigger defended as well. So yeah, in general here, I would say that Trigger, he's actually had a better defense in both game 1 and game 2, but there's just been these little things, whether it's game 2 losing the first Oracle, or game 1 overextending and pushing on the map after defending too soon, right? It's like two little moments here where Trigger did slip up, which did end up costing him the series or the game so far. We'll see if Trigger can tighten up here coming into game 3. We'll see. So far, Shin is up 2-0, and we'll be back soon in 4 minutes with game number 3. See you soon. See you soon. I stay lunacy. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew.
In the end.
We returned. We returned here with
Pull out a win here.
our series, with our ZVP here in the RSL 2025 Revival StarCraft League Season 3 Playoffs Day number 2. We're still mid-series here with Shin versus Trigger. Shin is up 2-0, and we're jumping into game number 3. So far, both game 1 and game 2 have been very close. Like Trigger, he's barely not held on. Shin has gone for different all-ins. Game 1, all-in. Game 2, all-in. Game 3, most likely another all-in. And Trigger has barely not had enough to defend. Whether it's game 1, Trigger defending, and then overextending, pushing out on the map, or game 2, where Trigger did lose the Oracle early on and barely didn't have enough to defend against the Ling Bane all-in as well. So these small, slight little mistakes have been costing Trigger these games. We'll see if we can tighten up coming into Winter Madness. Oh boy.
Eventually able to get the kill there, and that just catapulted Shin into an economic position where he could really leverage the strength of his forces and push Trigger to a victory. We're going into game number 3 now. Winter Madness is loading in. Shin only one map went away from advancing to the next round in the RSL. Trigger fighting for his life in this tournament.
Yeah, I actually wouldn't mind Trigger trying something a little bit different, just to like get back some momentum in the series. Like if you just keep doing the same standard play, you just have to. The only thing you can do better is really try to fix the small mistakes that you made in the previous games, right? Like losing the oracles, getting caught out of position a couple of times. I would much prefer to see like just something of a curveball, do like an adept timing or something. Just try to get some momentum back, and then you can fall back on your standard play after that. I think just trying to like battle this out with just pure standard play from here on out will be very difficult.
So one feels the validation here out of sort of once again emphasizing the Oracle, once again emphasizing Trigger being caught out of position. I would push back against what sort of just said though. He was talking about Trigger mixing things up coming into Winter Madness. I would push against that just because I feel like Winter Madness is actually a very good map to defend on, to turtle up, and to play standard on. Again, when it comes to Magnetic North, that favors all-ins. Magnatha also more open. I would say that here it is easier to turtle up and defend on 4 bases. So if Trigger were to play standard, this is the map that I would want to see that on. I would say that if Trigger were to mix things up, I would have wanted to have seen that on Magnetic North instead, right? So it's a little bit unfortunate just how the maps have played out so far.
Players have slowly but surely discovered that minerals are king in early game StarCraft. every single build just keeps getting more and more mineral heavy, right?
Yeah, they are pretty good, the minerals. It allows you to build more workers, so you can get even more minerals.
Yeah,
Crazy.
that's nice.
Yeah.
That's
very good.
That stonks right there.
Yeah, but yeah, this map obviously a bit more of a easier defensive setup around the 3rd base and the 4th base. So if Shin does want to go for something like a mid-game Hydra Bane timing or Roach Bane or whatever he wants to go for, it's a little bit more tricky to make it work on a map like this, because you either have to walk up a ramp into the natural or very choked up areas into the 3rd base and 4th base locations, right? So Trigger should be pretty happy to actually just try to defend on this map if Shin does go for something like that. But we'll have to wait and see what they actually opt to do.
Yeah, securing 3 bases is very easy on this map compared to the other ones that we have in the pool, just because that
State, he's touching on it.
Base. You can park your army there, and it's very easy to pivot down to the south.
As you mentioned, like this map, it is easier to defend on 3 and 4 bases. That's why I would want to see more standard play out of Trigger, specifically on Winter Madness.
Because at that point, usually Zergs are adding in some of their better ranged firepower, whether that be Hydras or even fast lurkers. But 3 bases certainly going to be very secure here for Trigger should he decide to go for it. And actually going to be a pylon coming in here at the 3rd base. So just doing anything he can to throw a wrench into the works. Will he be able to snipe that drone with a shade? He's able to block.
Oh, he gets it. Very nice.
Nice move coming in by Trigger.
Yeah, I think he probably didn't realize how close the probe was there when he was just a little bit out of position with the links and lets the pylon go down here in this situation. With this opener, with the 3-arch opener, it's kind of like a small weakness here. If you do get pylon blocked, you're very low on time to actually fix that situation and be able to get your 3rd down. Whereas compared to where you go for a more slightly earlier 3rd, you would have more time to deal with that pylon, right?
Yeah, it was a really nice move. It's rare that a player is able to pull that off in a pro game, just because usually the Zergs are a little bit more on top of denying the probe from getting the pylon down there at the 3rd base, especially with how late the gateway came in here for Trigger. I mean, that was just pure finesse. As 2 more adepts are going to be shading in. Shin with a very quick pullback and nice focus fire, by the way, here for Trigger. Just focused firing down individual.
Gets 1, gets 2 drones.
And actually even getting
3.
2 more drones on top of it. I think that's a pretty good trade there for those 2 adepts. He's able to take the 3rd base behind it. 4 drones in total going down, as well as 3 lings. And now the Oracle has to stay at home to defend just because so many adepts were sacrificed in the early game. But once that second Oracle is out, Trigger will be able to get back on the map and try and get some damage done.
Yeah, this was kind of those trades where you don't feel super good about it, but you don't feel bad about it either, right? It's like kind of like, okay, this was alright. Like went around what I expected, and we're just gonna transition from one game. Like you mentioned, lose the ability to harass with the initial Oracle, but we already
So from here, we're getting to our further tech. It is going to be a Twilight Council and a Forge out of Trigger, going into a standard follow-up once again, and Shin going into his third base saturation. As they were emphasizing, Shin did stumble his way into the mid-game with a later third, a slightly later third base, and even losing some more workers as well, so I would give the slight edge to Trigger, but for the most part, we're heading in towards the mid-game, and so far, there's been no major signs of aggression out of Shin. So our eyes on Shin, he's actually opening up a lair first, before Roach Warren and before Evo Chamber.
Obviously, you'll have one less Oracle, so you're a little bit more vulnerable to like mass link stuff, for example. But because you have the faster timing, the Zerg also will have slightly less units, right?
I think it's a very smart move. 2 more drones getting picked off here in the natural expansion as Trigger not even really losing that much hull. Just a little tiny bit of damage on 1 Oracle in total, as he's been slowly but surely able to whittle down the economy of Shin. Just a tad, delaying the third base, picking up 2 or 3 drones here and there. He's going to try and pivot right back down into the third base, but really good queen positioning is going to limit Trigger to just 1 drone kill. He does get a couple of lings for his trouble, which is nice.
Yeah, it's actually not too bad getting a couple of lings here, because you are going for the...
I gets a probe.
But it's actually nice to like lower the link count just a little bit, because you're going for this adept follow-up, and also the stalkers down the line would prefer if there was less links.
4 lings now going into the natural expansion. Is he going to allow that shade to complete? No, not with the lings surrounding them, as we have gateways just slowly getting added in here for Trigger. I think potentially going up into 6 gateways now with that Arobo.
In terms of being easy to defend, which expansion are you referring to? Natural plus west or east? I'm referring to linear expansions. Basically, the same bases that Shin has taken. So you take the triangular third, and then you take the 4th base right next to it, which is where Trigger should be expanding as well. As Shin is going for the hidden spire. Okay.
So I wonder if the Hydra list then is just kind of...
It's fake out.
There to get scouted. I mean,
Yeah.
it's so obvious here in the third base.
Yeah.
Right? It's like, oh, please scout me.
Okay, cheeky moves out of Shin, going for the hidden spire, going into mutas. Let's go.
So he knows what's up.
Yeah, it's going to be a 3-base timing. He's adding 6 more gateways right now.
Yeah, the good thing here for Trigger, I think, is that his timing with the Blink Stalkers will hit before the mutas come out, right? So he can potentially just force him into either...
So, a couple of things here. I do like the idea of Shin going into mutas here on Winter Madness, just because it is difficult to break your opponent with a ground-based composition, which we were discussing earlier. So going to mutas is a good way to bypass that. That's why we see muta play more viable on maps like Tokamak, on maps like Winter Madness, and on maps like Maganatha. These larger maps where you can get away with a 4-base economy as the Protoss player. So going to mutas here, I would say, is really smart. It makes a lot of sense based on the map, but as sort of just said, Trigger does have an earlier timing where he's pushing, where you could try to punish him.
A ton of gateways, and because those adepts didn't get traded, they're actually going to be very useful here versus the lings.
And Shin, he's vulnerable.
He's in the game a little bit here, getting Infestation Pit. Like, he's in desperate mode right now. He needs to somehow hold on here. He could potentially try to counterattack with the mutas, maybe sack a base or something, but that's also very dicey to go for. So most likely he's going to try to fight with the mutas here. We'll have to see. It's a very strong time.
Azin gets a queen. Nice pickup.
Yeah, enough stalkers to blink forward in one shot.
Mutas forced to defend.
The lings getting caught in the stasis trap.
Prism is a good pickup for sure.
Yeah, Shin is able to take down the Warp Prism, but there's just so many stalkers and adepts that I don't even think Trigger's going to mind just rallying these across the map.
It's just too much.
He's
done it.
He's kind of caught in the middle. He even
We have a series, Pappy. We have a series.
With those Mutalisks, he was deciding whether he should try and defend the third base or should try and go for the base trade, but oh no, as it turns out, the Blink Stalker timing, just the perfect kill move there versus the mutas.
Yep.
I think Trigger was probably pretty surprised to see the mutas. He was expecting, I think, Hydralisks, but hey, that's even better.
Yeah, I think it's the kind of thing where Shin was looking to throw another curveball and just like try to punish Trigger's standard play, just the fast tempo archives into Storm, into fourth base. But Shin already, like we talked about in the early game a little bit, that I would prefer to see Trigger do something a little bit different, just to not keep doing the same thing over and over again when Shin is throwing these curveballs. And it works out very well for Trigger, where he actually managed to catch like a perfect counter build basically towards what was being thrown at him.
Yeah, GG, well played. Winding up back here again, I do actually still appreciate that Shin went for this specifically on Winter Madness. We've seen a lot of hyper aggression out of Shin, and that kind of play does not work on Winter Madness, or I should say the map is working against you. So try to go into mutas was shut down by the early blink timing. GG, well played. And I'm really curious to see what the next map is going to entail. If I remember correctly, I think the next game is going to be on Tokamak, which would be another really good map for Trigger to set up on 4 bases and to be a little bit more defensive, I should say. We'll see.
All these hectic problems are happening, all these wrenches getting thrown into the works, these little tiny fires he's got to pull out, whereas Trigger was just cruise control.
Yeah. Yeah, when you're going for these like aggressive Blink Stalker timings, you can always find some value, right? The big scary thing is like, oh, what if my opponent is going for something like a big Hydra Ling all-in of like 60 to 70 drones? That could potentially hit like a counter timing after the initial blinker timing. That's the scariest thing you're playing against as a Blink Stalker player. But whenever your opponent is doing some tech-heavy build like he was there,
yeah, it's Tuckerback.
You're pretty happy to just be able to slowly eke out the value out of your Stalkers. And in this case, you just got a lot more value than he was expecting, I think.
All right, we go to game number 4 now. Trigger with an instant scout. Not even waiting for that pylon to get thrown down at the natural expansion.
But here we go. Letting it to Tokamak. Again, Tokamak is the most defensive map in this tournament map pool, as I would say probably second to Winter Madness. Sorry, Winter Madness is second to this.
But I'm happy for this series to go on a little bit longer.
But Tokamak is a larger map, has a very secure 4-base setup. The rationale for this, compared to Winter Madness and compared to any other map, is because on 4 bases there's only 2 attack paths, whereas even on Winter Madness there's 3 attack paths. Usually there's a ramp or there's an entrance into the natural, but here on Tokamak that entrance is walled off by rocks. So only 2 ramps, only 2 entrances I should say, into 4 bases makes it easy to rotate back and forth between those 2 entrances. So Trigger should have an easier time defending. This is where once again the pressure is going to be on Shin, and I would say that muted play is viable here. Seeing mutas is viable on Tokamak, but we just saw mutas, right? We just saw them on Winter Madness, so going mutas 2 games in a row is typically ill-advised. So we should be seeing something different here out of Shin. We could see him be very tech-heavy and very greedy. We could see him rush into lurkers, for example, which is how a lot of Zerg players kind of approach players on Tokamak. Is just like, you know what, I can't break you early on, let's just be hyper greedy, drone up heavily, tech up heavily, and rush into lurker tech to try to hit a timing before Sky Toss. So that is going to be an option available here to Shin, but we'll see. We'll keep an eye on his tech. It's still very early in the game.
Go back home and get my 3rd base back up.
Well, for now, we're going to have to wait and see what the tech of choice will be from both players. Circling speed should be coming in pretty soon here for Shin. Just a little bit slow saturating that gas, focusing instead on the minerals. And on Trigger side of things, I'm imagining we're going to have a Stargate again. I don't know if he's going to go into Storm quite as quickly. It seemed like just leaning heavily onto the gateway units in game number 3 really paid off for him, and I would love to see him mix it up once more here in this game with something like a fast mothership or just some other tech coming in.
Yeah, like Trigger is definitely one of those players who will go Stargate every single game.
Yep.
But he does have some, like we saw in the last game, some variants and twists on what he does with the follow-ups. When obviously like the Stargate opener is just a super solid way to play. Like it gives you safety, it gives you map control, it gives you potential to harass as well. So, yeah, no.
This time Pylon block is unsuccessful.
Favoring this build.
Yeah, it feels like the only non-Stargate build that we have in PvZ is 4-gate Glaives, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you just if you want to take a 3rd base, the best way to do it's an Oracle. Otherwise, Speedlings are a very big problem in the early game here.
I'd push back against that. Outside of Glaive Adept builds, there are still some DT openers that are very prevalent throughout the scene, alongside Glaives.
Might be able to get 1 probe, a little bit damage there in the natural expansion, but with 2 Adepts chasing, he's not going to be able to get it. Instead, spots the Oracle coming in. It's a little bit of information.
I think we saw that at Classic and Hero this week. True.
Not a Void Ray is still nice.
Yeah, this is kind of Link Scout you do to just make sure that there's nothing weird.
Like mixing in Dark Templar, I mean.
Instead of Stargate and stuff like that, right?
So that versus Reynor earlier in the League Cup.
They either try to actively deny these Link Scouts, or they just don't care. Like, okay, just come in and scout me, that's fine. In this case, Trigger was just more focused on actually getting these Adepts out and trying to get across the map. Ends up having to pull them back home, so that's also very nice for Shin, right? There's no Adept pressure on his side of the map here.
Gonna be a fast 3rd base coming in here for Trigger. We'll see if that Oracle's gonna go for harassment or if he's gonna play safe. I think Shin might have traumatized him a little bit with game 1 and game 2. All the pressure as Trigger's keeping both Adepts and the Oracle back safe at home right now.
Yeah, and Shin is definitely somebody who will make like a round of like 16 to 20 links if he thinks you're gonna move out with that Oracle and try to cancel the 3rd behind it, right? So definitely be giving him the respect he deserves here in the early game.
Yeah, so far we've had a pretty passive start here. Both players getting their 3rd bases up and running. There's no early tech, not yet. So yeah, so far we're just droning up into the mid game.
Very, very keen timing coming in here by Shin.
Yeah, looking like the two Stargate units opener again. So
Standard follow-up, Twilight Council Forge, plus on a blink.
We'll see if he commits as hard as
this is later compared to last game. Last game, this was thrown down earlier in the 3rd base progression. Now it's thrown down as it's finishing.
The initial 2 Link Scout in the early game.
Layer first out of Shin. Okay.
Build there for Trigger, and now the follow-up here with the Overlord. It is going to cost 1 Overlord.
We saw that last game.
Just knowing the timing of the Twilight Council and the Forge is going to be a breath of relief here on the Zerg side of things. There are no curveballs coming your way. You can just macro up You do still have to deal with these oracles, which we're able to get a couple of drone kills. But
So going there first means that we're not going for the early Eva chamber for +1, which means we're not going Ling Hydra. This can be Roach into Hydra. This could be Spire Tech. This most likely is going to be +1 range out of the Eva chamber, not melee. We'll keep an eye on Shin if he goes to the Roaches.
Safe and standard here, I would imagine, from Shin's side.
in terms of development here for Trigger, it looks very similar, or at least it did until the Templar Archives got thrown down to the previous game. Yeah, just going up to the 4-gate +1 and Blink.
And again, there's no pressure on Trigger. Like, he's taking up into Storm, which is the correct thing to do. Just take up and get a 4th. Just take up, be defensive, get a 4th base. As we mentioned, yep, +1 range. As we mentioned, melee is only done if you go for Eva Chamber before Lair. This was after Lair, so a higher chance of going into Roach Hydra. Here it looks like purely, like, focusing on Hydra tech. And if you remember at the very beginning of this series, we spoke about how potentially we could see Shin be very tech heavy, but he's actually going for the same build as last game, going for the Spire at the same time, going into Mutas 2 games in a row.
You can still get into the same timings as you can.
Bold move.
It's interesting to me that Shin is mixing in the Spire. I guess he didn't really get to play the Muta game that he wanted.
I mean, we spoke about this at the beginning of this game, if you recall, how I like the idea of going Mutas on Tokamak. I don't like the idea of going Mutas 2 games in a row. So this is a bold move here by Shin, but he might catch Trigger off guard. The plus side is that this time Trigger isn't going for a big +1 timing like we saw last game. So Trigger won't suddenly kill Shin. Shin, he will get away with this for the most part.
Blink isn't done yet, so
Oh, nice round. Oh my god.
All 3.
Jesus.
And he sees the Templars now as well. That was a great pickup for Shin. Also gets a good scouting at the same time.
Yeah, and it might not seem like a very big deal, but losing 3 Stalkers when your opponent is going to be going Muta.
Yeah, it's huge.
It's quite impactful. Oh, no, even losing one of these
got the
oracles here to
Oracle.
the Hydra is so painful.
Oh my
And for
god.
Shin, I think it absolutely is going to be a lot of Mutas because he was starting to build the gases.
And what that means, without that Oracle, less scouting, less information, and Trigger, he does not know what's going on. He sees Hydras.
Shin's army composition, it is going to be very larva intensive. Likely going to be Ling, Banelings, and Hydras, or not Hydras, excuse me, Mutalisks.
There's no
You can
Bane in
also
us.
do like there's only 7 Mutas here, and then just go back into the ground.
Yeah, we're still going into range upgrade, so it's going to be 7 Mutas. That is enough to one-shot probes, and then it's going to be a ground army follow-up.
Oh well, if I end up making more Mutas, +1 will be good. If we go into late game and potentially Brood Lords down the line, +1 could be good. Raptors will make use of it, so I'm just going to get it just because I have the Spire.
Right.
Seems like he's just going to make the 7 Mutas here and then probably transition back into ground, I would imagine.
Well, he's still keeping the gas. He hasn't decided what he wants to do yet. I wonder, I think if Trigger were to start pushing out, then he might just go
makes
into
5 more.
Hydras, but because Trigger is staying back on his side of the map, Shin's like, all right, you know what? I have a little bit more space, a little more time. Let's queue up 5 more Mutalisks instead. The Lings do get denied, going for a cancel here at the 4th base, even a Storm, only damaging them just a little bit. But that
And
buys
Mutas, they get into the main.
for these Mutas to get into the main. There is a Photon Cannon already, and Trigger with the instant Warping up to Stalker, so only
3 probes, nothing at the natural.
Usually the initial flock of Mutas gets a little bit more damage done.
Yeah, like with the initial flock of Mutas, you're just looking to pick up whatever probes you can, but you're also pretty happy. Like if you're, in this case, you're probably not that happy, but because you're going back into Mutas. But normally, if you just make these initial one round of Mutas, you're happy to just force out more Stalkers, right? Because if he's not making Stalkers, he would be making High Templars instead. But since we're going into the Mutas, I think Shin is not so happy about losing these Mutas and also seeing more Stalkers.
I would agree with what sort of just mentioned, how this is fine damage for Shin if he was going Ling Hydra, but he chose to double down and go into Mass Muta, which means he needs to snowball harder. He needs more damage. He can't afford to lose his Mutas like this.
Not that much damage. When usually, I feel like Mutalisk play, it's a very momentum-based composition. You're expecting to get a lot of damage done with the initial move out there on those Mutas.
Shin shut down the Oracle scouting from the jump. Don't think Trigger lost much losing an Oracle. I mean, it's more about denying vision, denying scouting, keeping it hidden.
Showing up now with another wave of a large amount of Mutas. So we'll have to see what Trigger decides to do.
We're going for the base trade.
Accept the base trade.
Yeah, he's going to accept the base trade, but already a lot of gateways getting unpowered. The 4th base is...
So Shin is in the main base, he's in the 4th base as well. At the same time, Trigger pushing right down the heart of the army. He does have Storm, bear that in mind. Trigger, he does have the better army in a head-on fight.
Trigger, one of these expansions. Because Shin, he's focusing right now on the production. Those minerals are going to be floated almost no matter what here from Trigger's side of things, right?
Yeah, the problem with like just recalling here from Trigger as well is that there's so many hatcheries on the map for Shin, right? So if you just like kill a couple bases and recall, Shin will just saturate the new bases immediately, and you're in a rough position as Trigger. So he kind of has to find a bit more
there's one Storm. Very nice Storm. Oh my god.
That's an excellent Storm.
A bit of friendly fire.
As well.
It lasts a little bit longer than anybody expected.
Trigger is turning around.
Still getting
Kind
used to it.
of.
All right, some more Stalkers now going into the main base, but there isn't really much
Shinny
left
breaks
here,
into
and
the natural.
Actually doesn't have the energy for a
The army's
recall
been dealt
just
with.
Yet, so probes almost come.
We have, I believe, the High
wiped
Templar
out
coming
here.
home.
Trigger is down to 2 workers in total. Not quite sure exactly where they are on the map. Oh, recall is on cooldown, it looked like. Oh no, for Trigger, this is a little bit of a precarious situation right now in the natural expansion. He's getting a ton of damage done on Shin's side of the map, and the ground army for Trigger, much better than the ground army here for Shin. All right,
Nice storm.
The supplies, they don't quite tell the full story because Shin's got 30 drones and Trigger has.
Mutas are going for the dive. He wants a High Templar.
Oh,
He's going to get him.
So effective, man.
Oh my God.
Getting a lot of damage done. No kills, though.
Yeah, the problem here is for Trigger will be like you will need to stay out on the map, but you also need to protect your building.
No, the Templar, no! He gets 1, 2, 3!
Fire
Oh,
down.
God! Oh,
A
Jesus.
couple of, I think at least 1 Muta going down. That could have been a lot more if there were a little bit more ticks and
Yeah.
damage.
Yeah, the second Spire is about.
There are so many more mutas at home, yeah.
All these Dark Ducklings as well. Yeah, this is pretty much game now for
Yeah.
Shin.
Oh, it was looking a little bit good there for Trigger for a moment, but Shin with some very nice moves, especially catching the Templar there at the third base. If those storms were able to get some more damage on the mutas, maybe just kill, I don't know, half of them. I mean, so many were just 1 or 2 ticks away from getting taken down. I think he might have been able to stabilize, but instead it's 2 Archons, 5 probes, and a Dream here versus a Shin who is still sitting.
Yeah, it was just a really rough position for Trigger. Like, he decided to go for the all-in. Alas, he ended up turning back around with part of his army. The High Templar got caught out, and now GG gets called. Shin will take the series 3-1.
Really rough position there for Trigger in the end.
Yeah, base trades versus mutas are probably one of the hardest things to do in StarCraft 2, honestly. It felt like Trigger might have a chance, given the timing that he moved out on the map with all those Stalkers, all of those storms, but yeah, the muta flock was just absolutely massive in the second wave.
Yeah, I think he got a little bit fooled by it, because normally when you go into like this mass muta play, you will just constantly be enforced with mutas, right? And you try to be very conservative with your initial mutas. But in this case, Shin used the first 7 mutas, went in, and like you mentioned,
Is this live?
he was saving up the gas,
Yes.
and then did the follow-up wave of mutas. So Trigger just thought it was these initial 7 harassment mutas, and he's just gonna fall back into
The mobility of the mutas made a difference. Kind of. Like, we were trying to emphasize the fact that it came down to, 1, the lack of scouting, which was brutal, which allowed the mutas to deal as much damage as they did, which forced the base trade, right? Obviously, right? Because of the mutas being unscouted, because of the mutas doing damage, we saw that Trigger, he did decide to commit to the base trade instead, which again did have potential. The reality is that Trigger, when it comes to his main army, did have a superior composition, but going into a base trade against Ling Muta is brutal just because they're so much faster to wreak havoc, to deal more damage, to depower all the production buildings. We then had Trigger make the decision, a really rough decision, to turn back around, right? It's either you commit to the base trade or you turn around. He turned around with half his army and he got picked apart. With that, he was picked apart. He lost all the High Templar, lost all the Archons. You could argue that if he kept everything together, then maybe he can pull that off. But the reality is that in a base trade, he's going to be destroying buildings that much slower than his opponents. So, GG. GG, well played. With that, congratulations. Congratulations here to Shin. He does eliminate Trigger from the tournament. Again, it was a really close series. If you weren't here for it, Game 1 and Game 2 was so close. Mainly, it was Trigger making small mistakes. If you remember in Game 1, Trigger was successfully defending against the all-in on Magnetic North, and Trigger did decide to push out too early, too soon, and got caught out on the map twice. It happened twice where he got caught out, whereas he was having some really powerful defenses, but all he had to do was just stay at home and turtle up and capitalize on his greater economy. But didn't quite do that. Was maybe a little bit overconfident. Likewise, in game number 2, we saw Trigger lose an Oracle early in the game. He lost an Oracle early against a Ling Bane all-in. That Oracle would have been huge, and he didn't have it, of course. GG. GG, really close series. With that, we're now getting into our next game. We're going to be getting in towards our next series. It's going to be herO versus Reynor in a PVZ best of 5. There's going to be a rematch. If you remember, we did cast herO versus Reynor in a best of 7 in Little League Cup, and herO did defeat Reynor 4-1. It was a very one-sided series. herO did beat Reynor 4-1, but it was very aggressive as well. If you remember, herO did a different build every game, and he was so unorthodox. herO, he went for a Tempest Rush, he went into Glaive Adepts, he went into Blink DTs, he went into early charge. Like, herO was hyper aggressive. I think only one game he played standard. Only one game in that best of 7, and Reynor had a really hard time keeping up. But you know, now Reynor's getting more experience against herO. Now he's a little bit more familiar with how chaotic herO can be. I'm sure that Reynor's going to have a stronger showing here against herO. So, best of luck. Best of luck. I think that's going to be the next series. It's either going to be herO versus Reynor or Maru versus MaxMax. We'll find out soon. We'll find out. And Trigger didn't have a base trade to use during the recall, right? I believe he did have a recall if he wanted to use it. I believe that they were discussing like whether or not it would be it'd be wise to go for a recall. It's always difficult just because if you do decide to recall, like your opponent, they just come out ahead in the base trade because they're able to just keep destroying buildings and they have more hatcheries back at home. But that was also an option as well, right? To try to recall and try to get on top of the army, to try to get on top of the mutas. But again, just a really chaotic situation there for Trigger.
An RSL Revival hoodie. You might want
As I believe they're going to be cutting to a break soon.
RSL Revival mug. Might want to wear a pin because who doesn't love pins? I know it's not the 90s anymore, but still pins are.
It's a gamble. Yeah, it's a gamble just because you're trying to rely on recalling to an expansion that Shin maybe doesn't see, and then trying to catch the mutas, right? Like trying to catch them with your High Templar, with the Storm, trying to catch them with the Stalkers. Otherwise, Shin can just avoid you, right? With the mutas, right? He can just avoid you, pivot around, and hit other bases.
For the premium ticket, I think that has backstage passes, maybe a meet and greet with some of the talent and the players. So,
but they're discussing the offline finals happening in December next month. So next month in December, there's going to be an offline finals in Korea.
Live casters all in the same venue, and also do not forget to check out the.
Otherwise, I believe we're going to be going for a break. I don't know what series is up next, but we'll soon find out. So we'll see you soon. See you soon after the break. See you soon.
Leave in the comments. We are sincerely appreciative of that because we're trying to get the RSL word out.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the 2025 RSL Revival StarCraft League Season 3 Playoffs Day number 2. I'm of course just VIP, and with me I'm joined by these amazing casters as we are co-streaming. We are co-streaming this series, co-streaming this event. We of course have permission to basically react stream to the mainstream of the RSL, and we are jumping into our third series of the broadcast. We already wrapped up with our previous PvP featuring Zao and Classic. We then wrapped up with Shin versus Trigger, and now we are here with herO versus Reynor in a PvZ. And again, I do really appreciate that they are incorporating sort of when it comes to the broadcast here, coming in with a lot of expertise when it comes to the Zerg race, and going to be crucial here coming into our PvZ. Now, as you just mentioned before this series, before the break, this is going to be a rematch. herO and Reynor, they faced off in the League Cup not too long ago, where herO did beat Reynor in a best of 7 in a 4-1 scoreline. It was a very, very intense series, very aggressive, very chaotic. We'll see how our players do adjust coming into this best of 5 rematch. Here we go. I do lean towards herO, but I do believe that Reynor, he has been back on the grind. He's been lost in the Rift for quite some time, Drew. He has been lost in the Rift, but recently has come back to us, putting in some time to practicing, to improving, to playing StarCraft once again, and we'll see if it's enough to bring down herO. He did take down Classic in the lead up to this series. He just barely beat Classic 3-2, went all the way to the ace match, and we'll see if he can take down herO, as herO is a very different kind of player, much more aggressive, much more assertive. Protoss. Oh boy. Here we go. As we are soon to be getting in. Meanwhile, shout out to Archon Studio for being the main sponsor, one of the official sponsors of the RSL. Again, I do recommend checking out the podcast this week, as we went very in-depth as to the miniatures game, as to their ambitions, the AMA, the 2-hour AMA that they did hold, as alongside some other kind of things affecting, you know, the future of the miniatures game, their future as well. They have like a 9-year potential plan, or release plan and release schedule on what they want to add to their game, but there's a lot getting into that, of course. For now, again, check out the Patreon, !RSL in the chat. So they do have a Patreon page to support the event, to support the tournament, and to help grow the event as well. True. So they do have their Patreon, otherwise, and that's leading into the offline finals, of course, which I'm sure they're about to get into. There's an offline finals happening in Korea that's going to be in 1 month's time, or even less than a month, I think, at this point. But over in December, they are going to have a 2-day event on, I think it's the 13th and 14th of December, so less than a month away for those offline finals, bearing in mind that the winner of this tournament is going to be seeded and invited into those offline finals as well. So again, there's a lot on the line here. Yep, as you can see the dates, December 13th and 14th. I believe the 13th is going to be an open qualifier, and the 14th is going to be the main event, the 4-player playoff brackets. Oh boy. So 2 days of StarCraft. And again, that's around the corner. Meanwhile, the players are getting ready. As you can see, here we have them. Oh, the Smoj is real. Now, for those that are curious, Reynor is in Korea. That's why you can see he's in an apartment. He's in a hotel room. So Reynor, he's playing from South Korea. The assumption is that Reynor's in Korea so that he can also play in the qualifier as well, to be a part of RSL. But let's go. As Vitas are done, game 1 is going to be an Evil Heart, game 2 Persephone, game 3 Winter Madness, game 4 Magnetic North, and Tokamak at the end of the series. Let's go.
Very kind of fast, aggressive, explosive players. We like to think of their mid game as being their strength, not like the super late game necessarily. Both super quick players. I think this is going to be an amazing series. The following maps will be Persephone, Winter Madness, Magnetic North, and then finally Tokamak to round out the series. Alright guys, we're going to be jumping into our first game here. It's going to be on Evil Heart. Like you said, Classic did that Adept all in. When he played Reynor, I'm curious if herO was watching that, like, oh, that would look
and
I might go for some of that.
Spawning in the right-hand corner of Evil Hearts, we have the Italian Zerg player, we have the red Zerg for Basilisk, it is Reynor. And in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player for T1, it is herO. And I'm on it, lovely, I'm on it. If you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. I do think that this series should be a close one. Personally, I lean towards herO, but I can see Reynor taking the series as well. I'm hoping for a back and forth. Regardless of the series score, I don't want a 3-0. I don't want a 3-0. I want to see a game 4. I want to see a game 5. And we start things off with a hatch block. Let's go with the proxy hatchery across the map. to wall up to wall off. We have an early pull behind this as well. Reynor being hyper aggressive.
This drone will get in nice and early. We see the proxy hatch going down. The probe will get into the main base. It sees the... it doesn't actually see the pull time, and I thought he did see that.
Yeah, but he did see the lack of larva being spent there. There was 3 larvae just sitting there. It should tell him immediately what's going on as soon as you see that.
Sure, yeah, but he doesn't necessarily know, like, is it a 12, 13, or 14 pull, right? I guess he can maybe confirm that later. He does see the hatch now going down. We pull the probes. Obviously, you want to deal some damage to that. Once the Zealot comes out, he'll be able to eventually clean that up.
Yeah, finishes off the wall off here, so you can easily deal with the Lings when they come up. Gets the probe kit here, which is a big deal for sure, because now you're not really 100% sure. There are some scenarios where Reynor could just pull all the drones here, right? I don't think he's going to do that in this case, but it's nice for the Protoss to keep that probe alive so they can keep scouting and confirming if there's more Lings coming or if there's like a drone pool coming or something like that. But that will not be an option here for herO.
Yeah, absolutely, and there is a unit in the wall there, opting to not use that to kill the hatchery just yet. Doesn't want to let the Lings in, obviously. They're going to go to work on this Cybercore, and now we see the little dance where the Zealot tries to pretend it's going to move out to hit the Zerglings, and then that's why he's got that one Zergling behind, so if the Zealot does come out, he can get in that wall, and that's what we see.
So far, second Zealot has arrived. Here he has to be circled, not being surrounded. The Cybercore is under fire. We do come in for the surround. He gets one. Not even. Yeah, the Zealot does barely. Is barely not going to go down. Very impressive control there from herO. He saves the Zealot. He kills the hatchery. That's going to be a kill, not a cancel. Queen is on the way. We have some extra larva, and that Cybercore still getting dangerously low, actually. The Cybercore. Can he get it? He wants it.
Hatchlings come out.
Oh my
They
god.
actually did quite a lot of damage to that.
Almost.
If he could have got that, that would have been a huge pick-off there, delaying the Protoss tech forever, basically.
Yeah,
Jesus.
Standstill was a very clean hold for Classic, and now the problem for Reynor is he's trying to catch up on workers. As you can see, he's already very far behind in the worker department. But now Classic, or not Classic, herO has this counter-attack timing with the Adepts and a couple of Zealots, which is going to force even more units out of Reynor. So he's going to be in even a worse economical position, where he doesn't even have a gas yet, right? So just making slowlings here for Reynor feels very, very rough.
He wants it. Oh my god.
He comes back in, tries to get the Cybercore once
He
again,
wants that Cybercore.
But like you said, the real
Lings already back at
problem
home.
for Reynor is these Adepts.
herO doesn't get surrounded.
Shade into the main. There's no Link speed anywhere to be seen. I think they're going to finish that shade and start going to work. Oh, the Lings are actually there. And he's forced to recall.
Yeah, that was a bit of a misstep by herO there. If he just put himself in a nook between the minerals, like with slow Lings and no Queen there, there's no way to actually efficiently clear those Adepts out. But he actually managed to go all the way behind, and Reynor gets the surround and is forced to recall. So that was probably the best case scenario that Reynor could hope for.
Yeah, so a bit of miscontrol there by herO. He does lose one of the Adepts. He's forced to recall. Behind this, Stargate follow-up base is on the way. herO is still in a better position, but there are opportunities here for Reynor. We'll see if he can catch the Adepts. We'll see if he can minimize more losses.
He's going to have to make spores at some point to deal with the Oracles. It looks like herO's in a pretty decent spot at the moment.
Yeah, I think he's pretty happy just to keep, forcing out a couple of more Lings, just keeping these Adepts up that bay, delaying the third hatch. As we can see, like the Oracle is about to come out, and this third hatch is not even started yet. So we're gonna have to, get more Queens, get spores, and then also we have to somehow afford a third hatch in all this. So the game is getting very, very complicated here for Reynor.
Yeah, I'm sure he has all these responses kind of mapped out, and I'm curious if he will send that Overlord in that we see near the main base to get the confirmation of the tech. He's obviously pretty preoccupied dealing with these Adepts just for the moment, but that is an option he has available to him.
Yeah, probably just blindly assume that. Yeah, actually, he did see the Stargate with the Zerglings he made earlier from the hatchery.
Of course, yeah.
Or maybe he snuck another Ling in. Either way, he knows about the Stargate, and is now dropping Broachford and Evo Chamber before the third hatch. So
Jesus, there are just so many Adepts here.
It's like he needs to get something to actually.
And Reynor doesn't even have a third.
That we have here.
Yeah, and only now do we see Lings being on the way. These Adepts going to be running wild right now, trading so well against the slow Speedlings. He gets on top of the Adepts, but the numbers just aren't there for Reynor. The Oracle just flies straight over the Spore Crawler. It almost dies there.
Yeah, I would say even though like the Oracle didn't do much here, he's still getting so much value with these Adepts, like killing all these Lings. We only lost 3 drones, but
so it's been lackluster with the Oracle, but as mentioned here, the Lings are just getting annihilated. Adepts stay shade behind the mineral line. Lings once again are going to be going down, and drones are falling, and Reynor just cannot keep up. These are so many losses for Reynor, and so efficient trades for herO.
So difficult to attack into with just Lings.
GG.
And that's actually just going to be it.
Yeah.
GG is called.
Yeah,
wow.
herO in a very good position after the initial fast pool plus hatch block defense. Like almost no damage, barely lost. I don't think he lost a single unit in defense.
Right.
And that just the counter pressure you have, even if you don't find damage with the counter pressure, just forcing Zerg to make more units in that situation. Because when you're going for these early pools, at least you're hoping to like kill off the first 2 Zealots. so the adepts have to be a bit more careful when they move out.
Right.
But the 2 zealots still being alive just means that herO can just freely go across the map and just keep pressuring with the adepts, and you're forced into more and more lings, and you're just slowly falling more and more behind, which is kind of what happened there.
Yeah, and just echoing what sort of said, Reynor, he needed more damage done with the initial proxy. If you remember, he even let the hatchery finish, so he lost the hatchery, he lost all the lings, he didn't kill the cybercore, he didn't kill the zealots, and as a result, he had to make more lings, otherwise he just died to the adept harass. So he had to make more lings, whereas otherwise he wanted to drone. He wanted to drone to be able to get into the mid game, get a third base as well, but that was not an option available here to Reynor. So in the end, herO did snowball out of control. GG, well played. Even with herO making some mistakes where he lost one adept early and where he didn't really get much done with the oracles either, he was still so far ahead anyway where it didn't matter. Did not matter that there were a couple of missteps here and there. herO, he still was able to come out on top, and now we're getting ready for game number 2. Was it glaive or without? No glaives. No. The game ended too early for anything like Twilight Council, vanilla adepts. Just vanilla adepts, but likewise slow lings, right? Slow lings to defend or anything like that. No upgrades on herO's units. It was too early for that. It was just regular adept aggression, and that early on it can do critical damage. I mean, it did, just because of the game state.
With some of these like early Link Stalker timing stuff like that can be difficult, but on the flip side you can also do...
But again, that was on Reynor. Like Reynor, he was the one that did decide to go for the hatch block, did decide to go for the early pool timing. So Reynor, he tried to dictate the pace of the game, and in the end it didn't quite work out for him. He did fall too far behind. And here we go. Now we're getting into our next game. 6 to 8 adepts at 4:30 is brutal. Or specifically, it's 6 to 8 adepts that early on when you did go for an early pull and a hatch block as well, right? Like, emphasis that the reason why this got so much damage done is because of how little damage Reynor dealt with his aggressive build. Remember, he was the aggressor early on, and he fell behind because he didn't do enough damage. And that was mainly just herO punishing, right? Punishing Reynor.
Yeah, absolutely. So the most likely thing we'll see here is just another target opener from herO, especially on this map. Like, we do see mix-ups, especially from herO, but especially on this map, I expect him to just open very standard. The big question is going to be is he actually going to skip the scout or not?
True.
Yeah, we will find that out in just a moment.
So as sort of said, again, standard openers is expected here. We do expect to see maybe herO deviating once we get into the mid game. Likewise, we'll see if Reynor also deviates as well with early tech. So we should be getting into our natural bases. This time there's no hash block. This time there's no early pull. We're going to calm things down early on.
Enough to see if anything crazy is coming his way. On Reynor's side, he gets to take his natural base, which is always very, it feels kind of comfortable as a Zerg, right?
Yeah, it's a sort of thing where it's like it's more like a stylistical choice, right? Some Protoss players prefer to not block, some prefer to do. You kind of, as long as you're good with your probe harass micro, you kind of end up in similar positions where if you go for the early scout, you will block the hatch, but you also sacrifice some minerals to send that probe out so early, so it kind of evens out in that sense a lot of the time.
Yeah, for sure. And we do just see it's going to be a gas pool, pretty standard opening here for Reynor on the back of this. This probe trying to deny as much mining time as it can by forcing the drones off the patches as they're already
just being as annoying as possible.
Mined from. That's the way the game works. It sends them to another mineral patch, and then here we see the core going down behind this as well as the Nexus.
Yeah, and herO is definitely one of the best Protoss players when it comes to doing this probe harass micro.
Oh, it's so well. I haven't played herO, but like in general, that's so annoying to do.
Yeah, yeah, herO is definitely next level when it comes to this. So Reynor is probably getting a little bit annoyed by this probe, I would imagine, at this point.
I sometimes wonder like how pros do this and not mess up their build, because it feels like they put so much attention on it.
See, in chat, I sort of expected a proxy robo from here. Proxy, I think I saw you mentioned that earlier in the previous series. Proxy robo is not a thing in PvZ, so we do not expect to see a proxy robo at all in this series. It's not a viable build. So we expect to see standard openers out of herO, and we expect to see some deviation in the mid game. Proxy robo is a thing in PvP, but that's different matchup.
And one thing I like about this map for the Zerg is you get to put your Overlord on the pillar at the natural, right? Like the kind of trend in recent and newer maps is that the
from here, opening up Stargates, coming down,
and then sometimes you have the airspace near the natural you can put it at if you want to. But on Persephone in particular, you get to see the whole wall for the whole duration with no breaks in vision basically. So Reynor sees the exact timing of the warp gate, and then decides to send his Overlord away.
Yeah, he sees the first adept coming out, and then he just tries to send it away, because obviously since there's a Stargate, There's either going to be a Void Ray or a Phoenix even, as
Ooh.
you see here. So the Overlord would die eventually, so he's just trying to get it away before the target unit comes out.
Yeah, Phoenix opener out of herO. Okay. Now, the thing about a Phoenix opener is that due to the Phoenix, herO is able to hunt down the first Overlord and deny vision. Now, if you recall, we were making reference to their previous best of 7, and there was a game where herO did go for a Tempest Rush, where he went for a Void Ray opener, then went for a second Stargate into Fleet Beacon into Tempest. So something like that is an option. And what's important here, even if he doesn't do it, that's going to be in the back of Reynor's mind. Is like, ooh, you're hunting down Overlords for a reason. What exactly are you hiding? Is it a Fleet Beacon? Is it a Stargate? Is it a Twilight Council? Is it a standard game? Reynor's going to be in the dark. So Reynor, he's going to be blind as to what's going on in the follow-up. We can see so far it looks like a standard follow-up here, but Reynor doesn't know that.
Double Oracle, and they use the Phoenix to lift the Queens and flying with the Oracles to pick up drones, right? But in the...
And you can see, I love this from herO. herO, he makes an Oracle, he's not moving out. He's banking the Oracles. And again, there's a lower chance that Reynor's going to be ready for this because of the Phoenix opener.
Yeah, for sure. And now we actually
he has to reveal it.
unit here just at the moment. Okay, the Oracle does come over to help out the Adept with his third base.
Yeah, forced to reveal the Oracle. This is better for Reynor, now he knows. And you can see the Spore just began. The Spore just began for Reynor now that he knows that there's an Oracle on the way at the natural specifically.
Going into, you know, lots of Lings and then Hydras eventually.
Well, not the
maybe
natural,
even
where is it?
Hydra Ling Bane down the line.
Yeah, when you see
In
the
between?
first snake, you're like, okay, what are you up to? This is a little bit weird. But then you see the
The third.
Oracle
There you
snake,
go.
okay, this is just very standard. I can just go into my fast +1 melee and then either follow it up with Roaches or Hydras down the line. We have to wait and see what he does. But so far it's actually even a fourth Stargate unit, a third Oracle coming out here, which is not super standard.
Yeah.
Yeah, indeed, making a lot of them. That could be like a map-specific thing. The main base.
We'll see if he continues. Yeah, he's making more Oracles. He's going to the 4. Mass Oracle. Mass Oracle +1. I believe this usually entails charge. So Mass Oracle into charge is a build that herO is very fond of.
You can suddenly start targeting down Queens as they rally to the main, or you go between bases. And then once they're gone, you have kind of free reign on everything.
As Oracle production's not stopping.
Like he's delaying his tech a lot. Like there's no Twilight Council yet, so there's no Robo, right? He's paying a lot for this.
Oh, double Robo, not charge. Jesus.
Yeah, but like this is something that herO has done in the past, and he's also done it versus Reynor in the past. So Reynor is aware that this is an option.
Yep.
But normally a lot of time you see the third Stargate unit and the second Oracle in this case, and you're like, okay, this is a normal game.
Yeah, the problem is that he hasn't seen all the Oracles this time.
All of a sudden, 4 Oracles show up, and you get way caught off guard with your Queens, like it looks like here.
Yeah, these Queens way out of position. I think the Link just ran past the Oracles. It may have seen one, but I don't think it saw all of them. Suddenly they fly into the main, they pick up the Queen, as you mentioned, started going to town.
Oh, the
on this
drones!
drone
Oh my
line.
god.
So many
14!
workers right now. They don't even care about the Spore hitting them a little bit. This Queen just gets away, but they're going to target down a Spore.
Yeah, they're going to get it as well. And only lose 1 Oracle so
They'll
far.
kill it.
Lifting up the Queen was very cute by herO to stop it from being able to transfuse that Spore.
He's going back in.
A few more drones here before going back out.
Oh
again.
my god.
This is absolutely insane damage. herO has the worker lead right now after 16 drones going down.
And remember, what's the follow-up? Mass Immortal. Like, double Immortal production for herO. So he is ready for a Roach counterattack.
We'll be able to get, you know, Storm and Archons down the line as well.
Yeah, I'm a bit curious with this, what he's going to do with this Templar Archives, if he's actually going to get Storm, or if he's just going to go, like, charge
Archon.
up Archon Immortal and just try to finish the game.
Yeah.
That's something that's definitely an option here. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I think it's good that Soda brought that up. There is a high chance here that there is no Storm, that he's getting the Temple Archives just for Charge Archon Immortal. Just for an earlier timing of Mass Immortal.
70 workers already. His economy is looking really good right now. I think he has options. He's added a ton of gates right now, and as this +1 finishes, I think you may be right. We might see some sort of Zealot Archon time in here.
There it
No
is.
Storm on the way right now, so that looks to be
And the
case.
scary thing here, so this is looking deceiving. You might be looking at this game state and be thinking, hold up, Reynor, he's got 78 workers. Like, he's good, he's recovered. That is not true. Reynor, because he lost so many drones, he had to spend all of his larva and all of his money re-droning. So now he's back up to a decent worker count, but his army and his tech is lacking because of that. So Reynor is in a worse position. We can see that herO is going for Storm. I thought that he was going to go for an earlier push, but no, he's going for Storm, and he's actually taking it to Skytoss. I don't think this is necessary. I feel like herO has a little momentum right now, and he could even try to end the game, but herO, he's thinking further ahead. He's calming down.
Drones and units at the same time here, because he knows there's a potential for a timing, but he also knows that I have to keep scaling to actually keep up with the Protoss tech here.
Yeah, Raider's actually getting so much tech as well. He's getting the Roach speed, he got the
I think
Hydra damage,
because
he's got the
herO is being
Spire,
passive,
he's got
because
the
herO's not
Hive
attacking, like Reynor's getting away with a lot. Like Reynor, he droned up heavily, and he's getting a Hive and a Spire. He's getting away with it. And all these upgrades.
Get all my tech. I can just drone up and get online. There's no like real timing here for Reynor, I think, to actually try to punish herO. So we're both just gonna see what what their plans are going into the later stages here.
Yeah, I've noticed herO takes his fourth base a little bit later than some of the other Protosses, like Classic, for example, and some Protosses that we've seen struggle with these Hydrolink Bane timings. I like that herO gets kind of a bigger army size before he takes the fourth. It makes it seem much more holdable.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, especially if you're already taking up to something like a Fleet Beacon already, and you're not really trading out many units, you can definitely afford to delay your fourth a little bit, especially when you had the early start. There's no reason.
So far, good reaction out of Reynor.
Losing the game.
As he shouldn't lose many drones here.
Yeah, we do see this Zealot run by
Lose maybe one,
over here.
maybe.
Not able to get too many drones. Nice cleanup by Reynor. He does have this corner base instead of the kind of triangle one. So all his bases are
okay,
in a
now
line
we
right
push
now,
Jesus.
But here it comes. Here's this Immortal push. He has the Mothership on the way.
This is going to be a +2 timing instead for herO.
This push could potentially hit quite hard.
Yeah, definitely. Bane is coming in now.
We need to see Raynor's army set up. He's got 10 Banelings, he has Baneling speed.
The part here for the Zerg is that you need to deal with this push right now, but you would ideally also want to save money for, you know, the later tech, the Infestors, the Broodlords, these kind of thing. But you're definitely forced to just deal with this here and now.
Yeah, the Great Aspire is on the way. Raider's on 90 drones. Looks like he wants to
oh
go
my
to the late
god!
game, but
Crazy
the
storms.
go down, zoning out all these units right now. The High Templar run away. One Bailey connects, but it's not enough.
We need more
to take
gateway
them
units.
down. This army does have to retreat on creep for now, but I think herO is taking some good trades right now.
Yeah, very good start initial trades, and he also has these stasis wards to fall back to in case the fight starts looking bad. As long as he has like enough energy on the High Templars to keep storming while running away, he's pretty safe. The danger is if he actually runs out of storm and the Zerg can just collapse on your army. That's when the Protoss army can fall apart.
Oh, you got to be careful. You don't want to lose that Tempest for nothing. There's such an expensive unit.
Yeah,
goes
a
down
little bit
just at the
sloppy there
front
from
of
herO,
herO's
losing the
army there.
Tempest.
Like you say, got to fall back to these stasis wards pretty soon.
Reynor with
The
enough
flank
links, he
comes
can
in.
get on top of this
Actually, a lot
army.
that caught by the stasis ward. Very nice there for herO. And these
Reynor, he's a little bit more time.
So big right now.
Yeah, fresh High Templar coming in. But the big...
The Templar's exposed. The Templar, the Baneling.
And if you can't catch this army
There we
right
go,
now,
does get away.
this will get a little bit scary.
I think we have no Overseers on the field right now, so Reynor actually has nothing to see this cloak. He's going to have to make some. That's a big problem because it looked like he wanted to go.
The one thing keeping Reynor in this game, no Warp Prism. Because of no Warp Prism, it takes so long for herO to reinforce his army. So that's keeping Reynor alive.
And he's gonna be able to
His reinforcements take so long.
Now you're basically forced to attack into the army, and then the time warp comes
Very
out.
nice slow zone.
Time warp is combined with
Jesus.
the Immortals and the,
Yeah, GG. GG gets called.
Wow, beautiful time warp there. The whole
And herO
Zerg
does
army
break through.
forced to run
Again, we thought that herO was going to go for a +1 timing. He went for a +2. He went for +2 with like 8 Immortals, like a hefty army there out of herO. With that Reynor, remember we spoke about how greedy Reynor was being, and again he was expecting a longer game because herO didn't go for that +1 timing. Reynor, he was like, oh, I guess you're droning, I guess you're probing, I guess you're going into the late game. We assumed that as well. I mean, hey, there was a Tempest, right? There was a Tempest, there was a Fleet Beacon, there was a Mothership. So Reynor, he assumed he was safe. He was not. Instead, herO went for a +2 timing and was able to break Reynor before he could ever really tech up into anything else. GG. GG, well played. herO, he's up 2-0 and he is 1 game away from claiming the series. As I mentioned before, I'm hoping that this isn't a 3-0. I want to see a game 4. I want to see a game 5, but the pressure is on Reynor. Pressure is on. Catching up in the chat. So Phoenix before Oracle, strictly to night vision as early as possible. Yes. It doesn't have to be Phoenix. You can go Void Ray. You can open up Void Ray first. They both have the same role. Void Ray is a little bit more robust. The Phoenix has more potential just because you can also lift units, so you can lift up the queens. So it's a bit of a give and take with how you want to approach it with Phoenix or Void Ray first. But the purpose there is to deny scouting. And as you saw, he was denying vision and making sure that Reynor didn't know it was Mass Oracle. And the Mass Oracle did crippling damage. He was able to get, 16 drone kills. He was able to pick off the Queen, pick off the Spore as well. Crippling damage early on. And that set Reynor behind. Reynor, he was trying to recover and trying to be very greedy to catch back up. But he was just too far behind. He lost too much. Because of all that greed, we saw that herO was able to hit his +2 timing. GG. GG. herO only has Stalkers and Storm as anti-air. The anti-air didn't really matter there. There was a Spire, but we all assumed correctly that Spire was just for Broodlords. You saw the Greater Spire on the way towards the end. That was not meant to be like a muta switch. That'd be crazy. that was meant to be for Corruptors, for Broodlords, for Skytoss, just to re-emphasize that Reynor was taking up very, very heavily there in preparation for the late game. That was his hope. That was that herO was turtling up into late game as well. So Reynor, he gambled, but he had to gamble, right? Just because he was so far behind. late game take up from herO was semi fake out. Yeah, I don't know if it was a fake out or if he just changed his mind. Like I don't that is something that I don't know. Is that is herO, was he trying to like make it look like he was taking up and he intended to push early, or was he taking up and then he was like, you know what if I just push? Like that I'm not so sure about, because he still made a Tempest but he only made one, right? So I don't know if that was like if that was herO being fluid and flexible, or if that was always the plan for herO. I think that's something that you always have to ask yourself, and I don't think you're ever going to know an answer to that. Is that times herO, he just kind of like off the cuff kind of like, you know, decides things like off the cuff there instead, or sometimes it's pre-planned. Like it's hard to say for herO for sure. Hard to say with any like real confidence. But with that, we're going to be going to break here. And again, I'm hoping it's not a 3-0. I'm hoping that we get a game 4 and a game 5, but the pressure is on Reynor, and we'll be back soon with the rest of the series. See you soon. Bye. See you soon.
Sorry, kiting, I mean to say, into his rally.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, we have returned with our PvZ, I should say, with Reynor versus herO in mid-series. Reynor, he's down 0-2, and again, we're hoping for a bit of a comeback. We're hoping for more games between these two players. But herO, he is looking untouchable so far. I say untouchable. It's been a very aggressive series so far. We saw that in game 1, Reynor, he attempted to go for the proxy hatchery and the early pull timing. He was punished for it. He failed to get damage done early on. Game 2, we had herO being cheeky, opening up Phoenix, going mass oracle. He went mass oracle up to like 5 oracles into an early move out, early push. He got a lot of critical damage done and just snowballed from there. And now we're getting into game 3, and again, we're expecting something different out of herO. We're loading into Winter Madness.
What he wants to bring out. The map is going to be Winter Madness, guys. In the bottom right, we have Reynor as the red Zerg, and in the top left, it's going to be herO as the blue Protoss.
Yeah, here for T1, Reynor for Basilisk. Now, jumping into our series here, again, Reynor, he's had a bit of a shaky start. What's important is that we have yet to see a standard game. So far, no standard game, but we're loading into Winter Madness. I would say that this is a better map to play standard on from Protoss. herO, he can play standard. Doesn't have to be cheeky, doesn't have to be crazy, doesn't have to be unorthodox. He can play standard and straight up. I feel like this would be the best map for that, but we'll see.
It doesn't guarantee it, obviously, but I mean, otherwise, in most other cases, I feel like the Void Ray is better, or just going for 2 oracles right away. Do you think that's like a really big tell?
It's some of a tell for sure, and that's also probably like why herO went to the Phoenix, is he really wants to make sure he denies scouting, so he can't see the multiple oracles, right? With a potential like sneaky overlord or something like that. And the Phoenix is cheaper, so allows you to keep the target production online a little bit more. So I think that's probably why he went for it. He could do something else with the Phoenix, but it's a little bit of a tell for sure.
Yeah, definitely. All right, guys.
They were just discussing the last game. I would push back a little bit. They're talking about like, oh, like, was the Phoenix a tell of the build? I would say no, but it was a tell that something was off, right? Just because we have seen herO go Phoenix into Tempest Rush, we've seen herO go Phoenix into Glaive Adepts. herO, he has a lot of builds that he can hide by going Phoenix first. So I would push back and say that the Phoenix first wasn't a tell that he was going Mass Oracle, but it was a tell that something weird was going on. So that sure. Reynor was just unable to confirm, right? He was just unable to confirm what was being done behind it, and it is difficult to confirm if you lose your overlords, right?
Yeah, it could be the kind of thing where he just wants to confirm the third, and then maybe potentially hide the probe in the corner, right? As he did open with a complete no scout.
Yeah, indeed. He will... Oh, it just slips through the ring of vision there, but of course he does see it in the natural. I'm kind of wondering if that's worth hiding. I mean, I guess it's not a big deal. Going to try and nibble at these drones. Nothing going to go down, obviously.
Yeah, herO
just on the way, and we
here just getting eyes on the opener. Oh, Robo first out of herO. Hello.
He's going with the Stalker, and then
he's crazy.
We'll see what he actually gets with this. It's not going to be something like fast glaives or fast ETs, because with the Robo first. Might be something like extra gateways coming down here, and we'll see how crazy he goes on the gateway count.
Yeah, this can turn into a Soul Train. This can turn into early Immortal into an Immortal Glaives all-in. Sorry, Immortal Sentry all-in. Otherwise, this could be Prism into an Archon drop with High Templar. When it comes to the Prism build, if he goes into a Warp Prism, then he can go into a Templar Archives and warp in High Templar across the map. So we'll see if this is going to be Archons or if we're going to something else. Our eyes are on herO as he's being hyper aggressive.
It's most likely just going to be a Dark Shrine. It could be something like where he goes with the Prism first.
Could be
the
Observer first.
I would really expect this to be a Dark Shrine with the extra 2 gases coming in here as well.
Yeah, it looks to be that way. He'll walk into
I would agree here just because it's Observer, not Prism.
Then he'll go into
Templar Archives, okay.
This is a very old build that he's bringing back here.
Yeah. So our initial prediction was correct. So it's going to be Robo into Twilight Council, into Templar Archives, into Archon drop. Now, my assumption was it was going to be War Prism first. It was Observer first, then the War Prism.
Yeah, you don't have the potential to just lose 20 drones to a DT that you didn't know was coming, but you will have High Templar. You can go into Storm eventually. You don't need to remake, make that build in later on.
So basically, this is a delayed Archon drop.
Archons to each, but we will be seeing those Archons being added on in the near future here. There is the Warp Prism going to make its way out, and 3 gates being added as well to this.
Yeah, so it does make this initial timing a little bit quicker, because normally when they go for the DT Archon drop, they would actually start with the Twilight, right? In this case, it started with the Robo, so this Prism is slightly faster. Obviously, he doesn't have all 4 gateways online right away, so just the first Archon is faster. I think it's gonna equalized to being just like a pretty standard timing overall here.
Yeah, so let's wait for the
Yeah,
other
Reynor
icon.
does have the Roach Warren early enough to deal with this. You know, you basically can't.
Now you can see that it's going to be Archon drop into what? Into what looks to be a 2-base all-in, because we're rushing into charge and the Forger +1. So herO, he's doubling down instead of expanding, taking up meanwhile fast layer out of Reynor.
Do you think he might be just sending this on 2 bases here?
Definitely looks like it's at least gonna be some committed pressure here with 6 gates and charge coming in. He's mostly just going to harass a little bit and already warping the Zealots. So this would already tell Reynor off a little bit that, okay, that's a bit more committed than just your normal.
Yeah, the Zealots is a tell.
Yeah, Reynor does see this nice and
Oh
early.
my
Actually,
god.
wow.
Whew.
Actually, almost picked that off before it finished more.
Barely
there,
saved
but he does
it.
manage to save it. Already some health damage to this Warp Prism. That you
2 more gates, so it's again it is 2-base all-in. So 2-base all-in at a herO. But again, as was mentioned by the casters here as well, herO revealing 2 Zealots, that's a tell.
That's very nice.
Yeah.
This Archon, dude, is so low. I feel so scared for him. But he's absolutely fearless with his Warp Prism micro.
Yeah, that's a classical hero. He just will push everything, single unit to the limit. Sometimes too far, but that's why it's so exciting to watch as well. But yeah, so Reynor right now should realize that there's no third, which should have ideally already gone down by now, even with this.
Yeah, Reynor needs as many roaches as
kind of
possible.
detail that he can look at to see like, okay, I actually do need to respect this potential follow-up. A tricky thing here as a Zerg player is you can't just like stop making drones and just make only roaches, because this push kind of scales a little bit, because you have the Forge, you have the Archon count, you have the Immortal count. Like you can kind of need a slightly higher drone count than you would expect here as a Zerg to maintain your army to deal with the follow-up waves that can come from this. So he does need to go get a few more drones out, but still make sure he maintains a healthy Roach Ravager count so he can actually deal with the army as well.
Yeah, for sure. I think he's got a good number of roaches out now. Starts adding.
I appreciate that from sort of emphasizing that Reynor, he still needs to drone up somewhat here because of how well like Archon and Immortal can scale.
Anyway, they often do that.
Yeah.
Oh, Ling's caught.
But he will try and add in drones when he can. But right now,
Yeah, this is
the Protoss
dangerous.
army is moving across the map. Decent number of Zealots, 3 Archons in the mix.
That's a healthy amount of Roach Ravager though.
Yeah, one problem here for Reynor is Roach speed is not done yet, and ideally you would like to meet this push right now when he hits the creep, so you can start picking off these Zealots one by one with the Roaches. But without the Roach speed, it's just too cost inefficient to actually fight this army. So a little bit unfortunate there for Reynor, but herO does not capitalize and just starts +2, starts Blink, and goes back home. And he's gonna play for that later follow-up timing. I don't really expect him to start Storm here. I expect him to just keep morphing in Archons like he is and just try to ship it with +2 ideally.
Yeah, so as you can see here, he shouldn't be engaging because he shouldn't lose this army. He should be retaining this army, preserving it for that later time with +2.
The third base with the Lings. That's why he poked in there. He sees that
Gets into the main.
herO is probing that base up.
And gets
so
a
now
drone.
he starts adding in his own workers.
2, 3
Going
drones.
into the
Not
60s
bad.
Here, adding on extra gases.
Very
at
nice.
that third base, and we may see this start to develop into something more of a normal-looking mid-game here, but via a slightly different route.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned for Reynor just because his drone count was kind of low initially.
Yeah.
He's catching back up now, but it's been a long time where he's been lower than he should have.
Right.
Which means that this follow-up timing, and here does start up Storm, it's going to be harder to deal with the follow-up timings because you will have less economy than you ideally
Yeah, you
should
can
have,
see
so
it
your
here. Like
army
hero's had the better economy for longer. Reynor going for mutas. Oh, this is crazy. We don't have room for this. No shot.
should lead.
Yeah, I think the question here is, does herO want to send this as Storm and Blink?
Like hero's gonna push with +2 and Storm. Like no shot. We have room for mutas.
If he sits back, the mutas might be able to get into a mineral line, start dealing damage. That's one way Reynor could get back into this game. But if he's aggressive, the Spire will basically be, you know, a cost that didn't pay off for you yet.
Yeah, absolutely. So Bane is becoming online now, but Storm and Blink and +2 is already finished. So if herO wants to, he could potentially start moving out on the map now. Doesn't need to push, but he can go out on the map. And
So Reynor, thankfully he is making roaches. He's maxing out. Okay, he's maxing out with Ling Roach.
it's a way to keep your fourth base here alive, right?
Yeah, for sure. And right now, herO actually has the worker lead. I'm getting a bit worried.
And
for
here
Reynor.
he's soon gonna push out. He's soon gonna commit with a terrifying
I
army.
feel like otherwise, herO's economy is
How
gonna
many
be out of
storms?
control, but here comes the push as well.
I think he has 4 High
So
Templar.
scary for Reynor. Do you make the mutas or not is the question. He is going to fire up some. He feels like he can defend this
Oh,
push.
7 meters on the way.
Regardless,
That's gonna hurt him.
Scares off the army with these bios. But there's some actual
Warping
units
into the
here,
main.
fifth base of Reynor. If he's
He's
able
warping
to
in.
pick off
Nice
a base
storm.
while he pushes down here, that would be good for him.
Storm zones.
Especially if he gets both hatcheries here.
Yeah, both hatcheries will go down.
For herO for sure, and like we have to remember, Reynor's drone count is still very, very low. So he not only does he need to stay alive here, he also needs to find a way to somehow stop herO's progression on the other side of the map as well. So So he's like 2 problems that he's not able to solve right now.
Yeah, I think that's the second Stargate, so here he has access to to Phoenixes. Sorry, that's the first Stargate, should emphasize.
Flying around the edge of the map here. They are. Oh, they could actually pick off that prism. That would be a nice catch. But he's going to send those probably round to the third base or the main of herO. Try to hit the worker lines, surprise him with
the scary thing here is that, again, these mutas are quote-unquote dead supply defensively. It means that the Reynor's main army is that much smaller.
But in a case like this, where you're kind of desperate as Reynor, you do need to find some way to slow herO down here. You definitely don't want to show the mutas too early.
Yeah, Reynor still not able to take a 4th base 10 minutes into the game. This is quite wild, but he is going to get into the middle line, start picking off probes. This is his counter damage. Here it feels
nice
like
storms. Oh my god.
The Banelings get some
Tampa get caught out. No more storms left.
Force them all to morph. Reynor needs to stay alive right now.
Yeah, all the storms are gone now though.
Yeah.
And there's still
good fight for Reynor.
There are 4 immortals in the back, but the Archons are starting to disappear.
Wow, one engagement by Reynor.
Yeah, no reinforcements, no prism across the map. Reynor, he's holding.
Oh my god, this is so many high tempo. They run through their own storms.
God.
And they're all going to get taken out or forced to morph.
Yeah, miscontrol out of herO.
The reinforced
rallies into the army.
That was so expensive for herO.
Yeah, in the end, I think this probably ended up being as close to as good as herO could, or Reynor could hope for. He just managed to reset the army. He gets a good amount of worker damage. But if you look at the worker count, it's still just even. And only now is the Hive coming in for Reynor. The big win there, though, is resetting the Immortal and High Templar count. It's very expensive. It takes a lot of time to build up again.
So it's one of those things where, as sort of is pointing out, Reynor still has no 4th. He still has no 4th base. Reynor actually has a worse economy. The drone count, the worker count is even, but that is deceptive, right? The soup lies. The soup does lie. Reynor, he's oversaturated on 3 bases. herO has a 4th, and he maintains his 4 bases. He shut down the mutas. The mutas were shut down. As sort of was emphasizing, it's important that herO's Immortal and High Templar count was reset. That's the one thing keeping Reynor in this game.
We have a great Aspire already coming out for Reynor.
Yeah, I think this Void is pretty much just like a, oh, I know I'm very far ahead, and I'm a bit worried of dying to potential, like, Roach all-in or something like that. And just getting a single safety Void Ray just to make sure that he cannot die to something like that.
Yeah, indeed. We see more High Templar, more upgrades. Adrenal on the way at the same
nice
time.
Round with Reynor, with the Lings.
4+1 melee. I don't think I've ever seen that. I'm not sure.
I believe recall's on cooldown.
Sometimes when they're going lurkers or something, but definitely not.
So very nice catch. All these Sorgs are going to be thrown away. Oh, brutal run by.
Damage that Reynor cannot afford. This is a very good trade for Reynor, but again, he's playing kind of a losing game here, right? Where his economy is just so much worse than herO. His fights have been really good. The previous fight and this fight all look very, very good. But he needs somehow to be able to establish his 4th base, get a 5th base online, and he still needs to find a bit more damage, I feel like, to herO's economy.
Yeah, it looks like herO was able to take out all those mutilates.
Oh!
He actually changes his mind and turns around.
Yeah, I think he realizes that there already is cannons and batteries in the middle lines due to the mutas, and he knows that these are unupgraded Lings, so he's like, okay, with Warpins and the static, it's probably not enough to actually get anything done. I am not very rich right now. I want to try to keep these Lings alive a little bit longer.
Yeah, I thought we were having a herO moment there.
We have some desperation Broodlords on the way for Reynor. He has 2 Broodlords, soon to be 3 with that 3rd Corruptor, so he's slowly building up his army. But as they were emphasizing here, the economy is still very lackluster for Reynor. herO is getting a 5th expansion up and running.
As the follow-up
now, thankfully for Reynor, there's no Sky Toss, right? Like, there's a Mothership on the way, but there's no Tempest production or anything like that.
And he's going to try and drag this out. And we actually have... I thought all the Mutalists died. He still has 2 left. They pretty much killed the Prism, and that's all they can do. This Void Ray actually moving all the way across the map here. I don't know what this guy is doing.
This is a very fun interaction 30 minutes into the game, but does get a Roach and then gets out of there.
That's just herO things, man. How did he get value from a Void Ray that moved across the map after a Mutalisk play?
Yeah, well, there's not that much value in the end, losing it there. But yeah, so Reynor is going for like the one last play he really has here. Like after how this game has played out, he didn't really have any timings he could hit to actually kill herO. So now he's just going into the
5 broods.
The tricky part now for Reynor is he still needs to build a bank here. He needs to get a better army. He needs spellcasters. He needs more broodlords. But he also somehow needs to trade out this Roach Ravager army. Right. And that's kind of the very tricky part in this state of the game is you want to slowly trickle out your army. You don't want to lose everything at once because then you're open to counterattacks and run-bys and whatnot.
Yeah, Reynor trying to hit this Broodlord timing before the capital ships for herO can come out, because once you have Tempests on the field, the Broodlords pretty much have to go home. We do see the first one.
Yeah, as sort of mentioned, like, it's so crucial here that Reynor has to throw his Roaches. He has to slowly bleed out those Roaches as one of the Broodlords does go down.
There's no real anti-air except for the Corruptors now.
Second Broodlord
trying to come over.
falls.
If they could snipe the Tempest,
And a
that
third,
would be
they were
huge.
down to 2.
All the Cross Pass gonna get the Tempest
Oh.
actually. That's pretty
Nice
pretty
biles.
massive here. I don't think there's enough Broodlords left to actually keep pushing though, so he's just gonna be forced to go back home. And I think that's an okay trade-ish for Reynor. He would have preferred to keep some of those Broodlords alive, but he did get to trade out some of that ground army that he can now replace with more air units and spellcasters.
Yeah, indeed. He's almost up to 80 drones now. He's added.
Yeah, you can see Reynor is trying to switch into lurker tech. Oof.
Really trying to set up for
Like, it's a ways away.
Game high-tech army here on the side
Upgrades,
of, herO.
of
We
course,
see more
heavily in
Tempests
favor of
come out.
herO.
We may see a carrier transition at some point as that second Stargate goes down. But right now, herO is
Oof,
sensing
nice
a
one of the
moment
broods,
weakness
one left.
before that transition happens. He's starting to push.
Yeah, not enough Broodlords here to actually deal with this ground army. And
Yeah, here he can't be stopped. Like, here he's just moving in.
Here. And Reynor does not want to get forced into making units like Hydras and Roaches here, right? But he kind of has to actually fight this army because he doesn't have the time to make more Broodlords to actually deal with this army.
The fungal goes down on the army. It's a good one, but there's not enough follow-up. A lot of bios go on the mothership, but that thing is so tanky, it will not fall. If he's able to pick that up for the Corruptors, that could be huge. This base falls, though, for Reynor. He's looking in all kinds of trouble right now. Gonna get the mothership eventually, it looks like. The rest of herO's army comes down here. 31 drones going down. If Reynor loses this base...
Yeah, Reynor's just being pulled apart. But again, he's been playing from behind for almost the entire game here. Reynor, it's been a really rough game for him. Trying to catch up, trying to keep up with herO as he barely saves the expansion, but that's still going to be 31 drones going down.
Going for this late game comp, which is super expensive, and now his economy is very crippled. You're kind of gonna get forced into a semi all-in here, because again,
Yeah, Reynor's been all in for a long time at this point.
He has a very
Like,
big
he's gonna commit.
high quality unit.
He's got 5 lunkers on the
so it's
way.
gonna be
Let's go.
Very tricky here for Reynor to actually
3 infestors. He's making what he
establish
can.
map control again, right, and get a 5th base up and actually start to deny some of the bases for herO.
Yeah, indeed. One way he may be able to get some good fights here is with the lurkers that we see out now. Oh, this is actually... Oh!
He still gets it.
I think that's still worth it, even
Yeah,
if you lose like 10 zealots for that.
GG,
Reynor
GG.
GG's.
It's too broken to keep up with Protoss army at that point.
Yeah, only 50 drones versus, I think it was the six bases of herO,
Yeah,
the 80 probes. Amazing economy. What a game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think just like the early game, Reynor getting a little bit too defensive there probably. Like he read what was happening, but his drone count was just a little bit too low. So even though he kept taking good fight after good fight, herO ended up being even or ahead anyways, even after losing the fights, just because Reynor's economy wasn't really able to keep scaling at the same rate as herO's was. And that's the kind of situation where if you're on that drone count and you have a clean defense and you don't manage to find the counterattack timing, and all of a sudden all the benefits you got from winning the fight just goes away really quickly.
Yeah, it was really nice that sort of was able to emphasize that during the early game. If you remember what he's referring to, what we're talking about, if you wind it back, is that herO, he initially went for an Archon drop opener, a delayed Archon drop opener into a follow-up immortal charge timing. And if you remember, Reynor, because he was aware that something weird was going on, he was staying on a low drone count and he was building up his roaches. And sort of he was emphasizing how it was really important that Reynor still squeezes out a couple of drones. Doesn't over drone, but they still gets a couple of workers here and there to be able to maintain his economy. Otherwise he'll be outscaled. And we saw that Reynor wasn't droning. He cut workers early, under 3 base saturation, built up on Road Ravager, and even though Reynor survived, even though Reynor didn't take damage, it was inadvertent damage because he was just being outscaled, because herO had the better economy, right? herO, he just had the better economy, was able to build up and just outscale. Reynor was playing from behind, and you saw that Reynor, it took him so long to get a 4th base, and even then he never held on to it, but he could just never get a 4th. He could never get a proper economy, and because of that, he was just playing from behind. He was just playing from behind from almost almost the beginning, from like the early game, basically, from that initial like defense that Reynor was pulling off. And again, Reynor, he had some really nice fights, catching the Stalkers, catching the Immortals as well. He had some nice fights for sure, but like Reynor, he always had the worst economy, of course, compared to herO, which is a terrifying thing in ZVP. So GG, well played. With that, herO will take it. herO was favored, but again, I was hoping it wasn't going to be 3-0. I was hoping it was going to be more of a back and forth, but regardless, GG, well played, congratulations. And now we're getting ready for the final series of the broadcast. We're going to be jumping into Maru versus MaxPax in 4 minutes time. Let's go. Let us go. Reynor needs to train more. I think expectations are important. It's important to bear in mind that herO is literally one of, if not the best Protoss player in the world. So I would say there's no shame in going down to herO. So yeah, I would say that like even at their best, I mean, we would expect more of a back and forth for sure. But herO, he's a very difficult player to play against. We've even seen herO take it to serO as well. That's why I say arguably he's the best. I say arguably just because he's a very different kind of player compared to MaxPax and Classic, where Classic has, I would say, superior late game compared to herO, but herO has superior mid game compared to Classic. So they're very different kind of players, kind of like two sides of the same coin when it comes to Protoss. But GG well played. With that, we're going to be going on a break, and when we come back, we will have the final series of the broadcast. See you soon. See you soon with that PBT. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to
the night, and it's gonna be
welcome back to the final series here of the 2025 RSL Revival StarCraft League Season 3 Playoffs Day number 2. The final series of the broadcast is going to be Maru versus MaxPax. We just wrapped up with herO versus Reynor. It was more of a one-sided series. Was hoping for more of a back and forth, but GG well played. herO does take a 3-0, and now we're about to jump into our TVP. I see in the chats discussing ZVP. I should bring this to the table here and now. When it comes to Zerg versus Protoss, if you've been watching ZVP over the past like 2 weeks, basically ever since the map went live, it's been around 2 weeks. The ZVP meta has been in flux and has been changing. If you've noticed, I mean, you can even see it in this tournament. Looking at the playoffs, here versus Reynor, Shin versus Trigger, even Classic versus Reynor in the first series as well, in the upper brackets. There's been no late game. Like, there's been no late game, as opposed to in the last map pool in the last season where we saw a lot more late game PvZ. Nowadays, it's a lot more mid game oriented. The reason for this is because in the latest patch, in the latest map pool, they're less favorable towards turtle heavy play. So in the previous map pool, I would have said it was easier for Protoss to be more defensive, to turtle up and to get into Sky Toss, to get into late game. Nowadays, it is more difficult for that to happen. So we've been seeing a lot more aggressive games in the mid game, which I think is a nice change. And we even saw that in last series with herO being very aggressive versus Reynor, which is what we've been seeing more of. But different matchup, different series. We're jumping into our best of 5. And in the bottom left-hand corner, we do have Maru for Team Vitality. In the top right, we have MaxPax for Psystorm Gaming. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our Terran versus Protoss matchup.
I mean, he's always been good in the matchup, obviously. We'll have to see what kind of stuff he's playing, though, these days.
Yeah, Maru's off races are pretty good. He ladders on the Korean server with Protoss and Zerg quite a bit as well.
When it comes to this matchup here, I was very, very pleasantly surprised by Maru's performance previously in the tournament when he was able to bring down or showcase his TVZ. I've been very vocal about this, but I've been very disappointed with Maru's play this year. It's been very predictable. It's been very predictable and very one note, referring to Maru's performance at EWC, referring to his performance at GSL Season 1 and Season 2, and Maru's performance in DreamHack Dallas as well. Even though he won DreamHack Dallas, he was playing very predictably, and I wasn't really too fond of it. He was heavily reliant on mech and heavily reliant on 8 racks as well throughout the entire year. But what I love about this latest patch, and what I love about what we have seen so far to Maru, is that in the latest patch, 8 Raxes, this is specifically for versus Zerg, we'll get into versus Protoss, but 8 Raxes have been weakened because of the buff to Banelings, and Mech is weaker because of the nerf to the Cyclone, so it's been forcing Maru to play other styles. It's been forcing him to play a different way, and honestly, it's been refreshing. It's been refreshing, and it's been exciting to see Maru forced to kind of deviate away from his typical styles this year and explore other avenues and have a lot more variety in his play. And I would say that about this matchup as well. Maru, he was known for playing a lot of mech against Protoss and a lot of 2-base all-ins. Now 2-base all-ins are weaker and mech is weaker as well. So we should be seeing something different out of Maru. First things first, 3 CC before factory, hyper greed out of Maru.
Here at the natural expansion pretty soon. We're about to have 3 Marines. The second adept, I'm not sure how quickly it's going to be reaching across the map. I think the production tab, it might have been chrono boosted. I feel like that is finishing so faster.
So this should be 3 CC 3 racks. This is a relatively common build with Maru and Bjorn.
I don't think it's going to be just too late. Yeah, I think the CC will finish. The Marines will be able to delay it for just a moment here. And there is a ramp here, so it's a little bit awkward walking up into the Marine fire. You know, you have to take a couple shots before you can actually hit back. But with the second adept joining up here,
then I did anything. I was so running back, talking about the build here. So this is 3 CC 3 racks. As I mentioned before, if you've been watching Bjorn, Maru, and even it's been permeating to players like Cure as well amongst the Korean scene. This is a build that they do like to mix in over the past like a couple of years of play. This is very greedy, but it is map dependent, and we would often see this build on like Side Delta, for example, or even we saw it a little bit on Maganatha as well. But here we're seeing it on Celestial Enclave. There is a pocket base, so it is safer to go for this build. It is very greedy, and this really spikes up in power, in strength in the mid game once you get up to 3 base saturation.
He's going to be following this up with Blink and a quick third of his own. This is kind of the standard way Protoss is like.
So early on, Maru is vulnerable. He is vulnerable early on because he has no factory, because he has no tank production. But once he's able to build up his 3-base economy and build up into stim, build up into his upgrades, then he can excel when it comes to supply.
Yeah, nice pullback as well there by Max.
Like that's when the greed kicks in the mid game.
If they're going for these shades for the scouting, Terran players will try and just kind of pull the rug out from under them. The moment that vision goes away, they move down the ramp there with the Marines. Maru tried it, but MaxPax, he was watching. He didn't get caught with his pants down. He kept both those adepts alive, and he's getting a lot more scouting information as a result. Maru, meanwhile, he is going up to, I think it's 3 barracks in total right now, adding in the factory, of course, with that really fast 3rd CC. His economy is in a very good position.
Again, as we mentioned, 3 CC 3 racks is the build.
The game is really nice. Actually having that before the Protoss is Not kind of what we usually see, but that is because of this map, particularly having that pocket base.
Whoops.
Allows you to do that. Okay, actually finishes a shade.
Nice figure by Maru.
Does get to see the top of the ramp, but will lose the Adept.
I mean, these adepts aren't particularly useful here in the mid game.
Right.
that is, I think, a mistake.
They're not useful, but you do want to keep them alive to scout.
Scouting, that does give him some information. He can probably determine from that scout that this is a 3cc build. I wonder if that actually wasn't intentional.
And MaxPax, he has a direct route into the natural. Can he punish Maru? He's going for it.
To his third base. I think it might have actually been intentional because he's using that information right away. He gets 2 SCVs taken down.
Doesn't lose anything.
A little bit of hull damage on one stalker.
Yeah, with the quick 3cc, you don't have as many units as you might have. You don't have the tanks that you often use to deal with
3 SCVs.
So
Decent
Max
damage.
put that to good use. This Adept somehow found his way into the natural as well. 3 SCVs go down.
A nice little move right there. 3 SCVs in total falling is...
And again, it is crucial that MaxPax gets these pickoffs. Like, he cannot let Maru get away with this greed. So whatever SCVs he can get, whatever Marines he can pick off, is going to be a plus. Welcome to Celestial Enclave. This is a very large map of the map pool. Large map, long rush distance by ground. He's working towards Colossus, but he does need time for that Colossus production.
Yeah, we already have 4 gateways done. A lot more are in production. And I think MaxPax, he's hoping that Maru moves out across the map and he could just completely overwhelm this. It's not a very tech-based army, and so what MaxPax has on the field, it's not going to be scaling well. He wants to trade.
Yeah, absolutely. He's even taken this
He does.
forward-facing 4th base, not opting to go for the top left one that's very far away, and not opted to go for the pocket one as well. It doesn't give you the full eco. And actually gets
It is important that they bring up the fact that MaxPax took the center base. It is a very exposed expansion, so we'll see if we can get away with it.
The Observer is going to survive. Nice move there by MaxPax to pull that back. And for Maru, he's just now finally coming online. The last 2 barracks, at least for the 3 base setup, are finishing up right now. +1 infantry weapons.
Ooh, setting up for the surround.
He's setting up for what I think should be a surround on this army. Unfortunately for Maru, it is going to get spotted by a couple stray zealots.
Yeah, MaxPax will know. We'll be able to pull back these stalkers, go home, try to set up the defense.
See Maru trying to intercept.
Maru is starting to
Prism
move
into the natural.
He will have some potential for counter harassment
catches who?
with the War Prism. That can fly into that pocket base.
He stims in.
Stalkers actually get caught by this
He gets
little
3.
flank hit. Nice move by Maru.
Gets 4.
Already taken out
5.
4,
Oh
maybe
my
5
god.
Stalkers. Big plays.
Oh, that's huge there for Maru. I thought that the flank might not be a worthwhile maneuver just because of the zealots.
But yeah, he does get 5 soldiers at the same time. Massive warp into the main base. Nice whole position of the SCVs.
These SCVs, it messes with the attack AI a little bit there on those zealots. They become lower priority compared to the bios, so just kind of working like a wall. Only 1 or 2 SCVs falling in the main base. In total, a little bit more damage getting done here in the natural expansion. So 9 SCVs are going to fall. 1 more zealot trying to get maybe 1 or 2 more, but 9 is going to be the final tally. And right now, it's really Maru's time to shine. There's 1 Colossus out on the map. I think a second one should be joining it pretty soon. But Thermalance only just now begun, and a lot of critical upgrades here for Protoss. +1 armor, +2 ground weapons. They've only just started, whereas Maru, his production, it is in full swing. If he can get on the map, I think he can find a lot of damage.
Yeah, his production's insane right now, and we already have 2 Vikings being made at a time. Just as Thermal Lance is being fired up, so he's going to have a healthy Viking count.
Yeah, so here we're building up into the mid-game. We're slowing things down. Maru's getting a 4th base, is building up the Vikings, and MaxPax is looking to gain map control.
But we do see him throw down a turret ring there to deny that War Prism just flying into the pocket 3rd base. And we have a Ghost Academy going down as well. You know, we may need those eventually.
Yeah, we're slowing the
versus
game
High
down.
Templar, EMP, the Gateway Army, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I was thinking Maru might be the player to get aggressive in this situation, but he's actually content just to take a 4th base, wait until Ghosts pump, and continue building up the Viking count. He's not playing to find any timing.
And this game is a good example of kind of the trajectory of the meta for TVP. If you haven't been watching TVP over the past month, you may not be aware of this, but TVP has been slowing down when it comes to all-ins. I mean, we made reference to this at the start of the series, how 2-base all-ins have fallen out of favor in this matchup. Same with mech play, of course, and we've seen a lot more mid-game. We've seen a lot more maxed out armies instead. It's interesting to kind of take note of, but it's like the opposite for PvZ, where we've been seeing less late game in PvZ and more late game in TVP, just because of the map pool.
All right, nice pick off of the Viking right there by MaxPax.
Oh, the map pool, and of course the patch, the meta.
Prism in a very cheeky position over here, warping it in the natural.
Prism goes down.
For MaxPax, Maru was very well positioned. I mean, he plays MaxPax in so many of these online tournaments that he's pretty familiar with MaxPax and his zealot shenanigans. So he's able to shut that down nice and easy.
Nice reactions, dodging that Widow Mine shot there. We'll be able to pick that off. And yeah, I'm actually just curious, like, who this is good for if they both just decide to go straight to the late game like this. I think
I'll say Maru's in a better position here.
Late game Terran in the world, maybe. He's up there for sure. We'll have to see how he's going to maneuver this. We see a lot of Marauders.
Like Maru's taking up into ranged Liberators. We do see that MaxPax, he's double expanding.
You talk to a lot of Protoss players these days, and just because of the DPS of Storm being reduced, even though the overall damage is higher due to the high duration, a lot of people give the advantage to Terran in the late game. Of course, the Ghost, even though it has the light tag, it also has a lot of extra HP as compensation. It is now 2 supply again. So Terran's got a lot going for them in late game TVP, and Maru is just comfortable to go for that right now.
So State, he's touching it a little bit, but that's also one of the reasons why we've been seeing a little more late game. We did make reference to the maps. We also made a reference to the patch as well. But now that you can make more Ghosts, now you're going to have a very Ghost-heavy composition in the late game alongside Liberators, and that does favor the Terran. So, like, if Maru can get into a maxed-out army with Liberator, Viking, Ghost, then he can excel, and he can overwhelm.
It's rubbing
We
off
got
on
some
me.
Stormers over here. I like that.
Yeah, but I absolutely prefer the army comp of Maru right now. I feel like if Maru takes a very good fight, it's going to be hard for Max.
I wouldn't say that I would prefer Maru's army composition right now. He's getting there. He doesn't have Liberators yet. Like, I would say that Maru's army isn't there yet, but he's getting there. He's working on that.
You see, with a long duration, sometimes people storm and then their zealots or their stalkers charge through.
Because he's very marine heavy.
Yeah, indeed. Maru trying to land this 5th base now. A Zealot does spot that. MaxPax's going to swing over here, see if he can deny that, but Maru's in position.
Oh, MaxPax has become to be cornered.
MaxPax's still not taking his pocket base, kind of interestingly, going for the top left base and the other
be so careful.
one at the front instead.
EMPs are coming in.
It gives him more income
Wins
here.
one.
We might finally have a big engagement. Looks like MaxPax
Storm
a
zones.
little bit hesitant. It's like he's sharking forward, but he doesn't want to fully fight in a committed head-on engagement. This
Oh no, the
he's actually got
prism!
a turret that's just
No.
to deal with that one
Oh my
specific
God.
war prism spot.
Yeah, I love to see it. Nice move there by Maru, just completely covering all of his bases. And the natural...
There's Liberator range in the production tab. As you mentioned, like Maru, his late game, his end game is to get into Liberators. He's almost there.
Key upgrades coming in right now. Liberator range, ship weapons, +3 infantry weapons, +2 infantry armor here for Maru, all in production.
Yeah, indeed, ton of upgrades. We're going all the way here. Even shield upgrades on the side of the Protoss. I don't know what that blink was. Trying to catch a Viking, I guess. There's a couple Stalkers and Zealots trying to take down this wall, open up another avenue of attack for his harassment, but it is spotted by the bio.
Nice time for the
war
prism.
goes down.
Maru's slightly out of position. He did pull away.
Attacked on the other side by a load of Colossus and
Liberators are in production.
Storm, zoning out the Terran army, seeing if he can pick off some of
He
these
needs those
CCs
libs.
in production.
Yeah, those CCs, they do form a bottleneck for the Zealots trying to charge in, but at the same time, they're also quite vulnerable against the range fire of the Stalkers, of the Colossus. So one of these command centers is going to be canceled here. MaxPax forcing Maru's hand, whereas Maru's setting up for a little bit of a surround right now. Going to try and push down this ramp as well as toward the thirds, and MaxPax's like, you know what, you're trying to surround me. How about I just collapse on one of these positions first? Unfortunately, Maru is able to hightail out of there.
And again, this game is all about just defending. Like, it's all about Maru just turtling until he perfects his army. And here we go. The first 2 Liberators have arrived. He's got 4 more on the way. Once he builds up a critical mass of libs, then Maru can start pushing. Up until that point, he's stuck at home.
We are really going into the late game now. Ultra late game.
Storm lanes.
High Templar getting picked off.
Kill not a
there
cancel on the
almost.
CC.
And here we go, this engagement with this angle. I was going to say it looks good for Maru, but the Zealot flank comes in. The main
Yeah,
force
Maru, he
really
will take this
expensive
fight.
tech
Chasing the
units.
Colossus, he gets
Completely
3.
forced back here.
Oh my
This looks
God.
very, very good for Maru. I've
Gets
gotta
all
say,
4,
the
yeah,
reinforcements,
MaxPax, he
19
overextended.
Stalkers being warped in at once from MaxPax.
Yeah, he needs to
Oh my
replenish the
God.
soccer count because the Vikings just completely toppled the Colossus. That was a very good fight there for Maru. It was looking good for MaxPax in the beginning, especially once those Zealots came in, but they clean up.
That was a
Maru.
questionable fight for MaxPax. To push into a turtling Terran player, like, that was a bold move, and it did not pay off. With that, MaxPax takes a worse fight. Maru, he now breaks out. Now he's building up to critical mass of Liberators, and he can soon push.
You want to get more Colossus on the board. We're adding a third Robo right now. Just
MaxPax does counterattack. Okay, Planetary's exposed.
Instead, it's just Blink Stalkers, and
Nice pickup.
it's kind of an interesting tactic. He's going to use those to snipe a planetary
Gets 1 lib.
fortress.
Gets
It's just
2.
Stalkers and Zealots streaming in the 4th base right now. Maru's going to have to pivot and
So
land
picks up 2
orbital
Liberators,
to
snipes
that
the
PF
Planetary.
spot.
Yeah, manages to pick off one base, but there's another CC right next
Again,
to it,
MaxPax has a very mobile composition, but in a head-on fight, Maru will take it. So MaxPax has to be very careful here. It's a very delicate army, a very delicate dance for MaxPax.
Right now, this particular choke point is the point of contention for both these guys. MaxPax, though,
very
is
delicate.
taking the whole map here, adding on more and more Nexus.
Yeah,
And Maru doesn't see any of it.
One more
Just
Liberator.
focused on the army at his doorstep right now.
I don't know if you noticed, every time MaxPax goes in, he snipes a Liberator. Oh no, here makes
He's
sense.
playing the numbers game right now. It is Stalkers and Zealots.
But he's just slowly picking off one Liberator at a time, just making sure that Maru's Liberator count stays low.
Try and count them on the minimap right now. It's just a lot of bases, and Maru's
gotta
like,
keep
you know
down
what,
the freedom.
As long as I'm max, as long as I'm taking good trades, as long as I am slowly but safely expanding, I don't need to have the world's biggest economy. I can just beat you with a better
one more.
composition, and so far it's working.
Yeah, indeed. MaxPax has a pretty crazy bank.
Yeah, and you can see he's just being bullied away by the freedom zones. That's a lot of freedom.
Colossus,
It's a lot of freedom.
going down here. I feel like MaxPax is playing a very dangerous game. Like, if you lose this army, it's so expensive here. And the Liberators constantly push this Protoss army back. If he keeps going a little bit more, you will see
MaxPax is getting cornered.
It's a tricky situation for MaxPax because
No, MaxPax, he can't take this fight. Oh my god.
Those Liberators there and then blinking back with these Stalkers. I think they have like 16 gateways.
Okay, he has to pull the hell out of here.
Expecting to see a big warp in. Yep, it will be Zealots to join in with the reinforcing Colossus. 19 gateways, in fact.
So insane the amount of production MaxPax has, but the problem is just this cost.
Charles is trying to dive in. Zealots go down. Colossus as well.
Into these liberation zones, the Vikings pick off the
Oh my
Colossus
god.
so quickly here, and there's no more storms.
And again, as you mentioned, like MaxPax in a head-on fight, he cannot take it. He cannot fight this army head-on. MaxPax has a harassing army more than anything.
In this situation versus an army of 3/3 bio. I know there's only 5 ghosts, but
And you can see MaxPax trying to just avoid the army. He's trying to counterattack, trying to catch reinforcements.
with +2 ship weapons
He's
as
getting
well.
caught out
These
though.
things, they're really dishing out the damage. MaxPax, he does have speed though. His army's a little bit more maneuverable.
Does
So
get
he's
one
able to
CC.
snipe this orbital command, take down a lot of SCVs as well.
Let's
but
get the hell out of here.
Again, it's an awkward situation because with MaxPax's army, because it's lower tech, he wants to be the one to trade, but the trades have just been so cost inefficient that it's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you
MaxPax
don't
can resupply quick though.
Yeah,
Yes, he
indeed.
can, but that's why it's crucial that he plays like guerrilla tactics. Like he has to go in, pick off like a Liberator here and there, then back off, then go in, then get 1 or 2 pickoffs here and there. The problem is that it's too late. That Maru's pushing now.
This is kind of
pushing
the
out.
first time we've even seen him move on to MaxPax's side of the map here in this game. Finally going to start being aggressive and take some more bases behind it.
Yeah, MaxPax is basically playing this PvT like he's a Zerg. He's
Right.
going to try and beat the Terror.
It is very
use
similar to
that.
ZV2.
Not in one fight, but in 2 fights. He needs to be able to take down enough key units. In the first fight, by the way, that rallying probe might tell Maru that there is an expansion being taken in the bottom right corner. I think he's immediately jumping on this to check it out. So where is that probe coming from?
Yeah, it's
This
gonna be a
Nexus
kill.
Not gonna be any mineral's mind. But yeah, for MaxPax, you need to do enough damage to the standing army of Maru in wave 1, and then leverage all of these gateways that you've got in a wave number 2 with a 5K or so
Jeez.
resource bank that he's got right now.
That's
But
a
I'm
lot
not
of
sure he's
freedom,
gonna be cost efficient
Pappy.
to make that happen.
It's a lot of
He
freedom.
recognizes this situation as well. He's adding in a couple more tech structures.
MaxPax losing 2 more
adding in
bases.
Stargates, a fleet beacon. a
Liberators are a
Dark
little bit
Shrine.
unsieged.
This is a pretty cost-efficient engagement right here, but oh, it's difficult right now for MaxPax. You need a couple more fights like that to start putting a dent into what Maru's got.
Yeah, the army of Maru is just so...
Now you can see that
Only
MaxPax
50
finally is teching, but this is late. What I mean by that, Tempest Sky Toss. You can see on the production tab, you have a Fleet Beacon, Dark Shrine, and 2 Stargates on the way. We could have seen that like 8 minutes ago. Like 8 minutes ago, we could have seen that tech. This is very late for MaxPax. MaxPax, it looks like he had intended to end the game earlier. That means his Sky Toss is heavily delayed. Otherwise, that would have been the go-to. How do you fight against this Terran army in the late game with Sky Toss? But MaxPax isn't there.
But this Nexus goes down again, forced to cancel.
Yeah, Maru might be scratching.
I should say he's not there
where
yet.
this Protoss army is. He does spot it now with a sensor tower. One of these command centers will get canceled. Big link forward, able to take down one of the Liberators, but Maru, because his army was in such a center position, is able to quickly get back to this expansion and defend it. For MaxPax, that was a necessary engagement because he needed to free some supply for these Tempest.
Yes. That is going to be the transition here, finally coming out of MaxPax. Try to get into those capital ships. If you get a ton of Tempest carriers out, you do have a chance against the Terran army.
Yeah, and for the first time this game, Maru's pushing. Like, Maru, he's been turtling and defending this entire time, playing on his half of the map, and finally, now that he's perfected his army with 3-3-3, he can now break out and look to kill Max Pax.
The Protoss army is right now.
Yeah, and he's staggering the Liberators right now. Just in command of this
That's
zone.
EMPs.
The Tempest will be able to put a little bit of timer right now.
Yeah, Tempest, they pick away at the army.
Long anti-air range to try and deal with those.
And you can see, like, this is the one way for Max Pax to fight this army head-on is with Mass Tempest. To slowly pick away at the siege units, to pick away at the army. So far, I think that's 3 Tempest.
Yeah, gonna have so much anti-air to be able to deal with these Tempests.
Storm gets a lot of damage.
Storm's going down on the Terran army here. He's desperately trying to get more Nexuses up, down on the right side of the map. And these Tempests
Max Pax, I believe, is building up to 6 Tempest.
Yep, but 3 reactored starports are pumping Vikings 6 at a time as Maru is seeking to try and take back air superiority here versus Max Pax. Max Pax using this window to try and maybe do some more economic damage done, but it's hard to push into this position, especially with the command center just kind of forming, again, a bottleneck there. You can't really find the angle that you need to snipe that PF with pure ranged units. You would get a little bit too deep into harm's way.
Yeah, the SimCity really working for Maru there as he continues to fight in the middle of the map. So many exchanges going on right now, action everywhere. And Maru has so many CCs, he's just got infinite scans basically. He's able to see exactly where Max Pax is moving his army around at all times, keep tabs on this army, and then as the Viking count continues to grow, he's going to be able to take out these
And that's EMP. Maru, he's going for another expansion. Again, Max Pax just cannot expand. He's been trying. He rotates the entire army.
He wants to get some good trades because Maru, even though his army is better and has been better for a long
there's no
time,
storms.
and
No,
even
sorry,
though his
there's...
trading has been
Okay,
better
there's a
for a
decent
long
amount of
time,
high tech.
because his economy has
He's just
never been
storms.
as good as Max Pax's, there just isn't much of a bank.
Right.
So these units, they are crucial here for Maru to keep them alive. One misstep where he loses a squadron of 3 or 4 medevacs worth of units. could prove to be a fatal
lands on
mistake.
EMP.
Oh, huge EMP on the Protoss army though. Actually hits basically all the units there. Max Pax says, okay, I can't fight without my shield. Let's back up to this Nexus. And Maru now has the bottom right base, which I feel like he really needed just to have the economy to keep up with Max Pax in the late game. The problem is the gas right now though. Making all these Vikings, he's actually out of gas.
Yeah, there is potential for Max Pax to eventually starve Maru out, even though Maru is taking so many bases. But I think it will have to.
Yo, we have DTs in the mix. Let's go.
The bottom right command center.
Going for the planetary.
Maru having his bottom left corner of the map, but you cannot give him
Mass
any more
lid
than
rocking
that.
up.
Big engagement now happening.
Liberation zones do set up in time. Oh my god.
That sniped the planetary fortress, and that was not.
And
a
Max Pax
worthy
will lose
trade
everything.
there for Max
Jesus.
Pax. So many Colossi and Tempi getting Tempests getting taken.
He lost every
out as the
Tempest.
Remax will
Every
come through
Tempest just went
gateway
down.
units
One
here
Colossus
for Max Pax.
survived.
Back to
Oof.
18 Zealots, 23 Stalkers, the only splash damage, 1 Archon, and 1 Colossus.
Yeah, Max Pax just caught out of
He's gonna
position.
use his maneuverability to move down into the bottom right and try and snipe one more base, but Maru is hot on his heels.
Yeah, so many Colossus fell in that last fight. The Gateway army kind of left them alone. And Maru here going to try and take out this Nexus and then get down there. He won't be in time to defend.
We are trading
this
bases, but Max
planetary.
Pax
That's a
should
big
lose
win for
too.
Max Pax. But his whole army is kind of
Deliberation.
trapped here almost.
Oh, he's able to blink away. Luckily, it's mostly Stalkers, so they're about as nimble as they possibly get here. Max Pax going to lose a couple of Nexus, most likely. He just cannot go tit for tat with his army here
We'll lose
at
the center
Maru,
base.
but he's able to take down a lot of bases. The bottom
Oh,
right
diving
base
on the
has been
ghost.
taken out.
Nice catch.
Maru has retaken that high yield
Max
vesting
Pax.
gas base in the center, but the DT
He got like 5 ghosts there, 4 to 5.
The worrying thing for Max Pax is that this is probably the last gas remax that he's
Yeah.
got. He has 300 gas
Like,
in the bank.
Max Pax
It
is out of
going
money.
back up.
We spoke about it, but Max Pax, he's been losing so many bases that he's running out of money himself. He has minerals, but he has no gas.
So 3 Tempest, 3 Disruptors, probably a lot of Zealots are going to be reinforcing here for Protoss in just a moment. And
Yeah.
Maru, he can just sit back. He's got the extra command centers. He can just float one back on over to the bottom right if he wants to.
Yeah, indeed. And I'm kind of curious why Max Pax never took the pocket base. Like, I know it's only half a base, but at some point it feels like it must be worth it. I don't know. You get an extra geyser.
Yeah, I think Max Pax, he forgot. Like, right now, because Max Pax is so desperate for money, like, in the pocket bases, it would be crucial.
Full bases. Now Blink's in trying to pick off some of these units. A CC down here is kind of exposed, but Max Pax will not commit on to getting that. The Terran army right now is
I'm
actually
looking
been
for
thinned down a
disruptors.
little bit here. Maru's actually down to 15 workers right now, Stay. Suddenly his economy is in shambles.
Yeah, Maru's army much better than Max Pax's.
Ooh,
but his economy
catching out
is in
one disruptor
shambles.
for
He lost
free.
that bottom right base. He lost 2 more command centers. at that center base with a high yield vest being gas. He needs to rely on constant.
But yeah, the economies are very low for both players. With MaxPax, he needs a fresh mining base, so does Maru.
186 supply. Very few SCVs are remaining here.
We're running out of money.
He's added into the mix. He also needs to make sure he has a couple of scans available and another command center at risk of going down. This engagement.
Oh, Nova's going up.
MaxPax is wait for now. And the
now, if MaxPax can land one of these Novas, he can end the game. Speaking of,
okay, only a couple of ghosts.
let's connect.
Taken out there.
Oh my god.
These shots leaving so many in the red, and now Maru coming in from the top side on the ramp. MaxPax has to retreat. A group of zealots try to take down that planetary fortress over there on the left side. They are
another disruptor goes down. One disruptor left.
His muscles with this army over here.
One left, Pappy. He wants it. Sorry, three left.
Is absolutely huge. A lot of it
Two.
is Vikings though, which can't do anything around, but it's too much. After an insane back and forth for so long, MaxPax forced to GG out eventually. What a game number one there, State.
GG, well played. A very intense game number one here. Again, MaxPax, he could never fight head on. He was doing the best he could, and it was really impressive to see MaxPax just kind of like bob and weave his army in between the bases and in between the army of Maru, as he could never fight head on, and he was able to pick off CC after CC after CC. It was impressive, but as we were trying to emphasize, the reality is that Maru, he was able to build up his perfect army, his perfect composition of Liberator, Viking, Ghost, and he was so cost efficient, even though Maru did have technically a lower base count and a lower worker count throughout almost all of that game. He was able to be more efficient with his army, have better trades, and more importantly, deny the expansions of MaxPax. This is also where MaxPax, he most likely did forget about his pocket base. If he didn't, if he had that expansion, maybe he wins that game. Like, again, he was starved for money. Both players were, and having that extra expansion could mean everything, to be honest. So a little bit unfortunate that MaxPax did forget and never took that pocket base, and likewise as a result had a really stifled economy here. So did Maru. Was very close, very clutch, very back and forth. GG, well played. GG, well played. And this shows, this I feel like is a good example of what PvT currently is. We were trying to emphasize this at the start of the series, but PvT, the meta has been shifting over the past month, where we've been seeing less 2-base all-ins, we've been seeing less mech, of course, as well, and we've been seeing a lot more mid to late game. Again, Terran late game is now stronger than it once was, now especially with the reduced supply for the Ghost. Now more Ghosts are getting involved, and getting into Ghost Liberator is much more viable, but here we go, we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Meanwhile, big shout out to Luis TGG in the chat. Gah, papi, gah. Gracias, papi, gracias. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream, hope you had a great ladder session, hope you had a great time, and we are jumping into the final series of the broadcast, game 2. Maru's up 1-0, and now we're jumping into Tokamak. Oh boy. This map is going to favor the Protoss.
I like that addition, but man, what just a perfect game of PvT.
Yeah, that was awesome, and very map specific as well. With the pocket base there, Maru was able to take those quick 3 CCs.
Say in the chat, Maru's not much richer either. That is true, but Maru had the better army. He had the more efficient army, that's what I should say. So yes, even though Maru had a worse economy, it didn't matter as much for him. Like, his army made up for that.
So annoying. We played a beautiful, majestic game number 1, and now you're going to do this, Maru. You're going to drop an engineering barrier in the natural expansion. Are you going to follow this up with Hellions too, Maru? Are you a bad person?
I love it.
I mean, I love
most likely not.
Casting it, but
if it happens to you, then you say some bad things.
It's one of my least
so this is a cheeky stuff for Maru. You can see he's eBay blocking the natural and he's SCV blocking the linear third base. So he's forcing the triangular third out of MaxPax.
Okay, MaxPax just going to take it at the...
And Maru only opened up 1 gas, so he should be going for the CC.
And take it out just yet. This probe, we'll see that there's a Reaper on the way. Although actually can get out of there before the Reaper is in time, and the SCV scouts...
Yep, there's a cancel, there's a CC.
Yeah, it's usually like 145, 150. If you pull the pro back around that time, you're going to be safe versus the Reaper. Now, I spoke about the map itself. We're going to Tokamak. Tokamak is a very large map of the map pool, but this map is different compared to Celestial Enclave. Celestial Enclave, the map that we were just in, is also a larger map. That is true, but this map is more defendable. It is easier to maintain your 4 and 5 bases, but also the map is wider, and there's a bigger kind of gap between your half and your opponent's half of the map as well. Because of the terrain, because of the setup, it is easier for the Protoss player to mass expand
and to retain those bases as well. If you remember last game, MaxPax, he was expanding on Maru's half of the map, and he was trying to take bases that were right next to Maru's expansions, right? Like, that's why MaxPax couldn't defend those bases and couldn't maintain a greater economy. Ideally, in the late game, the Protoss player wants to be up 2-3 bases compared to the Terran, and MaxPax couldn't do that. He couldn't pull that off. But here on this map, the bases are more spread out, they're further apart. It is easier to actually take those fringe bases and maintain those fringe bases as a Protoss player. So this map does favor MaxPax coming into the late game, if we go into the late game. I would say that Maru is more incentivized to be hyper aggressive here to end it early. But let's go.
Here from Maru, so not going to go for the Hellion play here against the 4/3 base of MaxPax. And this Reaper has been such a nuisance.
And already this is a more aggressive build. Remember, last game it was 3 CC, 3 racks, this time 1-1-1.
Don't want to lose any Marines here. Nice little micro there by Maru. We see that medevac coming out for the drop, as you mentioned, and it's going to be all about if he can get any damage done with that Widow Mine. Protosses are so good at dealing with that, I feel like, these days, but sometimes you get a little bit more than normal. It's going to be a double mine drop here, it looks like.
Yeah, medevac about 75% done now.
So we have Maru opening up with a Woodbine job, potential with Marines as well. Meanwhile, MaxPax playing safe, going 3-gate blink. So 3-gate blink Stalker, safe play out of MaxPax. It's a little bit awkward because MaxPax is forced to expand at the unnatural location, but we'll see if he can keep up.
In this case, it is the 3rd base.
Ooh, Maru, he's going for the all-in. Let's go. So,
forcing the Protoss to take this
so Maru, he opens up with the Widow Mine drop. That's designed to distract, and behind that you can see tank and Viking production. The goal is for Maru to rally. His goal here is to rally and to break the quote-unquote natural base of MaxPax.
It can be pretty difficult to break for the Protoss. Why did he leave that one mine behind?
Oh, interesting. You're right.
It's with the main army
right now in this medevac.
Yeah, very interested here. I don't know why.
So again, hyper aggression out of Maru.
One mine lands here. MaxPax pulls the pros instantly.
The other waddles into the natural.
Nice micro. Oh, he walks it to that base, dude. That's so smart.
Yeah, that is very
Oh, the
smart.
retargeting.
I was confused. Like, did he forget about it? And then I was
there's
like,
no way.
And then I was like, no, this is
Maru.
Maru. There's just no way. It's got to be something smart. My smooth brain just couldn't figure it out.
And we're trying to keep up with
And you can see Maru, he's building up his tanks and his Vikings. The goal there is to land the Vikings. You land the Vikings, and landed Vikings actually trade very well against Stalkers. And you can see, they land, it's time to push.
Alright, siege tank push now.
At the same time, we do see MaxPax. Oh, he spots the move out.
No tech lab add-ons at all. It's just the Marines coming through. It might actually just be a 2-1-1 here for Maru. No stim, no combat.
Yeah, the boys are being pulled. As we mentioned, it's a 2-base all-in.
It is just all about raw power. A lot of SCVs getting pulled as well. 6 or 7 joining the front lines here. As Maru is going to be encroaching.
And this is meant to end the game
in just a moment. And for MaxPax, there isn't a fallback expansion. If he loses this Nexus, he's down to just the main base, so he must defend this position.
Oh, the mine drop is coming back in.
2 bases. The tanks boldly push up.
Oh, the robo's exposed.
Right in range
He has to pull the boys.
Nexus. The probes pulled immediately. MaxPax pulling everything.
Nice retarget firing. Goes on the Immortal. The Immortal goes down. Massive pickoff.
Stalker's blink could do get a tank, but at what cost?
Man, 20 probes go down there for MaxPax, and Maru, he might have lost the siege tanks, but he still has so much army right here. 2 landed Vikings, a lot of SCVs to repair them too.
Yeah, the Vikings just keep landing. GG gets cold, and Maru, he will take game number 2.
16 seconds is sending us to a game number 3.
That was genius, dude. I love how every decision from Maru kind of followed the fact that he eBay blocked. Like, I'm gonna...
But GG well played. And again, we did expect Maru to be more aggressive. As we mentioned at the beginning of this series, we spoke about how this map favors MaxPax in the late game. We spoke about how easier it is for the Protoss player to mass expand and take the fringe bases. So we expected Maru to avoid the late game here in game 2, went for the 2-base all-in. And of course, it was exemplified by the fact that he was forcing MaxPax to expand at the 3rd location. So MaxPax was more exposed than normal because of the early game, because of the eBay block. So a very well kind of formulated build there by Maru. It all kind of led into each other. MaxPax was unable to slow down the push. He was unable to engage ahead of time. Ideally, you want to engage as the army pushes to pick away at the Marines, the SCVs, the Vikings. He was unable to do so. GG well played.
Or I should say, the second base for MaxPax is so close. And Yeah, that was just a very well-crafted build.
And we'll see what map we load into for game number 3. For now, it looks like they're going to be cutting to a break. They're going to be cutting to a break here as we are almost done with the series. Once again, we hope that it's going to be a game 3, a game 4, maybe an ace match. The pressure is on Max though. The pressure is on, and Maru needs one more win to claim the series. Oh boy. One of the better maps to Cannon Rush. We don't expect a Cannon Rush at this level of play. I mean, I say that Cannon Rushes do exist against Zerg as reactions and responses, but it's very niche when it comes to the map itself. Very, very niche. For example, punishing like the goal base on Torches or on El Dorado or something like that. Like there are definitely situations where you, on Alkione, I should say. There's situations where you can Cannon Rush for sure. But in this matchup, it's quite rare. It's quite rare. You know, obviously Maru versus Prince comes to mind from a couple of years ago in GSL. I say that was like 2019 or something. it's been quite some time since Maru versus Prince in the Cannon Rush. 6 minutes time push, so difficult to do with his Protoss. Well, as we mentioned, like it's about Max engaging ahead of time, slowing down the army, picking away at the Marines, forcing an early siege. True, forcing an early siege. But as we mentioned, like he has less time to react and less time to deal with that push because he expanded towards the Terran instead of away from the Terran, right? Because of the forward base that he was forced to take. So that made it even more difficult. But with that, GG. With that, GG well played. We're going to be cutting to a break. We'll be back in 5 minutes time with the next game. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, we have returned here, and we're mid-series. We're mid-series with Maru versus MaxPax, and we are jumping into game number 3. Let's go. Let us go. Hoping that we have a back and forth series here, but the pressure is on MaxPax. The pressure is on. He's currently down 0-2, and we'll see what map we load into. I'm curious. I do forget the map order here of the series, so I'm not entirely certain as to where this is going to lead. Let's go. Let us go. So we are going to be getting ready.
Give us like a couple more minutes to chill out because that game 1, it had me completely winded. But hey, we had a little bit of a break. Game number 2 was nice and easy, and now we can get back into the action because map number 3.
So we go. Oh, as we're jumping in. As we are jumping in, and oh, it's gonna be Mothership. Okay. In the top left-hand corner, we do have our Danish Protoss player, the red Protoss for System Gaming. It is MaxPax. In the bottom side, it is Maru for Team Vitality. Let's go. Let us go. We're jumping into game number 3, and with this we'll see how our players do approach this. Welcome to a 3-player spawn map, so 3 different spawn locations are available, of course, and we'll see where our players do take us. Now specifically when it comes to this map, it is also very large and very wide, and we have seen a lot of Terran players struggle in the late game on Mothership. The reasoning for this is because the map is so large and so wide, the Protoss player has an easier time expanding on the fringe corners of the map, taking and maintaining those bases and containing the Terran player on a lower base count. So similarly to on Tokamak, I would say that the pressure is on Maru to be aggressive early on. Last game we had Maru be hyper aggressive and go for a 2-base all-in. Do we see another 2-base all-in here? Do we see something different? Again, I do expect to see aggression out of Maru, but we'll see. We'll see what he goes for.
Dude, we are in space right now. This feels like very sci-fi. It's really cool.
We're inside a giant guardian shield with those hexagons.
The universe is a guardian shield. But yeah, I really like this map. Just kind of gameplay aside, just the aesthetics are super cool. Very kind of Protoss-y feel, obviously. Being the Mothership.
Yeah, so now we are going to be building up.
Details here.
Ooh, is that? Oh, look, it's controlling the shield. There's a little control module right there. You get a little simulated. I see the orb. Yeah, look at that. That's us.
Controlling the shield. All right. Anyway, gameplay-wise, what have we got here? We've got a Nexus going down as well as the core, and a quick factory here for Maru.
Yeah, very fast factory coming in here for Maru.
Yeah, it's going to be a double gas opener. So double gas opener out of Maru going for a faster factory. This is a more tech-heavy start. This can lead into something like Banshee play. This can lead into Reactor Reaper Hellion, can lead into more Cyclones early on. This by no means is an all-in. It is just a more tech-heavy start from Maru. And we'll see where that tech leads us. We'll see. As MaxPax opening up, ooh, Stargate. Uh-oh.
The Reaper does jump into the main, confirms where MaxPax is, and also what he's making there in the main. I don't think he saw the Stargate, did he?
Not yet.
No, that would have been nice, but that information will be denied here for MaxPax, so that's nice for him.
Yeah, Starport now getting started here by Maru. Cyclone as well, so potentially a Cyclone drop coming in here for Maru in just a couple of minutes, and it would hit really fast if that was the play. Again, this was factory before Command Center, so really quick tech up coming in here by Terran.
So winding it back, talking about the build itself, with MaxPax going for the faster Stargate, this is a little bit of a risky play style. It can be abused by all-ins. All-ins are stronger against Stargate play just because you have that much less to slow down the army and to slow down the push. So we'll see what Maru goes for. What's important is that Maru has failed to scout. He doesn't know yet.
That Cyclone will allow Maru to have a little push here in the beginning of the game, but oh, it's going to be Banshee with Cloak.
Yeah, I was wondering if it might be the medevac play for a dropship, but no,
yeah, never mind.
Straight into
As we mentioned, because of the double gas, it had to lead into something more tech heavy. Here, it is Banshee play.
It's going to be very hard to see that coming across kind of there's airspace.
Nice catch with the Cyclone.
Going to go straight into the main base of Maru. He will find that one adept with the Cyclone. That's nice, but this is the real threat right now.
And Maru, what's in the main? Nothing.
MaxPax actually turning around with the Oracle. I think with the Cyclone threat, he doesn't really want to risk it.
Wow.
I'm surprised that he turned
There was the
around
opportunity.
there with the Oracle.
Yeah, all the Marines were down.
He scouts, he confirms.
I feel like he may have just...
It finally got revealed right there.
Oh, yeah, it felt like there might have been a window to do something there, but...
No, there was.
MaxPax's spidey senses were tingling. He turns around. And it's going to keep that Oracle alive for now.
Yeah, you can hear it in the voices of the casters. Like, they don't want to call him out too much, but the reality is that there was an opening, 100%. There was an opening there for MaxPax. MaxPax, because of the Cyclone, he felt like it was unsafe to do so, so he pulled away. He missed the opportunity. He missed an opportunity to do some damage. Now that opportunity has come and gone. Now Maru knows that it's a Stargate. Now he knows that there are Oracles, and now he's in position.
Now he's going to come into the main. Spots that Cyclone, immediately hightails it out of there. Still no wind, I think, of the Cloak Banshee.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's going to need that Oracle for a revelation here if the Banshee is able to cloak in a good position. Oh, actually he shows it hidden in a Nexus. That's not ideal there.
Now Oracle now coming back, so revelation will be available here for MaxPax. Actually, a Phoenix even being chrono boosted.
Yeah, Maru.
Right,
What's really interesting here, he pulls away. He pulls the boys. This is very similar to last game. As you mentioned, we did expect to see Maru be hyper aggressive on Mothership. You don't want to go into the longer and later game, but there's a lot of stasis traps.
The initial reveal of the Cloak
Oh, the scan.
Because, and he's using it to take out the stasis trap. That's so smart coming in by Maru, and now the army is joining forces.
Ooh, gets one of the Banshees.
Is the Phoenix going to lift up the tank? Instead, no. MaxPax just going to retreat
Avoids the
out.
stasis.
Maru knows where the last stasis trap is. SCV is
Baits
going
out
to disarm
one.
that. These Marines barely on the
Can he get on top of the pylon?
Get caught by the stasis ward.
Oh my god, he can.
Siege tanks are knocking on the front door of MaxPax's natural expansion.
And we spoke about this. Stargate openers are weak against all-ins. Like, the Phoenixes, the Oracles, they do nothing here. They almost do nothing.
Right now.
Boys are being pulled. He has to commit. He's going for the lift. Gets one tank.
Picks up the tank, blinks in, picks
Oh
up
my
the
god.
other tank as well. The other one falls as the Phoenix
Barely gets both. Okay.
Banshee is going to town on these stalkers right now.
Barely got both tanks.
Yes, and so many probes going down.
Yeah,
Oh, no
21
detection.
Probes. The entire natural expansion null and void in terms of mining right now as MaxPax retreating to the safety of the shield battery, but it is finally out of energy. More siege tanks reinforcing across these maps. Man, the Banshees are getting so much damage done. They don't have Cloak anymore. There's no more energy left, but just the DPS is huge. 7 kills on that Banshee there on the left side. As now the
Yeah, the tank siege is up. The base will go down.
For MaxPax, and Maru might soon be meeting herO in the upper bracket finals.
Yeah, this Nexus will fall. MaxPax still has the natural base, but
yeah, it was just
so
really
many
unfortunate for
workers go down. I
MaxPax.
think
He did take a
Maru
risk, did take a chance going into a Stargate opener. As he mentioned, like, there was a higher risk of Maru being hyper aggressive, and he gets across map. Tank does siege. He dies on the tank. Oh my god. How about the Cloak Banshee? The Cloak Banshees punished so hard.
Firepower coming in
Crazy.
from Maru with the Banshees, with the Marines stutter stepping to glory here in the natural expansion. Those 3 Banshees, they're solo on HP. Finally, with a blink forward by MaxPax, he's able to clean up 2 of them, but there's no income left to muster an army and repel the forces of Maru. And Maru, with a 3-0 victory, is going to dispatch MaxPax to that lower bracket. He is going to meet herO in the upper bracket finals.
That's going to be amazing.
GG, well played. Again, a very intense series here between Maru and MaxPax. I do feel like it was very map dependent. Game 1 on Celestial Enclave, it was easier for Maru to turtle up and build up with a boosted economy, so he was able to embrace the late game. So you got to experience that late game TVP with the Terran player having that advantage of the better economy coming into the late game. Then we loaded into Tokamak and Mothership, 2 maps that I would favor Protoss in the late game. So we avoided it completely. Maru, he was like, hey, Protoss, they're favored on Tokamak, they're favored on Mothership, let's just end it early, go for the all-in. It was a risk for MaxPax to open Stargate on Mothership. It was a risky maneuver. He felt like it was going to be safer to do so because the map is so large, but again, Stargate play does leave you vulnerable to 2 base all-ins, and we saw Maru go for it. The Oracles, the Phoenixes, they couldn't do much. We saw 1 lift on the tank, then the Phoenix got focused down. The Oracles, they were trying to throw down stasis traps, but we had Maru scanning ahead of time, saw the stasis traps, shut them down as well. GG, well played. It was going to be a tough hold there for MaxPax, and was thinking a little bit too far ahead on Mothership. GG, well played. And you can also argue maybe Maru getting in the head of MaxPax a little bit. We did try to emphasize that MaxPax, there was a window where he could have dealt damage with his Oracle, but he didn't go for it. He was scared because of the Cyclone. Like, he was second guessing himself, and he did pull back, did pull away. GG, well played. With that, congratulations, Maru, he will claim the series, and now we have our top players here. From the beginning, from the top, we have herO and Maru in the upper bracket. We have MaxPax versus Classic, and Reynor versus Shin in the lower bracket. Oh boy, so we do have a lot of mirror matchups down there, and this tournament will continue tomorrow with the next 3 series. Oh boy. So we'll be back tomorrow. I think it's with 3 series or 2.
It's going to be exciting, man.
Yeah, it's a great bracket as we take a look here at the Season 3 schedule. And you might be looking at this like, oh, only 8 days of RSL. Is it smaller?
Just
No,
double checking.
it is not. We are running double days this entire second week.
So we have day 3 and day 4. So okay, so we have 2 more days. And I believe we should be having 3 series tomorrow. 3 series, 3 matches.
It's starting earlier.
And I think a best of 7 as well.
If you're watching live on, or not live, I would guess.
Just listen in.
If you're watching the VODs on YouTube.
If you're watching the VODs live at home.
it might as well be. It might as well be the same thing. But yeah, a lot of action coming to you. We only have 2 days left in this season. As Sunday, we will be crowning a champion, and Tasis also will be joining us again soon, as of course he was receiving the Esports Lifetime Achievement Award in America this past weekend. We want to give a big shout out to our official partner here for the RSL Season 3, Archon Studio. They are making the StarCraft Tabletop Miniatures game the official StarCraft Tabletop Miniatures game. We have a box
But with that, GG, well played. With that, we're going to be raiding another StarCraft 2 streamer who's live at the moment. I don't really see many live, I'll be honest. I do see Sugar Colt's live.
Got the probe. I think I got some other memorabilia.
Oh, Snake Style. Okay.
I'm about to have a lot more.
Give some love to Snake Style. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. And we'll be seeing you guys tomorrow for another day of the RSL. When it comes to the rest of our schedule here, very quickly, bam. Tomorrow morning, we might be live with the Wardy TV replay cast. I might actually have to move that. So let me just double check here. Wardy's been a little bit slow when it comes to the replays. I would I've been waiting for the replays for this week's Wardy TV Monday, but we might have to move some stuff around here. Let me just double check. Let's have a look. Yeah, I still don't have it. So we might have to move some stuff around. But regardless, we're going to be live with at least RSL tomorrow. So the Revival StarCraft League. It's 2 days left. 2 days remaining to wrap up this tournament. Is it going to be Maru, herO, Reynor, Classic, Shin, or Max Packs? They're the remaining players here to be our RSL champions. Best of luck. Best of luck to all the players, as of course that will continue tomorrow and on Sunday as well. We'll have to adjust some of our schedule just because there's a lot going on next week with OSC tournaments, with Kung Fu Cup as well, with the Turtle Tussle, and with the November finals of Sparkling Tuna Cup. It's going to be a very busy end of November, and thanks for watching. Hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Hope you all had a great time. Thank you so much for the support. If you want to support us, you can do so via following us on all the socials, !socials in the chat. We have Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord, all things CranKy Ducklings. You can follow us there. Otherwise, you can support us on Patreon. Our Patreon does fund our tournaments. We do host tournaments on a weekly basis. Every single week, we have some Tuna Cup action, and every month, we have SDO and MSO, all funded via Patreon. Thank you so much to all our current patrons, and we are so close to our next goal. Thank you so much. Our next goal is to boost the prize pool even further for the Tuna Cups. So you can help support us there. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Until then, ciao, papi ciao. See you tomorrow for some more RSL.